to be high, which they calculated to be a good thing. They were getting great reports from people on the ground. They had detected no late swing to the Conservative Party, and so they were kind of feeling very chipper about the way that the campaign had unfolded, and Ed Miliband himself saying that he thought the campaign had gone very well. Let me just give you one of kind of what the script is that we've just heard. Let me read it to you. It's been close all the way through, and exit polls have been wrong in the past. YouGov is very different from the BBC's. The coalition came into the election with a majority of 73, and even if the BBC exit poll is right, this has been all but wiped out. Well, there's still a very long way to go for the people in that room, but I would imagine that the kind of wind was taken out of their sails when they heard the exit poll, and I know that they're going to be working on two speeches that are going to be delivered tonight. One, if it's gone really badly, which is thanking the returning officer and the police and everybody who's there, and another one, a longer one, with Ed Miliband staking his claim to be the next Prime Minister. One other thing to add, I gather his brother, David, rang him last night to wish him well and to say that apparently it was a very warm conversation that took place as well. So maybe one of the good things that comes out of, if this night turns out to be as we're predicting, that David and Ed are on better terms.
Right, well, I don't know whether it's our job to stitch families back together again, but let's join Andrew Marr now. Thanks very much, John. And Andrew Marr is with David Cameron's campaign in Oxfordshire.
Hello, David. I have never known the mood change quite as fast as it has here. 40 minutes ago, the Conservative leadership was quite down, cautious, nervous, not quite as dark and cold as it is in Oxfordshire at night, but not far off it. Then this exit poll comes out like a multicoloured thunderbolt, and the mood here is ecstatic. On these numbers, David Cameron would be a hero to the Conservative Party, and he has options. As Nick was suggesting, he could do a deal with the DUP, he could do a deal with a fragment of Liberal Democrats he's got left. If this poll is right, by the way, it suggests the Tory strategy of taking out lots and lots of Lib Dems has worked very well. This is now all about, it's the numbers first, and then it's about momentum and authority. And I think by breakfast tomorrow, David Cameron, on these numbers, would be standing up and saying, I'm going to lead another coalition with X or Y or both, and he'll be making calls all night.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back with you later. I think you'll be back here in London at some point in the evening. Thanks for joining us. Fiona Bruce is following that race. Fiona, how are we doing? You wanted to beat a record. I can't remember what the record was. You wanted to do it within 40 minutes, didn't you?
Well, it's all on track here at the moment for a result, I'm told, in 5 minutes. There's a slight flurry of excitement because 4 of the ballot boxes came in slightly late, but they've made up time. It all rests on this computer program, so slightly stressful for the chap who's come up with the software to come up with a final tally as the last vote is counted. And it's an enormous public effort here. Even members of the public, as they fold their voting slips, are told just to fold it in half. No more than that. No one wants any kind of origami. They have to spend time unwrapping here. And the people who are counting the votes, they're volunteers. Some of this have been doing this since the 80s. Many of them are teams who have worked closely together. It's a finely honed system, which at the moment, fingers crossed, it looks like it's going to work, and we will get the first result for Houghton and Sutherland South in 4 minutes' time.
Fiona, thanks very much. We'll be back there for that. Peter, I think you should just explain, because we've had such a huge gap between what the exit poll is saying and what the opinion polls were saying, about how an exit poll is done for those who don't follow the procedures and know the way that the mathematics works. What is it that you actually do?
An exit poll is people standing outside polling stations questioning voters just after they have voted. So you know that the people you're talking to have voted. There's no
They don't question them, they let them fill in the ballot paper.
They're given the ballot paper with the names. It's just like the ordinary ballot paper. They fill out the ballot paper, they put it in a little box, and then every half hour or so they're emptied and the votes counted up. Now, they're in, I think, 130-odd constituencies, 140 polling stations, 22,000 people. It's a very, very big sample, bigger than any conventional YouGov or ICM or Ipsos Mori sample. And the advantages that exit polls should have is you're absolutely certain you've got people who have voted.
And you compare it with what they did in 2010 now, or 2005?
Right. In most polling stations, they're the same polling stations they used in 2010. So you can compare exactly what the result was from this polling station this time with last time. And that will apply to the great majority of the Conservative Labour marginals. But this time, you've got, as it were, 3 extra dimensions. You've got the Lib Dem seats being defended, you've got Scotland, and you've got the UKIP target seats. And on the whole, these are places where there were not exit poll polling stations last time. These are new polling stations, and a judgment has to be made, because if your polling station is not quite right, you'll get the wrong answer.
We'll have Professor Curtis with us later on, no doubt. If it proves right to crow about it, and if it proves wrong, you'll be asking him what's gone wrong. Just instead, we're talking about polling stations. There's an interesting story from Darlington tonight. Darlington Council has had to apologise to a UKIP candidate because 89 of the ballot papers failed to include his name. Somehow they spotted it and then reprinted the ballot papers to have all the names on, including the UKIP candidate, David Hodgson. They've apologised to him, but they didn't stop the voting going on because they said if they had stopped it and started again, they'd have known how those 89 voters had voted, because if their ballot papers changed, they'd see. I'm a bit lost in that argument, but anyway, that's what apparently happened. So if UKIP are very close in Darlington, they'll be hell to pay. Right, we're going to have this result. Do you want us to talk about the first result and its importance?
I think in terms of the speed and the excitement of this, I mean, I don't think there's going to be any surprise turned up here, but it's a bit of fun, isn't it, early on in the night? It's not going to surprise anybody, but I think these the record in terms of what happens in Sunderland, I think we're on the Sunderland pictures, but what I was going to mention was Dan Biles, who's been in a particularly tight seat of North Warwickshire in Bedworth, who's the candidate who's actually standing down, if I can get my graphics to fire, but instead we're seeing the pictures of Sunderland South. So what I was going to mention was talking about North Warwickshire.
But this Sunderland South one is important from the point of view of watching the way that votes have changed, isn't it? It's not just I mean, we know it's a safe Labour seat.
And, of course, the exit poll has thrown us a curved ball, because they're saying Labour's done terribly badly, except in the northeast of England. So the exit poll is saying we expect the Labour vote share to be up about 9 percentage points. Now, if we had no exit poll and we had a result with a Labour vote up 9 percentage points, Labour Party would cock a hoop, say, we're on the way into Downing Street. So we won't really know if the exit poll is right in Houghton and Sunderland, whether this is because it's right everywhere or it's just right in the northeast.
Well, yes.
I think part of the story of the night is going to be this regional picture. And in particular, because of the spread of parties, UKIP, for example, may perform terribly well in small parts of the country. The Lib Dems, if they're right and they're outperforming the exit poll, maybe because in a small, isolated series of areas they will. So beware the regional pattern.
I think we're joined by Paul Nuttall. I hope we are, anyway, the Deputy Leader of UKIP. Miss Nuttall, good evening. Thanks for joining us. You'll have heard of this total disaster in Darlington, where 89 people weren't able to vote for UKIP. That'll have damaged your chances in Darlington.
I'm not sure it'll change the outcome of the result in Darlington.
What is your...
great.
As you know, we said early on, it's very difficult, and you'll appreciate why, to predict UKIP's vote. Because you're the new kids on the block. But from your information, how do you think you've done? Have you got 5 seats? Has Nigel Farage won, do you think?
I think Nigel Farage has won, and I think he's probably won by a bigger margin than what people think. I think we're going to do well in Kent, we're going to do well in Essex, and what we're finding is that we're performing well in our target seats. We've got lots of pledges, and we've had a really good day getting out our vote. I must say, though, David, I do think that your exit poll is wrong. I really can't see the Conservatives getting over 300 seats, and I can't see Labour falling under 260. Equally, UKIP will get more than 2 seats.
Why do you say that? Why do you think it's wrong? From information you've gleaned from your party workers, or what?
Well, I'm just not... 11 opinion polls in the past 2 days tell us one thing, and your exit poll tells us another. And the feeling that we're getting on the ground is that it is pretty tight between the Conservatives and Labour. And equally with UKIP, as you said before, the caveat is you really don't know how UKIP is going to do. You know, we are going to get more than 2 seats tonight. We're buoyant, we're confident, and as I say, we're going into the next half of this decade looking to change British politics.
And in this part of the decade, the first half, is a result that gives you a lot of votes and, say, half a dozen seats, is that fair to UKIP, or do you think the whole system needs changing?
Well, put it this way, if we get 4 million votes tonight, and that is possible, and say we roll in with 6 or 7 seats, then I think that the issue of electoral reform will have to be back on the agenda, because you could end up in a situation whereby the Liberal Democrats pretty much get half our vote, but they come in with around 25 seats. I think that's an affront to democracy. It's wrong, and I do hope that this will be the last general election that we have with the first-past-the-post system, which was in effect designed for 2 parties. David, the biggest argument that people have for upholding first-past-the-post is that it produces stable government. Well, it didn't last time, and it probably won't this time either.
If the figures work out this way at the end of the night, would you want UKIP to do a deal with David Cameron over an EU referendum, and would you be prepared to support him, given that he's offered one?
Well, we've said no coalitions, no pacts, but if we did fall down the side of a deal, it would be on a vote-by-vote basis. And we've said that our red line is simply this: we want an EU referendum, we want it to be fair, with equal, with the question not being loaded, with equal money on each side, equal airtime, and ensuring that certain people don't vote. I mean, there are about 4 million migrants in this country who've benefited from EU freedom and movement of people who can vote in local elections but not a general election. We don't believe they should vote in a referendum either. But equally, we want that referendum before December the 31st this year. Let's have it done. Let's get it out the way, because we don't want to be handing over another £50 billion to Brussels, which will happen if we hold out till 2017.
Sounds a bit of a dotted red line rather than a firm red line.
No, it is a red line. We want a referendum. We've waited since 1975. It was the year before I was born. I don't see why this generation should be stuck by a decision which was made by the generation before. It's time for that referendum. It's time for that referendum now.
Thank you very much, Paul Nuttall, for joining us. We may be able to speak to you
David.
later on when we get the results in. Thanks very much. And let's just have a look at Sunderland. It's now just after 1:45, so I'm afraid they've lost their battle to be first. And Fiona, are they gathering round the returning officer? Is the moment come?
They're trying to work out why the result has not come through. So far, there are two boxes yet to be counted. They say it's going to be any minute, but there's a little bit of a post-mortem going on as to why the result hasn't come through yet. I'm being told it could be any minute now, but clearly they've missed their target, as you said, and there's much disappointment here.
I wonder if Newcastle is snapping at their heels now. Maybe they are. But I think we're going to be joined in a moment by John Curtis, who is the great creator. He's not quite ready. He's putting a microphone on up there. John, we'll see you in a second. Give me a shout when you can speak and be heard. You are ready. Okay, we'll come to the... Professor John Curtis, you are the architect. You are the king of exit polls. You're the person who has done all the sophisticated work that worked in 2010. Tell us about tonight and to what extent you think you've got it right this time too.
Well, I mean, first thing I can say to you, David, is that much like last time, we have interviewed around 22,000 people outside 141 polling locations in the UK, the vast bulk of which are exactly the same places that we polled in 5 years ago and which gave us pretty much the right result. And the truth is that throughout the course of today, we've been having figures where basically in half of our polling locations, Labour are advancing on the Tories, and the other half, the Tories are advancing on Labour. That's therefore why you see that at the end of the day, this exit poll is suggesting that certainly so far as England and Wales is concerned, there isn't much change in the relative balance of Conservative and Labour, but that north of the border, much as the pre-polling day polls were saying, we're discovering that indeed the SNP seems to have done at least as well as the polls said they were going to.
Can you say the areas in which the well, let's talk about the Liberal Democrats. You've got the Liberal Democrats in a state of total collapse.
Sure.
Down 47.
We've got, in terms of seats, we've got them in a state of, quote, total collapse. But actually, in terms of votes, we're expecting probably around 8%, what the opinion polls have been saying. But there are then two things that you have to bear in mind. The first is, it was always true, always an arithmetical inevitability, that if the Liberal Democrat vote is going down by 16 points, there's quite a lot of constituencies where it's impossible for it to go down by 16 points because they didn't do much better than that back in 2010. So the first thing we discover is that actually the Liberal Democrat vote is going down rather less in the places where they were previously weakest. Secondly, however, it is true that those Liberal Democrat MPs who are trying to defend their seat against a Conservative challenger, though not those trying to defend a seat against a Labour challenger, do seem to be doing better than most other Liberal Democrats fighting in relatively strong territory. However, if the exit poll is correct, and that's a crucial if, of course, we're also saying that the Conservatives are advancing to some degree, and therefore, as a result, even though those Liberal Democrat MPs fighting a Conservative challenger may not be suffering as much as lost as many of their colleagues, they're still at risk of losing their seats. Thus, although we get a similar voting figure to the opinion polls, it's because of the better Conservative performance that we're anticipating they're going to suffer rather greater losses.
And one last thing, very briefly, the Greens, people will be intrigued. You've got the Greens winning 2 seats in this. How do you come by that?
Because it looks to us as though there's a reasonable prospect that the Greens will pick up at least one of the target seats that they've been targeting. Certainly there's some evidence in an exit poll to suggest that in those places where they have been putting in a challenge, they may possibly do well enough. But, you know, that's one of the things we'll wait and see.
You won't say which?
No, we won't say which.
Right.
And equally, David, just to put you out of your misery, we're also not telling you which of the 2 seats we think you could get. Because the truth is, one of the things about this exit poll is the figures we're giving you are the sum of probabilities of parties winning seats. So actually there may be more than 2 seats where UKIP have a chance of winning. It's just that we reckon that, you know, maybe they'll pick up some and not others, and it will end up at roughly around 2.
Attention, please. I'm ready to declare the result of Houghton
from
and
Sunderland
Sunderland
South.
I, Dave Smith, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Houghton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Elvin, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 8,280. Stuart Thomas Hay, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,105. Jim Murray, Liberal Democrat, 791. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, Labour Party, 21,000. 21,218. Alan Michael David Robinson, the Green Party, 1,095. And that Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
So her majority has gone up by just 2,000. And it's a safe Labour seat in Sunderland South. But the interesting thing is, look at what's happened to the other parties. UKIP have gone into second place. 8,280.
Thank you very much.
Their share of the vote, 21%. And the Liberal Democrats fall out of sight. Let's just hear her speech.
Who have worked so hard once again to ensure a quick declaration. I would also like to thank the police for ensuring order throughout the count and on polling day. And finally, I would like to thank Les Scott, my agent, and all of those who've worked so hard, especially in recent weeks, to secure a Labour victory here. It is a privilege to have been re-elected to serve as your Member of Parliament. 5 years ago, I stood here and promised the people of Houghton and Sunderland South that I would work tirelessly and fight for our area in Parliament. I'm proud of what I've achieved for local people, above all on local transport and schools. But there is much more work to do. Tonight, people across Sunderland have renewed their vote of confidence in me, and more importantly, they have put their trust in Labour's belief that Britain only succeed when working people succeed too. The Tories have failed people here and
right,
across
let's look at these
Britain.
figures. You see at the bottom of the screen, by the way, as the evening goes on, we show all these figures, but I'd like to show you the Houghton and Sunderland South result, if we can do that, please. We don't have it there. Maybe, can you help us out, Emily? Great.
Change overnight. Let me just show you the actual result first of all, David. So Labour on 55%, UKIP on 22%, and the Conservatives on 18%. If I take you back to what our exit poll was forecasting, it had UKIP behind the Tories in third place and the Tories still on about 20%. So it looks as if they have leapfrogged there into second place, which is something that wasn't picked up necessarily in this first seat. UKIP there, this is a real result now, making those gains of 19%, Labour up slightly, up 5%, and the Lib Dems, as you can see, others, the BNP didn't stand, the Independent didn't stand this time, which is why the grey column figures so prominently there. Lib Dems down 12%. Is it worth having a look at the swing? Look at that. So a swing from Labour to UKIP of 7% here. It sounds like UKIP could be the big unknown here, even if we don't see it in seats directly. We may very much find that pattern beneath the surface in terms of the share and what they're doing to the other parties' share of the vote.
And the Lib Dems losing their deposit.
791 votes there for the Lib Dems.
Way down.
David.
John Curtis, does that confirm that result? I know it's a tough call, but does that confirm what you expect?
Sure. Well, remember what we said, one of the things we said about this exit poll is that Labour would do better in the northeast of England than it does in most of the country. We were actually anticipating a 5% swing from Conservative to Labour in this seat. Actually, the swing to Labour is only 4%. And meanwhile, the virtual collapse in the Democrat vote down by 12 points is pretty much what we were expecting. Now, I'm not going to say on the back of this that this proves that the exit poll is right, because certainly one swallow doesn't make a summer. But certainly this particular result, at least, is pretty much exactly in line with what we're expecting. But the crucial test is going to lie in constituencies outside the northeast of England, because it's outside the northeast of England, and indeed in Yorkshire, where the Labour Party, it looks, according to our evidence, is not doing well enough.
Thanks very much, John. Let's go up to Scotland and join Kirsty Walk. Kirsty, good evening.
Yeah, me too.
Lost comms.
Yeah, me too.
Kirsty, are you with us? No? All right, well, we'll go back to Kirsty in a moment. Let's join Kamal Ahmed, who's in Sheffield, and, of course, following Nick Clegg's fortunes. Kamal.
We're here in Sheffield, and Nick Clegg down the road at his home with his wife Miriam must be a little deflated. Of course, very early days, but you've just seen from that Sunderland South result how bad this night could be for the Liberal Democrats. I've spoken to a few senior people very close to Nick Clegg, and they say the exit poll is implausible, but their big worry must be Nick Clegg is the man who dragged the Liberal Democrats into what he described as the centre ground, and he hoped enough of the supporters of the Liberal Democrats would come with him. But of course, a lot of people voted for the Liberal Democrats in 2010 and 2005 against Labour from the left, and certainly against the Conservative Party, and they seem to be getting, or could be getting, given the election, the exit poll, and also the result we've just seen from Sunderland South, where the Liberal Democrats lost their deposit. They seem to be getting the punishment for that move, for supporting the coalition. I spoke to a senior Liberal Democrat MP on the campaign trail with Nick Clegg, and he said, he was from the left wing of the Liberal Democrats, he said that they were getting the toxic effects of austerity and being in the coalition. It seems at this moment at least that Nick Clegg hasn't managed to drag enough Liberal Democrats with him and encourage new Liberal Democrat voters or centrist voters to vote for him. It could be a very, very tough night for him and the Liberal Democrats.
Kamal, thank you very much indeed. And now we do try and rejoin Kirsty Walk in Glasgow. Kirsty.
Here in the Emirates Stadium, used to a lot of excitement and upset from the Commonwealth Games, it looks like there's going to be a lot of excitement and upset, not just here but across Scotland. If that exit poll is anyway right, and Nicola Sturgeon says be careful with it, then Labour's bastion of Glasgow will fall to the SNP. The Liberal Democrats will be wiped out, which will mean that there'll be fewer Liberal Democrats to make up any possible coalition with the Tories. But think on this, some of the big names in politics. Danny Alexander, Chief Secretary of the Treasury, Douglas Alexander, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, maybe Charlie Kennedy, Jim Murphy. It could be a completely different political landscape in Scotland tomorrow morning. And the impact of that across the UK will be felt. Nicola Sturgeon has always said that if there was going to be some substantial change, she might go for a referendum again. If it indeed is anything north of 50 seats in Scotland to the SNP, she'd be hard-pressed not to go for a referendum. So tonight, 7 Glasgow seats here, 6 are holding majorities of over 10,000. Labour say it's been a difficult night. They don't agree entirely with the exit poll, but Labour officials here say it's been a very difficult night. So we can expect huge upset here. Small upset already. Glasgow East, 1 impersonation, so the police are on hand and they're sifting through the papers with blue gloves on.
So, Kirsty, the result, if it is like this, is the Scottish voter, the Scottish voters of the SNP drifting apart from the Westminster system. Because if Cameron indeed is able to go back to number 10, which was Nicola Sturgeon's aim to prevent, the rift will get even greater than it's been. Is that right?
If it is anything north of 50, the rift will become greater, which will put a great strain on the first-past-the-post Westminster voting system we have, and it may not be able to hold. And there would have to be a complete revision of that, because the SNP themselves would have a powerful bloc at Westminster.
Thanks very much, Kirsty. We'll join you again later. Laura.
One of the things that is circulating as rumour and gossip, as these things do, and it's early in the night, but it could be in line if our exit poll is right, is about extraordinary rumours that, in fact, Ed Balls might be in very serious trouble in his seat in Morley and Outwood, and the Tories might actually take it. Now, his majority is only 1,000 or so, and we should emphasise these are rumours at this stage. However, that could be the massive story of the night.
And that's from Michael Gove's advice.
But there are other people making the same suggestion.
All right, well, Michael Gove himself is sitting up there with you, Andrew, isn't he? Let's hear from him.
He did indeed. Thank you, David. The big news up here is that Paddy Ashdown's hat is now trending on Twitter.
Yes, and
indeed has got its own Twitter account already. It's not been born for more than an hour, and it's got 633 followers.
Andrew, I have been offered 10 hats on Twitter tonight. Not all of them politely, I have to say.
No, I'm not surprised. Anyway, we're also joined by Conservative Cabinet Minister Michael Gove, and by a man who's been at the heart of the Labour project for many years, Alistair Campbell. Alistair Campbell, let me come to you first. If this exit poll is anywhere near right, this is a terrible result for Labour.
Well, it's certainly not what we were hoping for or expecting. I've been at the Labour Party all day, and news has been coming in from field operations and from candidates, and it just doesn't, I have to say, it doesn't feel right. And I think there is a lot of scepticism about the poll. It does mean, as somebody was saying earlier, that the 11 polls are wrong. There's going to have to be, if this poll is right, there's going to have to be a pretty big look at the polling industry.
Let's take the one that is more optimistic for you, the YouGov poll. It's not quite an exit poll. It was an opinion poll yesterday, and they went back to the people again today. That shows Conservatives much lower, and it shows Labour up at 263.
And it shows the Lib Dems?
And it shows the Lib Dems at 31.
31.
But 263 is only 5 more seats than you got in 2010. It's still not great.
Well, look, where I was today, listening to people reporting in from around the country, we certainly thought that this was going to be better than this. I have to say, though, that looking at the results, David Cameron set out to win a majority. It looks like he hasn't. I don't know what he's going to do in relation to the Liberal Democrats.
All right, so David Cameron hasn't won, but even on the best gloss on your...
big thing.
Well, except that you were hoping to win or at least become the largest party, and you're nowhere near... Either whether it's what the BBC exit poll or the broadcaster's exit poll gives or the YouGov one, 263 seats is not a mandate to run this country.
Look, if the polls are wrong, if David Cameron cannot form a government which can command the confidence of the House of Commons, then Ed Miliband would, even on those numbers, be asked to form a government.
Excuse me, you're saying that if this poll is right...
I'm saying that's what our
if Labour has only
Andrew.
239 seats, whereas you got 258 last time, that Mr Miliband would still be poised to form a government if he
I'm
got...
simply saying to you what the system is. Now,
Mr Miliband's feet might not touch the ground on these figures. You could be looking for a new Labour leader.
I hope that these figures are wrong.
Of course
I hope
you
the
do.
exit
I understand
poll is
that.
wrong. I do think it's an important point to make that David Cameron, by his own definition, said that the failure to get a majority would be failure in his eyes.
Look, but let's be honest, if this Conservatives' result is true, it's much better than you ever thought it would be.
Well, when we walked into the studio tonight, Andrew, you said you're all going to be shocked. And when you read out when the numbers of the exit poll read out, we were all shocked.
Right.
Now, that's why I think we've all expressed, including Nicola Sturgeon, and I won't eat my hat, but I will eat my kilt if they get 50. If they get 50,
we're running out of hats.
That's a hat and a kilt.
Right.
He's got more hats than he knows
That's a hat and a kilt.
It is clear the SNP have done very, very well. There's no doubt about that. And I think that whoever becomes Prime Minister, that is going to be a very, very big and difficult issue to deal with.
Let me come to Michael Gove. If this poll is right, our exit poll,
yes,
are you surprised by it? Have you done better than you thought you would?
Well, I want to be cautious at this stage because while the exit poll, and John Curtis has explained in detail the methodology behind it, while the exit poll involved talking to far more voters than any other opinion poll, we've got to be cautious at this stage.
I understand. Well, I think we've done enough caveats on that. I'm asking you if it's true. Are you surprised? Because most Conservatives I spoke to in the couple of days before thought 290 was like about their wildest dream.
Well, just before the programme began, your colleague Laura Koonsberg asked me if we would secure more than 290 seats, and I said I thought that we would. But let's...
Are you surprised or not?
This is certainly at the upper end of pollsters' expectations. My view was that we had very good candidates fighting a very effective campaign and that we would do well. But I didn't want to put a figure on precisely
I understand that. But you still...
And I think it's also important to stress that many of the seats here that have been mentioned are too close to call. So, for example, and I know that it's a polling no-no to look at individual seats as part of the exit poll, but what we saw earlier would suggest that we have to be appropriately humble at this stage
I understand.
in the face of what the British voters have decided.
So you maybe in a week's time you won't look stupid. I understand what you're doing. But you still haven't won an overall majority. So supposing you do get about 316, I mean, this could be as good as it gets. You could see your number come down as the night goes on. How would you, though, put together an overall majority?
Well, if it is the case that the exit poll is right, and I've caveated it heavily, as you've...
Yeah, no, we don't need to go through all that again.
Well, then David Cameron's won a very handsome victory at this election.
Well, it's not a victory. He's the largest party.
Yes,
Last time I looked, victory is an overall majority in the British parliamentary system.
He will have secured both an advance on the seats, and as you implied for your very first question, he will have outperformed the expectations of almost every commentator and pollster.
He'll have secured the right, which he already has now,
yes,
to decide how he might try to put together a government that can command a confidence of the House of Commons. That's what he'll have done.
Yeah. Paddy Ashdown, you've got one point you want to make.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to John Curtis and your poll, he has made it very, very clear that this is... I mean, let me use his words. This exit poll, by the way, it is based on 0.004% of the population. Far, far less than all those polls you talked about. John Curtis's word.
No.
This exit poll...
No, it's bigger than most polls.
No, this exit poll has sampled 0.04% of the polling stations. So, but let's just come on to John Curtis.
Briefly.
He is the author of this poll, and he says, and I use his words, likely to be imprecise and may well be wrong. My hat's
The
looking
poll
fairly safe
covered
at the moment.
22,000 people as they left the polling booths today. That's a lot more than most polls. Most polls do an 1,100 sample.
Utterly fair enough, Andrew, as I'd expect, and a perfectly fair fact to make. On the other hand, I thought Nick Robinson's point was the more powerful one, which is look out for regional variations. That's, I think, the really important, and that's why this may well be, in the words of John Curtis himself, it may well be imprecise. Likely to be imprecise. Is his word.
Oh, likely to be imprecise.
Those are his words. I have them in quotations. Ask John Curtis. Is it likely to be imprecise?
Well, I'm going to hand back to David because Nick Robinson's made the better point.
Nick Robinson's glowing with pleasure here at the accolade from Paddy Ashdown.
Won't last.
I think it won't last, no. What also won't last is this exit poll, because we will, of course, be having results, and as every result comes in, we'll get closer to knowing whether that exit poll is correct or not. But I think at this stage we'll go over to New Broadcasting House for the news, and we join Rita Chakrabarti.
Thanks, David. Well, as we've seen, that dramatic exit poll just over an hour ago is predicting that the Conservatives will be the largest party with 316 seats, 77 ahead of Labour, but still short of an overall majority. It also suggests a huge rise in seats for the SNP and a big loss for the Liberal Democrats. And as we just heard, the first declaration this evening, Houghton and Sunderland South has returned the Labour candidate Bridget Phillipson with a majority of over 12,000. Our political correspondent Chris Mason has the story of the evening so far.
The prediction from the exit poll is clear. The Conservatives will remain the largest party and with more seats than they had. Here's how the poll suggests the Commons might look. The Tories as the biggest party, Labour losing seats, the Liberal Democrats tumbling back to just 10, the SNP soaring from 6 to 58. It predicts UKIP and the Greens would have 2 each.
I believe it could be right, yes. And if it is right, then it means that the Conservatives have clearly won this election and Labour have clearly lost it.
If the exit polls are right, which, you know, it's really difficult to say, bearing in mind we always knew how close it was going to be in so many seats. The question is whether they would be able to form a majority in the new Parliament that's just been elected.
If this exit poll is right, Andrew, I will publicly eat my hat on your programme.
Have you got a hat?
No, but I'll get one, especially for the
Can
occasion.
I get the hat?
You can get the hat, providing it's made of marzipan.
Good morning.
Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, here voting with her husband earlier today, might just have the biggest smile in the UK this evening, with the exit poll suggesting the SNP will win every seat in Scotland, bar one.
We should treat it with huge caution. And as good as a night we're hoping for here in Scotland for the SNP, I think 58 seats is quite unlikely.
But never mind the exit poll, it's real votes that count. If democracy was an Olympic sport, this is what the sprint finish would look like. The safe Labour seat of Sunderland South always attempts to declare first, and Labour have held it.
Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
So, one down, 649 to go. Chris Mason, BBC News.
In other election news, the name of a UKIP candidate was left off ballot papers delivered to one polling station in Darlington. Darlington Borough Council says 89 ballot papers without David Hodgson's name were issued before the problem was noticed. The council says new papers were then issued and voting continued as normal. Mr Hodgson has said there are serious questions for the council to answer. Leeds City Council sent in extra staff to the city's Pudsey constituency this evening to tackle very long queues at polling stations. Pudsey is a key Conservative Labour marginal constituency with a 1,600 Conservative majority in the last election. There were reports that voters were choosing to go home rather than wait to vote. Hackney Council has blamed IT problems after several hundred residents turned up at polling stations and found their names weren't on the council's printed register. A spokeswoman for the council, which covers the East London constituencies of Hackney North and Stoke Newington and Hackney South and Shoreditch, said it was aware of the problems and had resolved the vast majority of cases. Well, as elections in all 650 constituencies for the Westminster Parliament, many parts of the country have voted in local elections. More than 9,000 council seats have been contested across 279 English local authorities. Voters were also selecting mayors in Bedford, Copeland, Leicester, Mansfield, Middlesbrough and Torbay. Well, that's all from me for the moment. I'll be back with bulletins throughout the night. Now, though, it's time to go back to the BBC Election Centre and the team at Vote 2015.
Well, we have only had one result in, but let's go to the Piazza in New Broadcasting House and just have a look at how we're going to explain the way that the United Kingdom has changed tonight as these results come in, and join Sophie Rayworth. Sophie.
Yes, David, I'm here right in the middle of London at Broadcasting House underneath our giant forecast with an audience of 100 or so voters from right across the United Kingdom. Many of them from Generation 2015, young first-time voters who've been following the campaign right from the start. And the reason we're all here is because of this, our giant map. Now, it's the UK, but not quite as you know it, because we have changed it. We have made every single constituency exactly the same size. So if I take you up here to the Highlands, for example, and this up here is Charles Kennedy's seat of Roskilde and Lochaber. Now, on a normal political map, it's a huge swathe of orange, and that's because it's the largest constituency in the UK. It's 4,600 square miles. On our map, though, it is just this one hexagon. You get to see the real balance of power. If you look here, I can come down to the border in Scotland here, and you can see it's dominated by red Labour tiles. Whether that will be like that at the end of the evening, we have to see. We can come down here to the south of England, London again. London also looks quite small on a normal electoral map, but here I'm walking around the edges of London. You can see London completely distorts our map, takes over the whole of the south of England. That's because there are 73 constituencies in London. On a normal map, they look tiny. This is Kingston and Surbiton, that's Twickenham, which are kind of almost in the sea. Now, these colours are the colours of the 2010 general elections, so we don't have tiles over here for UKIP. They, of course, were by-elections last year. Very shortly, we are going to have to take them all up, because obviously we've already had our first declaration, so we're literally going to pull them up one by one, stack them over here, and then, with the help of our audience, as the results come in through the night, we are going to start relaying them and see where the new balance of power actually lies. And with me throughout the night, Ben Page from the pollsters Ipsos Mori, who did that poll that has astounded everybody. I have to say, when you saw it, even you were flabbergasted.
I was surprised like everybody else, but what you have to remember is it's the same team who did it in 2010, and in 2010 it was nearly perfect, so let's just wait and see. But yes, it's certainly surprising.
And do you think it's going to be right?
As I say, it was perfect in 2010, so let's just wait and see.
We will have to wait and see. It's going to be a long night. Now, we're going to be talking to you. You're here to analyse all the results as they come in, seat by seat, because there are some fascinating battles, aren't there?
Well, if the exit poll is anything like right, and indeed if any of the preceding polls before the election are anything like right, you're going to see Scotland turning orange, you're going to see, you know, blue disappearing in certain places. I mean, we just, you know, this map is going to change dramatically whether or not the exit poll is right, and because so many seats are close together, with the parties tied, it appears this is going to be a fascinating evening. There are so many individual seats, and several party leaders, key people, cabinet members probably losing their jobs.
Absolutely. Well, David, we've got plenty of work to do. We're going to start taking up these tiles now. Back to you.
Sophie, and you're going to be talking to people around you later on, are you?
Absolutely. We've got all these lovely people who are staying up with us all night out here braving the cold.
Sunderland
and, we'll be
Central. I interrupt you, Sophie. I'm afraid we have a result being declared. The second Sunderland result, Sunderland Central.
20,959. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, the Green Party, 1,706. Brian George Foster, UKIP Independence Party, UKIP, 7,997. Adrian Page, Liberal Democrat, 1,105. Geoffrey Guy Townsend, the Conservative Party candidate, 9,780. Joseph Young, 215. And that Julie Elliott has been duly elected to serve as the member for the said constituency.
So there are the figures. Labour, with its majority of 11,179, up nearly 5,000, 4,500 for Julie Elliott. Conservatives in second place. UKIP goes into third place.
And giving me the opportunity to serve. The result in Sunderland tonight is clear. People want representatives that stand up for working people and their families. To put the interests of ordinary people first. I said when I was elected 5 years ago that I would be a campaigning MP, and that's exactly what I have been, whether it's been on 0 hours contracts or leading the campaign to save our fire station.
Well, that's the second of 650 speeches that victors are going to make throughout the United Kingdom as these results come in. Have a look at these figures then. Let's just see the results from Sunderland Central. The Liberal Democrats lose their deposit. There's the share of the vote. Labour on 50%. Can we see those figures? There we are. Labour on 50%. Conservatives on 23. UKIP way up on 19. The Greens on 4. Liberal Democrats on 3. And this is the change. Since the last election, the Labour Party up 4. Conservatives down 7. UKIP up 17. Liberal Democrats down 14. And there's a swing of Conservative to Labour of just over 5%. Now, I hope in a moment we're going to be able to talk to Northern Ireland and speak to a party, the DUP, that may have great influence if our election poll or our exit poll is correct. I'm afraid he's left us. He was waiting for us, but he's gone, apparently, so we can't speak to him. Nick?
I think what's striking from the two results that we've now had from the North East is not just that Labour are doing well, of course, there, but also that UKIP are the real success story, coming through big, big swings there. Now, this is what part of what they call their 2020 strategy. In other words, they may accumulate many, many votes this time. Paul Nuttall, the Deputy Leader earlier, was telling you 4 million votes, but may only get a handful of seats, our exit poll says too. Even if it's double that, it will not be the great success. But if they are amassing votes in the north of England, becoming the principal challenger to Labour in the north of England and the North East, they see that as part of a long-term strategy.
For 2020, it's what Paul Nuttall said all along, wasn't
exactly.
it? That was the move in on the...
And he's part of it, of course, because Nigel Farage, in a sense, is a symbol, he would know this, of the old southern Kent ex-Tory type
yes,
of UK.
Paul Nuttall certainly isn't that. No.
Isn't that.
No.
And he'll be delighted with this.
Emily, we've got this 2 Liberal Democrat lost deposits already. It's not looking good, is it, for them?
I want to show you some of the races between the Lib Dems and the Conservatives.
Right,
I should
let's
say,
have a look.
A massive caveat around everything we're going to say. We're still feeling a little bit shell-shocked from the sort of figures that the data is throwing up. So bear with us, but bear in mind these are not real results yet. Somerset and Frome, we're looking a lot at the southwest where those battles take place. This is the result, don't forget, from 2010. It is number 15 on the Conservatives' target list, so the kind of place they'd want to pick up on a good night. And this is how it ended last time round. Now, if I just take you to a forecast of the kind of change we're expecting tonight, you can see the Lib Dems down 22%, modest gains for the Conservatives, up 8%, and UKIP also up 7%. But this pattern is something that we're actually going to see reflected if I take you through a few of the battles that is forecast to go Conservative. This one, Hazel Grove in the northwest. This is how it ended last time round, the 2010 result. Interesting to note the Lib Dems don't have an incumbent MP here. They always say they do much better where they're bedded in, where the MP is a familiar face. And if I take you to this forecast here, you can see a big gap between these two parties, which suggests it's going to be gained from the Lib Dems for the Conservatives. Once again, this pattern of what could happen to the Lib Dems' share of the vote, down 20%. This is just a forecast. I'm going to keep saying that throughout the night until we get any proof at all that this is true. But this is one which is a race between the Lib Dems and Labour here. That was the result last time round. Pretty tightly fought. This is what we're forecasting, even with Gordon Birtwistle, a well-known, long-standing Lib Dem MP. A big gap between Labour in first place. This is just a forecast, 45%. The Conservatives hopping over into second place. The Lib Dems pushed down to third. UKIP there in fourth place in the northwest. And one other trend that we've started to notice, and I'll just show you here, is that where there is an incumbent that is a familiar face against a Conservative, the Lib Dems tend, in this forecast, to look as if they'll do better. So if I take you to that one, that was a 2010 result. And you can see the gap here still puts the Conservatives in the lead, suggesting they will take the seat with, around a 10% lead. But if I take you to what's happened to the Lib Dem share of the vote, it's dropping under this forecast, but only by 13%, not the big swings and drops of 20% that I've shown you in some of the earlier ones. We're waiting to see if any of that is actually borne out by the results. David?
Thanks very much indeed. Let's go out and around the country and hear a bit more of the rumour and the gossip. A familiar face from the Daily Politics joins us now, Joe Coburn, who's in Thanet. Joe.
Yeah, Yes, David, we're expecting a night of drama here in Thanet because Nigel Farage is hoping to make it 7th time lucky, or his dream of becoming an MP is over. He says it's finished for good. He'll step down as leader if he loses here tonight. But that exit poll that puts UKIP on just 2 seats won't fill him with great assurance. I spoke to Nigel Farage just before the polls closed at 10 o'clock. He was still knocking on doors canvassing, he said, and that the people he'd been talking to, the feeling on the street there was that the turnout was massively high, but that he was nervous that they were turning out not necessarily to vote for him, but to block him winning the seat. Now, I also spoke to him after the exit poll that put UKIP on just 2 seats. He sounded pretty nonplussed. The whole UKIP campaign is holed up in a hotel very nearby here where they're having a big party, so if they're disappointed by that exit poll, they're certainly not showing it yet. But they will be thinking about where those 2 seats might be. Maybe in Clacton with Douglas Carswell, maybe in Thurrock with Tim Aker, maybe here, but they're not absolutely sure. The Conservatives have thrown everything and everyone, bar David Cameron, at this campaign here in a bid to stop the UKIP leader winning his seat. And there were rumours here tonight that if, in fact, Nigel Farage loses and their candidate Craig McKinley wins, then David Cameron would come here to Thanet to celebrate. Now, there have been queues, apparently, in polling booths across the constituency, backing up that thought from Nigel Farage that the turnout here is very high. But whatever drama we do have, it's not going to happen for some time yet, David, because the declaration's not expected till 6 o'clock in the morning. We're not going to see any of the main characters involved till at least 4 o'clock in the morning. It's very, very tight, but I think the Conservatives are beginning to feel more confident than they did just a few weeks ago.
It's interesting, Joe, because the results from Sunderland suggested that in the northeast UKIP's been doing rather well, which I suppose will be a consolation even if he doesn't get that seat. Of course, he has said he'll resign.
You've switched, so I couldn't hear, David.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not in charge of the switches, Joe. We'll talk to Joe again a bit later on. Let's talk to Naga Munchetty, who's in Newcastle. Naga.
David, let me paint the picture for you here. Newcastle, around 10 miles down the road from Sunderland, which already has had 2 declarations. And when they came through, we had lots of hugs and cheers from the Labour candidates here. Newcastle has tried really hard this time around to beat Sunderland when it came to the declaration. Of course, Sunderland's come first in the past 5 elections. What was hoped this time was here at Northumbria University, a sports hall, a new venue, more counters, 234 counters for the 128 ballot boxes, and a new strategy to try to get the declaration out early. The first box came in at 9 minutes past 10. The last box came in a little later than expected, 17 minutes past 11, but they're hoping that the declaration will come by before midnight, which, compared to the last time round 5 years ago, the first declaration came at just 22 minutes past 3. So some improvement on the declaration times expected here. There are lots of students that have been helping out. They've been running in from the doors there, carrying the boxes through, running through. It's all been rehearsed throughout the day. The rehearsal went pretty well. There is some disappointment, though, that similarly to Sunderland, actually, a couple of wards were delayed by returning the boxes, so that's not helped too much. 3 people a ballot box. They're counting up to 1,000 ballot papers for each box, and interestingly, more votes to be counted. They've had or predicting a 70,000 numbers of votes, and that's out of an electorate of 190,000. So it's a big increase here in the number of votes, but they're also hoping that they're going to beat their time from 2010.
Naga, thank you very much indeed. Just before we move on, Nick, you've got another view on Thanet. And
that's right. Our local BBC reporter, a man called Owen Bennett on the ground, is reporting that a Labour source has told him that UKIP could come third. Nigel Farage could come third.
Because everybody was piling in against him.
Because they're piling in against him, and Tory and Labour are fighting out. Now, it's only one source, a Labour source, who's saying that. Just one very brief thing. We also heard about Ed Balls. He's being cautious about his seat, but the ballot box have only just arrived.
Let's hear from Sammy Wilson of the DUP in Northern Ireland, who I said was going to join us a moment ago. Mr Wilson, just looking at this exit poll, of course, it could be that the DUP are being negotiated with by the Conservatives in order that the Conservatives... I don't know whether you're hearing me because somebody's doing something to your ear. Perhaps you are. Can you hear me now, Mr. Wilson?
OK.
Oh, good, great.
I can hear you, yes.
Thanks. It looks on these figures from the exit poll as you may well be in the position to help David Cameron to number 10. If that's so, what are the conditions that you would make to keep Cameron in office?
Well, I think that, first of all, we'll not jump to conclusions. There are a number of things which have to be considered. First of all, is the exit poll correct? Secondly, how many seats are we going to win here in Northern Ireland? But it's predicted we should get between 7 and 9. And then, of course, what options does David Cameron have? He could run as a minority government and hope that with a disparate opposition he'll never get the opposition parties all colluding against him. Or indeed he might rely on us on one-off votes every so often. But I think that the numbers are probably the outcome that we would have most hoped for, because it gives us the most...
The officer hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Washington and Sunderland West constituency is as follows. Aileen Casey, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 7,321. Bob Dillon, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,033. Gary Stephen Duncan, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 341. Dominic John Haney, Liberal Democrat, 993. Sharon Hodgson, Labour Party, 20,478. That was 20,478. Anthony Murphy, the Green Party, 1,091. And that Sharon Hodgson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So, another example, a safe Labour seat where UKIP have gone into second place with 7,300, the Conservatives in third place, the Liberal Democrats once again losing their deposit. Washington and Sunderland West, a slight increase in the Labour majority. There's the share of the vote. Let's just see the change since last time. And there you see the story. UKIP up 16 percentage points, Conservatives down 3, Liberal Democrats down 14. A swing from Labour to UKIP, 7%. I'm sorry I had to interrupt the DUP representative, Mr. Wilson. I'll come back, if I can, to him later on. The trouble with these events is that we never quite know when a declaration is going to come. And so, when it does, we'll try and bring it to you as fast as we can. I think, I'm now joined not by Mr. Wilson, but by the figure, recognisable figure, of Ed Balls, the Shadow Chancellor. Mr. Balls, thank you very much for joining us. First of all, there's been this story going the rounds on Twitter and all the rest of it that you've been defeated. Have you heard anything about your result yet or not?
David, the ballot boxes haven't even arrived in the count. And they've got to be counted, and then we'll get the results. So I think maybe you should spend less time on Twitter and more time reporting the results when they're actually declared. So far, we've only had 2, and they've both been increases in Labour majorities. So I've fought very hard in my campaign. We'll see what the result is when it arrives in a few hours' time.
OK, well, we know your majority was 1,100 last time, and we'll wait to see, as you say. But turning to the bigger picture, what do you make of the exit poll? I mean, you are at the heart of the Labour campaign and the Labour movement. Is your information that what's happened as bad as the exit poll is making it look? Or do you think the exit poll has just simply got it wrong?
Well, I think the exit poll is a very big surprise to all of us, to all of your pollsters, to Peter, to YouGov, to Nick, to everybody, and we'll have to wait and see whether, in fact, the results bear out the exit poll or all the other opinion polls we've had day after day, including today and yesterday. The thing we can say, David, is even if the exit poll is right, that means the Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition majority has gone from 72 to 0. David Cameron's ability to hang on in Downing Street is on a knife edge. He'd have to reach out to get support from the Ulster Unionists. If the exit poll is wrong just by 10 seats, and all our information is they're very close fights between Labour and Conservatives in seats right across the country, then suddenly David Cameron won't be able to get a majority in the House of Commons, and it will fall to Ed Miliband as leader of the opposition to then put a Queen's speech before Parliament. But that's all speculation. It all depends upon what happens with the results. So far, we've got very little information, and the exit poll is really jarring with everybody else's expectation, but we'll have to wait and see.
The exit poll, which is supported by the results we've had in so far, as John Curtis was pointing out, as being spot on, would suggest that Labour failed to convince the electorate in the country as a whole that it, and you in particular, were capable of handling the economy safely, wouldn't it?
Well, there'll be three things which will have happened. First of all, if the exit poll is right, that would be a terrible result for Labour in Scotland. We've been warning the SNP would let the Conservatives in. That might happen, but we've got lots of really good Labour colleagues. I hope they're going to come back in Scotland and we're going to hold on to Labour seats. The second thing is that Labour will make gains from the Conservative Party in England and Wales. I hope we're going to make a lot more gains than we've seen in this exit poll. We'll have to wait and see. And the third thing, if the exit poll is right, is an absolute collapse in the Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives within the coalition. But actually, stand back from that, what's happened? The coalition majority has gone from 72 to 0. Now, I hope our result is going to be a lot better than that. And as I said, I think it's really in question whether David Cameron will be able to hang on as Prime Minister when he's been set back in this way. He said success for him was a majority. Even on the exit poll, he's not going to get that.
Are you seriously suggesting to us that there is a chance of Ed Miliband becoming Prime Minister on these sort of figures and having what everybody talks about as legitimacy, the thing Labour's gone on about, saying Cameron won't have it? Are you seriously saying that Ed Miliband could be Prime Minister?
I think the reality is, in the end, David, the question of who governs our country and legitimacy is not decided by David Cameron or David Dimbleby or the BBC or anybody else. It's decided by voters in the ballot box who elect members of Parliament to come to Westminster. David Cameron, as Prime Minister, will have the first go at seeing whether he can put together a majority for a Queen's speech. On the exit poll, it's on a knife edge. He maybe just does it with the Ulster Unionists. If the exit poll is wrong, he will be unable to do that because the coalition will have lost its support in Parliament. And then it will be for Labour to put a Queen's speech before Parliament and a Labour budget and see whether there is support in Parliament for that alternative progressive way forward. That is not going to be decided by me or you. It's going to be decided by the people who voted in the ballots here and then the MPs who are elected to Westminster. As you know, that's the Constitution. It's on a knife edge. We'll have to wait and see what the results are.
But I don't want to insult the other parties, but as Jeremy Vine showed a moment ago, it's a pretty big ragbag you have to put together as Labour to get a government formed.
But the way this works is there was a majority for the coalition. On the exit poll, that right of centre majority disappears. If David Cameron cannot get a Queen's speech through Parliament because there is not a right of centre majority, he then can't carry on. Then it's for Ed Miliband, as the centre-centre-left leader, to put his Queen's speech before Parliament and see whether or not there's a majority for that. And the question will be, do the SNP and the Liberal Democrats support a progressive agenda or not? That'll be for them to decide, not for us to decide, and it's not for you to decide either.
No, indeed. One last question. Do you have any words of comfort for Labour in Scotland?
Well, look, we fought a very hard campaign last year and saved our union through that referendum. Since then, the SNP have clearly been benefiting from the aftermath. David Cameron has set out in this election campaign to divide our union, I think to break our union, but I hope Labour MPs, some really good Labour MPs who fought hard for social justice and our National Health Service, will retain their seats in Parliament. And if they don't, and the SNP end up putting David Cameron back in, they will pay a very, very heavy price for what they've done.
Mr. Balls, thanks very much. We look forward to hearing your result later on. Nick, a brief point, and then I want to talk to Sammy Wilson again.
That is a sign of some pretty extraordinary politics to come. Ed Balls is saying, even if the exit poll is broadly right, he said 10 seats wrong, in which case we'd be talking of the Tories still being 50 seats bigger than Labour. He's saying, even if that's the case, if the Tories call themselves the winner, he's saying, no, if they can't get a majority, Ed Miliband would be Prime Minister instead. Constitutionally, quite right, happened in 1924. That's what happened when Ramsay MacDonald, Labour leader, did a deal with Herbert Asquith, Liberal leader, against Baldwin, the Tory leader. But, there'll be lots of people watching the programme that think, if you've got 50 more seats than the second party, surely you've kind of won.
OK. Mr Wilson, we're coming back to you at last. Mr Wilson, can you hear me? Sammy Wilson, are you with me?
I can hear you fine.
Good.
Yes.
Apologies for leaving you before, but we had
I'm with you, yes.
You understand, we had a declaration to go to before. Just pick up briefly where we left off.
I understand, yeah.
In terms of the Northern Irish parties that might support David Cameron, what would the price be? And should we look at these figures and say, oh, well, Cameron's safe, home and dry, because he's got the DUP there and they're bound to go with him?
Well, he can't rely on that. We have said that we will be seeking for support for either of the two parties at Westminster, the two major parties at Westminster. We will be seeking some return for the people of Northern Ireland. And I think that people would expect that. The Prime Minister will, David Cameron will have a number of options. He could run with a minority government and rely on our votes on an occasional basis. There will be a price to pay for that. He could seek to have a formal arrangement with us, and again, there will be a price to pay for that. But the one thing we have said is that the emphasis will be on getting the government at Westminster to recognise the economic difficulties which we have in Northern Ireland and rebalancing the economy to make it less dependent on the public sector, and we will want some help with that. And secondly, recognising that because of the years of conflict that we have had here in Northern Ireland, terrorism, and the impact that that has on the infrastructure of the province, that we'll be looking for some help from the government to rebuild the economy. We want the government to help to make us and help us in our endeavours to make Northern Ireland more self-reliant and not reliant on the public purse from Westminster.
So as I understand it, there's a price. You haggle over the price. How much money you want in return for support for a Conservative government?
There will be a price. There will be a price. Any party is going to exact a price if the government of the day wishes to have support from them. We're no different, and we have outlined that the kinds of things that we want the government to give attention to are helping us to rebuild the economy of Northern Ireland, and some of that will require expenditure, some of it will simply require that the government, when it passes laws at Westminster, makes tax changes, for example, are cognizant of the detrimental impact and sometimes the disproportionate impact that it could have on regions such as Northern Ireland, and compensate for that.
Mr Wilson, thank you very much indeed. Jeremy, can we join you, because we haven't seen you for a bit?
Yeah, well, about an hour ago, I said to you I would show you how close the winning party under our forecast has got to the door of number 10 here. So let's do that very thing now. And let's just first of all have a look and remind ourselves of the winning line. 326 seats in the House of Commons, an overall majority, gets the leader of the winning party through the door of number 10 and straight into government. And we can see now with our forecast what has happened. So let's have a look. Let's bring on the Conservative seats as we are forecasting them. And here they come, rattling down Downing Street here. Now, just to say, we have actually named seats that we are forecasting will go blue. By the time we get to the end of the line here, the forecast is very, very tight indeed. It's almost 50-50, so a really important rider for you. When I show you some of the names here, if it's your seat, don't go to bed thinking it's all over. These are so tight, we may have to reattribute them later. But this remains our forecast. 316 seats, and by the way, the Conservatives closer to the line than they were 5 years ago. Next, Labour, come on. Let's bring on the Labour seats. Here we go. 239, slightly adjusted, just by a couple since we started this programme. Down 19, a terrible result for Labour if the figures bear this out. So how have the Conservatives done it? Let's look at these forecasts here and let's pick our way down the end of the path where they become more and more marginal. Croydon Central, it was expected that the red tanks would just go over that. It stayed Conservative. Gedling was a Labour seat. Vernon Coker in there, very personally popular, looks to have gone Conservative under our forecast. Everyone talks about Nuneaton in these elections. 1 o'clock declaring it's a Conservative seat, Marcus Jones, the MP. It's now thought to be staying Conservative, and that was not expected, certainly under the polling that we've had in the last few weeks. Ipswich, similarly, Benedict Gummer stays Conservative under this forecast. And then 2 important London seats, Ealing Central and Acton, Angie Bray, Brentford and Isleworth, Mary MacLeod, they would both, under our forecast, stay Conservative. Now, you'll see these hexagons that we've got here are greyed out. When the forecasts become real results, we will put them in solid blue for you. But at the moment, as I stress again and again, towards the end, we're not totally sure. But just a couple more for you. Really interesting. Brighton, Kent Town, we were watching closely up there. Simon Kirby, the MP, he stays in Parliament under this prediction. Not expected. Hove, just moving back a little bit here. Mike Weatherly, standing down from Parliament, but his seat stays blue. But these are 2 terrible results for the Lib Dem, just at the end of the line. Very, very marginal. We're not totally certain, we're not calling it, but the forecast says that Steve Webb, the Pensions Minister in Thornbury, and Norman Baker, another big Lib Dem personality in Lewis, lose their seats to the Conservative. So that's a sense of exactly where the Conservatives have made those really fractional tight gains that have taken them right up to the line, you see there, and brought them so close to going back into government. As for Labour, some way back, worth us looking at the seats at the end of the Labour path. Now, you might expect them to be Labour seats that they've only just held. They're not. They're actually gains. So we see there Wolverhampton South West, Paul Uppal, that's a gain. He was Conservative. Cardiff North, again, was a Conservative seat. Jonathan Evans, the MP, Labour have taken that under our forecast. And also, we're forecasting Waveney, very, very tight. Peter Aldous was the MP going Labour. So how is it, you're thinking, that Labour can be gaining seats and yet be down almost 20 seats on the result in 2010? And the result, of course, is just one word. It's Scotland. If Scotland's losses for Labour are as big as the exit poll suggests, they needed to offset them with far more gains than we're seeing them make tonight. All exit poll, all forecasting, add that rider constantly. But, David, that's the path as it's looking now from our virtual Downing Street.
Jeremy, thanks very much. Just one point, Peter. You're saying you think that the 316, which is below the 323 if Sinn Féin don't turn up, or 326, not that they will, you think 316 is enough? There's no fuss about governing with that?
If the Conservatives end up with 316 seats, David Cameron will govern alone. Absolutely, without question. Sammy Wilson just now made the key point. You need parties of complete opposites to gang up against the Tories. They will lose the occasional votes in Parliament. My judgment is, above 310, the Conservatives govern alone, no problem. If it drifts down to 300, they certainly need some support from the DUP. If they're down to 290, that would imply the Lib Dems are in the 20s and not around 10.
But your point is that at 310 or at 315, the Prime Minister would, in effect, challenge the other parties to bring him down. Yes. And they would only do that if they thought they would benefit by having another, either a Miliband government or another general election.
That's right. And look, you know, on the continent, where you're much more used to having this wide variety of parties, it's quite common for governments to govern quite comfortably with slightly less than half the seats. We may be entering sort of continental politics, and 316, quite enough. Below 300, it becomes trickier. 316, fine.
OK. Have you got any news just to update us before we go to Andrew
I think
Neil?
it's just worth saying, as Nick was suggesting, that the public, many members of the public might find Ed Ball's contention that Miliband could govern from these kinds of numbers pretty hard to take, but also lots of Labour MPs, Labour candidates, privately, when you talk to them about this, are very cautious about having any part in anything that might look like a government of the losers, as some of them have put it to me. And I think that would be very, very difficult for the Labour leadership to manage if they tried that strategy.
Okay. You'll keep us up to date with Twitter soon, I'd hope, too. Are people reacting fast to all this? From the
They are. Lots of
MPs?
surprise and shock at the exit poll.
Right. But we've only had, what is it, 3 declarations. Andrew.
Thank you, David. We're going to go to North London now. We're going to speak to the leader of the Green Party, Natalie Bennett. Natalie Bennett, our exit poll suggests there could be 2 Green MPs, one more than you've got at the moment. Could that be you?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. You know, a doubling of the number of MPs in Parliament would obviously be a huge advance for the Green Party, which I'm sure is going to be reflected with a massive increase in our vote. But I think that, you know, it would be a really good time for the next few hours for the media to stay calm and just wait for the actual results rather than these really highly uncertain and very surprising overall exit poll suggestions.
Well, I can assure you we're very calm here. In the end, there was no green surge, was there? Didn't really happen.
Well, I think what we've got to do is actually wait to see what the results are like. I mean, what I was finding today on the streets of Holborn and St Pancras was a huge amount of enthusiasm for the Green Party, for our policies, and indeed for my candidacy. You know, we're really seeing lots of young voters, first-time voters coming out, and that is really greatly encouraging. We've seen our membership more than quadruple over the past year. The Green surge is just beginning, and we'll be looking from tomorrow onwards to build on that with what looks likely to be, you know, a doubling of our parliamentary representation. If
the exit poll is right and the Conservatives are as big a party as the poll predicts, you're not going to get any of your anti-austerity policies, are you?
Well, I think what we're going to see is a considerable period of uncertainty if the exit poll is right. And I would stress that, you know, I think it would be better to wait a little while. The Green Party has made it very clear our position. We'll do everything we possibly can to ensure that we don't have a Tory government after the disastrous, damaging impact of the past 5 years. So that's what we'll be doing. We're very clear about that. The voters knew that. And let's wait and actually see what happens tomorrow morning. And also, I think one of the important things to say is really let's not rush into decisions. Let's not rush into working out the way forward. Let's think slowly and calmly and sit down and think about it rather than any kind of, you know, rush into decisions we might regret later.
Natalie Bennett, you've had a bit of a rough old campaign. It's been a difficult one for you. If you don't add an extra MP, if you still only got 1, or it's even worse than that, and your share of the vote's nothing spectacular, you think you're going to pack it in, or you may even face a leadership challenge?
Well, I was elected by Green Party members unopposed about 9 months ago to serve a 2-year term. I've been the leader through the period in which we've quadrupled, in which we've seen a 50% increase in our European Parliament representation, in which the Green Party has taken its place at the centre of the stage in the new age of multi-party politics. I'll be serving out my full 2-year term.
All right, we'll take that. You're still up for the fight. Natalie Bennett, thank you for that. And back here, up in the gods, we're joined by Michael Fallon, the Defence Minister. If the exit poll turns out to give the Tories about 317 seats, and you need 323, would it be your instinct to govern as a minority government with that number of seats?
I think it's far too early to speculate on that. I mean, you've had the exit poll. You've only had 3 actual declarations and seats so far.
I asked what you're in, not to speculate. I'm not asking that. I'm asking what your instinct would be.
I think it's too early to think of instinct and all the rest of it.
Really? You've not given any thought to this?
Well, I've certainly just heard Ed Ball suggest extraordinarily that if they were 50 seats behind us, they could claim some kind of legitimacy. Let me quote Harriet Harman. She said at the beginning of this campaign, you can't form a coalition unless you're the largest party. If we lose seats, we will not be the largest.
I mean, I ask you about your instinct, and you quote Harriet Harman to me. How does that work?
Well, I do, because I've just heard Ed Balls suggest there might be some legitimacy in a Labour Party that is 50 seats behind the Conservatives.
He was making the point that if
David Cameron could not command a majority in the House of Commons, then Ed Miliband would be asked to form a government. That is a statement of constitutional fact.
It would be a government of the walking wounded.
But
No, it isn't actually.
Constitutional
The cabinet manual is very clear. It says there has to be a clear alternative. Now, Ed Miliband couldn't actually do that because he would be supported by the SNP, and that wouldn't work for two reasons. One is he said he wouldn't do it, and the other is he would have no legitimacy at all if he was supported by
I don't think you can
people
attack Ed Miliband, Ed Balls, just for pointing out a constitutional fact. If David Cameron can't form a government and can't get a majority in the House of Commons for his Queen's speech, then the constitutional fact is that the next person to be asked would be Ed Miliband.
But my point to you, which is why I asked the question...
But only if there's a clear alternative, and clearly he couldn't do it.
David Cameron, when he started the coalition with Nick Clegg, when he went to see the Queen, he didn't say, I'm going to do a coalition with Nick Clegg. He went to see the Queen because Gordon Brown had lost the confidence of the House of Commons, and he knew that because Nick Clegg had made it clear.
But Ed Balls is suggesting he could be in that position if he was 50 seats behind the Conservatives.
That's still a statement of fact.
No, it's
right,
not
can we come back to you?
And your alliance with
Ed
the
Balls
UP.
as spokesman. Are you in danger, your party, of being replaced by UKIP as the second party of the north of England?
No, you've only seen 3 seats in one city.
In which UKIP have done rather well.
And they have done well. But it's only one city. It's only one place in the north.
It's quite indicative, though, isn't it? I mean, what Sunderland is quite a typical town in the north, in the industrial north.
The swing to Labour was lower than your exit poll, so they may well have been taking votes from Labour as well as the Conservatives.
I'm not doubting that, but what is clear is that the Conservatives are not taking votes from Labour in the north of England, and that you're already largely an irrelevance in Scotland, and your risk is that you now become an irrelevance in the northern industrial towns because Labour is the dominant party and UKIP becomes the challenger.
No, Sunderland was never a happy hunting ground for Conservatives. We've never held any kind of seat in Sunderland, but we have other seats in the north. We're holding Stockton South at the moment. We hope we'll hold that at the end of tonight.
Sure, well.
There are other marginal seats in the north, like in the northwest, like Carlisle, that we also expect to hold. So it's not right to say the Conservatives are not in the northeast.
Would you prefer to repeat the coalition with Paddy Ashdown's party, or would you rather do a deal with your friends in the DUP?
Well, you're asking me to speculate again on the basis
No, I'm asking for your opinion.
Well, you're not going to get my opinion because I think it's too early. Because I think it's far too early.
We found a subject that Michael Fallon hasn't got an opinion on. When did that happen?
You have, because I think it's too early to speculate on, on the number of seats we're likely to have on the basis of simply one exit poll and only 3 declarations. We've a long night ahead of us.
Yeah, but
we're going to get real results.
Excuse me. During the campaign, you were perfectly happy to give your opinion on this. You said, we're not seeking another coalition with the Liberal Democrats. We've done that. We want to govern on our own.
Yes, we're working for a majority. We're still hoping for a majority.
But Michael Gove did say that the exit poll was at the top end of your expectations.
Well, that's what Michael said. But
were you surprised? Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised or
by the
unsurprised. I'm cautious about these exit polls until I see some actual results. We've worked flat out for a majority. I hope we can get a majority, but the night is young. We've yet to see how these seats pan out.
All right, we'll leave it there. Let's go back to David.
Thanks very much, Andrew. We've got rumours coming in that George Galloway, Respect Party in Bradford, may have lost the seat. Do you confirm that?
Not confirming.
No.
Very clear, we're not confirming, but there are whispers and rumours at the Bradford West count that George Galloway is struggling against the Labour candidate. Now, of course, a hugely controversial figure, very popular in some parts of that city, and won the constituency in a by-election. It would be a great result for Labour, this, because they had a terrible time. They had a candidate, shambles, really, last-minute reselections. A candidate then pulled out and finally settled on a campaigner, a woman called Naz Shah. Many Labour big guns have gone into campaign for her. It would be a very good result for them on a very bad night, what it looks like if they take it.
One other thing before we go out to see other things around the country. John Curtis, Professor Curtis, who did the exit poll, is now saying that it looks fairly certain now that UKIP will be the 3rd party as a result of this election in the popular vote in Great Britain. UKIP will be 3rd. OK, a familiar figure, the Mayor of London, going to his count at Uxbridge. Let's just see him. And being, as he does everywhere he goes, being...
What do you make of the exit poll? Well, let's see the full results. So I have to say that if those exit numbers are confirmed throughout the night, then obviously it is a very, very clear victory for the Conservatives and a very bad night for Labour.
Who would you do a deal with if you were leader? Would you do it with the Lib Dems or someone in Northern Ireland?
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
And what does it mean for your leadership ambitions, Boris, if David Cameron has done so well? What does it mean for your leadership ambitions if David Cameron has done so well?
I think it is a very, very clear victory.
Muttering from Boris Johnson there, and of course it means his leadership ambitions are put on hold for 5 years.
Would be on hold for some time, yes. Well, no, I don't think anybody quite believes that what David Cameron said, that he could really be leader right till 2020, if that is he's won and he carries on as Prime Minister, but there'd be a wait, David, wouldn't there be? Quite a long wait.
OK, let's go over to Scotland in a moment, Emily. Can we do that? And we've been hearing that maybe Labour have held on to 5 seats in Scotland, possibly 3 of them in Edinburgh. What do the polls show? Am I going ahead of you on that?
You might be. The story that we are expecting from the exit poll, at least, is this enormous surge for the SNP. And the interesting thing is, at the beginning of this campaign, we didn't even pick up marginal seats between the Labour Party and the SNP. It seemed inconceivable that we would be talking about the kind of takeovers that this forecast now suggests. If I can just show you a couple of the seats we've picked out. This is Glasgow South, a very well-heeled area. Hampden Park is in there. For the SNP to take this, it would need a swing of some 16%. You can see where Labour is right now on 52% share of the vote, nearly half. The SNP in second place. Let me just show you what our prediction is. It's just a forecast at the moment, but it would have the SNP swapping with Labour to get more than half the share of the vote, 55%, pushing Labour down 29%. Just have a look what that would look like. We saw those predicted falls for the Lib Dems in the southwest, a very similar figure predicted for Labour in Scotland. Let me show you one more. This is Edinburgh North and Leith. Now, they would need a 24% swing to take this. Seems almost impossible. This time, the Lib Dems in second place, the SNP in real life, as it were in fourth position. If the forecast is right, they could be taking this on something like 44%, taking this and more on a swing of 24%. That's Edinburgh North and Leith. Let me just show you one more, Glenrothes, where again the SNP need a swing of more than 20%. It's been a strong Labour hold. 60% of the vote was what Labour received last time round. And if I show you what the predicted or the forecast change here, Labour down a whopping 28%. Gains of up to 35% for the SNP. These are just forecasts. They're not real results. We won't get the first proper sign-in from Scotland for another hour or so. But that's what the exit poll would predict if we can extrapolate onto individual seats.
Well, that's interesting. Let's go to Edinburgh and join Sarah Smith and see what she thinks about this. Sarah Smith, first of all, maybe we could talk about what happened to Labour, but have you heard that there may be 5 Labour holds in Scotland, including 3 in Edinburgh?
I would be surprised if there were 3 in Edinburgh. Labour activists here are fairly confident of holding Edinburgh South, reasonably confident of Edinburgh North and Leith. Emily was just mentioning there, it would be a very, very good result for Labour if they were to hold 3 of Edinburgh's 5 seats. Edinburgh is fascinating because it is a real test of whether or not the predicted SNP surge can penetrate into areas of the country that they've never reached before, because Edinburgh's never had an SNP MP, and Edinburgh voted very heavily no in the independence referendum, 61% no in the referendum, which was well above the national average. So the question is, how many no voters here have lent their votes to the SNP? All over Scotland there are people who voted no in the referendum voting SNP, and how much tactical voting is there to try and stop the SNP? If Labour do hold on to those seats, there's one Edinburgh South where they have the smallest majority in the country, only 316 votes in it, but they're very confident of keeping that one because they think so many Tories and Liberal Democrats will come over to them to stop the SNP. So if we do see this result in Edinburgh, it will be the result of some pretty canny, tactical anti-SNP voting.
How far back in political history do you have to go to explain the collapse of Labour, though, in Scotland? I mean, is it post-referendum, or was it long before that that Labour's support began to crumble?
Well, electorally, you started to see it in 2007 when they lost control of the Scottish Parliament. And then in the Holyrood elections in 2011, they had a really terrible result and the SNP got an overall majority there. So that's when you started seeing it at the ballot boxes. If you talk to people, though, who've switched from Labour to the SNP, you hear a very similar story again and again. They mention Tony Blair and they mention the Iraq War, so we're going way back to the beginning of this century. And then they talk about how a London-led Labour Party has moved away from the values of a party of Keir Hardie, John Smith, Donald Dewar, that it just doesn't feel like it's their party anymore. And the SNP have been very clever at moving into that space on the left and saying that they're the socially progressive party who represent the Labour values that people think that the London leadership, who've gone a bit too far to the right, have maybe left behind.
Sarah, thank you very much. I hope we can talk to you later on when we have these more of the results in. Let's just have a look. You've got a point to make here.
Very briefly, another potential story in Scotland, which wouldn't be a huge surprise, but would be very bad for the Liberal Democrats. Alan Roden, who's the Scottish political editor of the Daily Mail, suggesting a senior Lib Dem source is accepting that Danny Alexander has lost his seat.
Chief Secretary to the Treasury in the coalition government. Well, the newspapers have their ear to the ground just as much as BBC journalists, and here are the headlines of tomorrow's papers, accepting pretty well what the exit poll says. The Sun, swinging exit poll shot, swinging the Blues. The Daily Mirror, a black page with 5 more damned years, query. The Telegraph, Conservative supporting paper, Cameron will hold on to power, say exit polls. And the Herald from Scotland, landslide for SNP as poll puts Tories back in number 10. We're joined by David Dismore, the editor of The Sun. Thank you very much for joining us. Public opinion is obviously going to be very important, and newspapers have been urging people to do this and that and the other. What is your view on how the public as a whole will take this at this stage? We've only got an exit poll and 3 seats declared.
Yeah, the curse of being an editor at a time like this when you're working on exit polls and barely a seat declared. So we're very much caveating everything. I think that if the results come out as predicted, then it is a clear victory, I think, for the Conservatives. After months and months of the polls not moving at all, suddenly there is this massive surge which leaves Labour in a very sorry position compared to where the Prime Minister is.
Where do you think, because you're close to opinion, have reporters out all over the place watching it, Mr. Dinsmore, where do you think public opinion will stand? If there is, we've heard politicians talking about, oh, the public wouldn't accept this, they wouldn't accept that. Are there any circumstances in which an Ed Miliband government might be accepted if the numbers in the House of Commons stacked up for him, despite the fact that David Cameron was the leading party?
Yeah, no, I don't think they'd stand for it at all. I think if it comes to pass, we hear that turnout is very high. Clearly, a lot of people have a vested interest in this. If you try and cobble something together from a long way back, it's just not going to work. And I believe that if the Tories are above 305, 310, they'll look to run a minority administration, which I think can actually be quite stable. You just have to look at what the SNP did in Scotland in 2007, and it worked very well for them.
There was a famous election when it was the Sun what won it. What does the Sun think of this? You came out for the Tories in England and for the SNP in Scotland. Was that Murdoch's view, your view? I don't know where we stand on these sort of issues.
I think that's the view of the country just now. If the day that the Sun has the same headline in Scotland and England will be the day that the Union, the constitutional crisis, really, which it is now, has been solved. And you've got a case where there is a group of people in Scotland who think one way and a group of people in England that think a completely different way. And our papers in those areas with separate editorial teams reflect that view.
And does Rupert Murdoch tell you what to say and the Scottish Sun what to say, and therefore want the breakup of the Union?
No, I don't think that means it's the breakup of the Union. Far from it. And I think if you read our leader in Scotland, it caveated that we're a long way from voting for independence. And indeed, many of the people who are lending their votes to the SNP in Scotland aren't backing independence, but they want to have a strong SNP voice in Westminster. Not something that necessarily we think is best for the country south of the border.
Mr. Dinsmore, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Get back to writing your headline. I hope you don't have to change it, because you'll be up all night if these results... We've only had 3 in, and we're all talking about an exit poll. But thank you very much for joining us. And we're joined by Robert Peston. What is the reaction, if there has been a reaction, from the markets and the city and the world at large? I know there was problems in the bond market today and all that, and the oil prices. Has the British election had any impact at all?
It has, yeah.
Has it?
There's been a pretty pronounced immediate rise in the value of sterling, 1% on overseas markets. Why is that? It's because for weeks and weeks we've had polls saying the election was too close to call and implying that we'd have days of negotiations about who was going to be in office. Now looks pretty clear, or if the exit poll is correct, that the Tories will be back. What investors like is certainty. Some investors like the Tories, but actually broadly, this is just a vote in the markets for knowing who is going to be governing us. So the pound has risen. I would expect it, if the exit poll turns out to be correct, I would expect there to be a further rise in sterling tomorrow. And actually, there are certain classes of share which will rise. Banks, which investors felt were threatened by, Ed Miliband, some of their share prices will rise. Some energy companies' share prices will rise on the back of this.
So Ed Balls and Ed Miliband together, if that had happened, you'd have been sitting here saying the markets are falling, the world's, dark clouds over the British economy. Really?
I'm not sure I would be saying that, because, as I say, there's been a consistent theme from the exit polls, and markets were discounting uncertainty. As soon as you get certainty, markets then claw back the losses. Sterling has been weakening, and therefore all that's happening is it's clawing back the ground that it lost.
Nick?
I wonder if business and the markets would quite quickly move, though, to consider a different sort of worry, which is a minority Conservative government would find itself in a very similar position to John Major's government. In other words, threatened by a force within 30, 50, 100 Conservatives, very heavily Eurosceptic, driving the Prime Minister to take tougher and tougher positions in his negotiation with Europe that he's promised. So not in the short term, but in the medium term, it's not necessarily the case.
But that's a very, very important point, Nick. I mean, in the sense that if you talk to people who run big businesses, and in particular, if you talk to people who run big banks, they do not like the uncertainty caused by the Tory pledge to have a referendum. And therefore, whatever euphoria one sees in the next few days could very easily be wiped out quite quickly.
Robert, thank you very much indeed. Let's now, it's after midnight, just before 10 past midnight. 3 results in only, as you know. We're still dependent on this exit poll, and we keep saying, and it's very important to remember, this is an exit poll, it is not actual results. So that caveat has to be entered all the time. It may not be the upshot that we've been talking about, and the exit poll suggests the upshot may be different. Let's go through the... Well, there's not very much to see at the moment because of those only 3 results coming through in the piazza at New Broadcasting House in the centre of London, but there is the map of the United Kingdom waited to be filled in, and Sophie Rayworth is there with her friends, voters she'll be talking to later on. But for the moment, let's have the news. And we join Rita Chakrabarti.
Thanks, David. Well, the parties have been reacting to that dramatic exit poll with a mixture of relief, shock and caution. The poll suggests that the Conservatives will be the largest party with 316 seats, 77 ahead of Labour, but still short of an overall majority. It also predicts a huge rise in seats for the Scottish National Party and heavy losses for the Liberal Democrats. We've also had the first clutch of declarations. Houghton and Sunderland South was first, returning the Labour candidate Bridget Phillipson with a majority of over 12,000. Our political correspondent Chris Mason has the story of the night so far.
The prediction from the exit poll is clear. The Conservatives will remain the largest party and with more seats than they had. Here is how the poll suggests the Commons might look. The Tories as the biggest party, Labour losing seats, the SNP soaring from 6 to 58, the Liberal Democrats tumbling back to just 10, and it predicts the Welsh Nationalist Plaid Cymru will have 4, UKIP and the Greens 2 each.
I believe it could be right, yes. And if it is right, then it means that the Conservatives have clearly won this election and Labour have clearly lost it.
We'll have to wait and see whether, in fact, the results bear out the exit poll or all the other opinion polls we've had day after day, including today and yesterday.
If this exit poll is right, Andrew, I will publicly eat my hat on your programme.
Have you got a hat?
No, but I'll get one, especially for the
Can
occasion.
I get the hat?
You can get the hat, providing it's made of marzipan.
Good morning. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, here voting with her husband earlier today, might just have the biggest smile in the UK this evening, with the exit poll suggesting the SNP will win every seat in Scotland, bar one.
We should treat it with huge caution. And as good as a night we're hoping for here in Scotland for the SNP, I think 58 seats is quite unlikely.
But never mind the exit poll, it's real votes that count. If democracy was an Olympic sport, this is what the sprint finish would look like. Sunderland prides itself on declaring its results quickly.
Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
These safe Labour seats have been held by Labour, with UKIP finishing second. Another developing story to keep an eye on as the night rolls on. And yes, the night is still young. Chris Mason, BBC News.
In other election news, the name of a UKIP candidate was left off ballot papers delivered to one polling station in Darlington. Darlington Borough Council says 89 ballot papers without David Hodgson's name were issued before the problem was noticed. New papers were distributed and voting continued as normal. Mr Hodgson said there were serious questions for the council to answer. Leeds City Council sent in extra staff to the city's Pudsey constituency to tackle very long queues at polling stations. Pudsey is a key Conservative Labour marginal constituency with 1,600 Conservative majority in the last election. There were reports that voters were choosing to go home rather than wait to vote. Hackney Council has blamed IT problems after several hundred residents turned up at polling stations and found their names weren't on the council's printed register. A spokeswoman for the council, which covers the East London constituencies of Hackney North and Stoke Newington and Hackney South and Shoreditch, said it was aware of the problems and had resolved the vast majority of cases. Well as elections in all 650 constituencies for the Westminster Parliament, many parts of the country have voted in local elections. More than 9,000 council seats have been contested across 279 English local authorities. Voters were also selecting mayors in Bedford, Copeland, Leicester, Mansfield, Middlesbrough and Torbay. Well, that's all for me for the moment. Now it's back to David.
Welcome back to our election centre here at the BBC, and we're joined by Yvette Cooper, who's standing for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford. Yvette Cooper, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, you're one of the people...
Good evening, or good morning, David.
Good morning. One of those people tipped to be a potential leader of the Labour Party. Is Ed Miliband in trouble if our exit poll is correct?
I don't think that's the situation we're in at all. I'm very sceptical about this exit poll result. It really doesn't reflect the discussions that I've had with candidates all over the country, the visits that I've had to target seats and the response that we've had on the doorstep today. So I know that you've had other people in the studio also really puzzled by the exit poll results, including some of the pollsters, but also the other parties. So I think this is just one of those nights where we are going to have to wait until the results come in, because, you know, the exit poll you've got really doesn't fit with, I think, a lot of people's experience and all of the other polls as well.
Of course, it could be that your experience on the doorstep and what people do when they get into the polling booths are two different things. Maybe people were just being encouraging to Labour supporters all over the country, and we know you tried to bombard as many as you could. But when it came to the vote, they thought, Labour, the economy, maybe not.
Well, that's why we'll have to wait for the results. I mean, I think, look, even if this exit poll is right, what it actually reflects is Labour winning constituencies off the Conservatives. We know that there are a lot of those individual constituencies which are very tight, and so we'll have to wait for the precise results for those. It does also reflect what we know has been a very difficult time for Labour in Scotland. And within the coalition, you've seen what seems to be a loss of Liberal Democrat seats to Conservatives, if this poll is right. But even if this poll is right, the overall impact of that is that the coalition has lost its majority. It had a majority of 73. That now seems to have disappeared. And that, I think, does mean that, you know, what David Cameron said was that he was aiming to win a majority. He has failed to do that. And it does look that, like, this is very difficult, even on this exit poll, for him to command the confidence of the House of Commons. And so that does mean, obviously, then he couldn't form a government even on that basis. So we will have to wait until the final results come through and until the polls are actually counted in every constituency. But I think, you know, it's a very complex picture that we've got.
It is complex, but I mean, your first thought surely can't be, yippee, the exit poll shows David Cameron can't form a government.
Well, look, our first thought, I'm afraid, is to be puzzled, you know, as I said, because it doesn't reflect, you know, many of the conversations, the response we've had, including the response that we've had today, which was, you know, Labour voters coming out to vote with great enthusiasm. They're responding to the 5 million conversations that we've had across the country, and our candidates, our party members, supporters, party staff, nationally and locally, working immensely hard, and the strong campaign that we've run. So we will need to wait until we see those results come through, because, as I said, it doesn't reflect, our experience doesn't reflect the exit poll that you have.
And you, just lastly, have no qualms about the campaign you ran, nor about the way that Ed Miliband led it?
No, I think Eddie Miliband has led a really strong campaign across the country with so many people out on the doorstep. And we've seen that, so many people joining the party, being involved in our campaign. So that's why I think we really need to wait till we've got those results in, because I think we should pay tribute to their hard work right across the country and see what the results are. The only results we've had so far, unless you've had any in the last few minutes while I've been waiting to come through to you, have obviously been the 2 Labour constituencies where we've seen an increased Labour majority, which is obviously very welcome for Bridget Phillipson and for Sharon Hodgson, who are great MPs.
No, we're still on 3, and we've only had safe Labour seats, so you can be quite confident in congratulating the winners of those 3 seats. Yvette Cooper, thank you very much for joining us. Should we have a look at the battleground now? Because we're waiting. I should say, of course, we will get a lot of results, and we knew there was going to be a pause at this stage before they started tumbling in, but round about 1:30 till about 2:30 or 3, we should get a much clearer picture of what's happening. In the meantime, Jeremy, give us your picture of what you think's happening or is going to happen.
Well, David, I think it'd be really interesting to have a look at the seats that Labour were targeting in order and work out, if the forecasts are correct, what has gone wrong for Labour. Now, the map you can see below me is the 2010 general election result. You can see the colours painted by the parties. Let's have a look at what we're calling the Labour battleground here. So each board has 32 seats on it, and the most marginal, the tightest contest in 2010 is the top left. So Warwickshire North, for example, just 54 votes in it. Really tight win for the Conservatives. Dan Biles was the MP there. He's standing down anyway. Thurrock, very tight. Hendon, Cardiff North, Sherwood, all Conservative, but only just. So if you're in Labour High Command and you're thinking, which seats are we going to get? Where are we targeting? These should be the easiest. In fact, this first board, 32 seats, they really need to go through this like a knife through butter, because remember, they need, and they knew this before today, they would need to offset losses in Scotland and to increase the number of seats in the House of Commons to have any chance of catching the Conservatives. So now we will see what we think under our forecast has happened. So let's have a look. I get it to change. And you can see, immediate impression here is that even on the first board, the 32 seats that ideally from Labour's point of view, they would just put red over with a splash of paint and that be it, and we'd be on to the second board. Even here, they are being stopped by Conservative blue on this side of the board. Let's just take it from the left-hand side. We think, as our forecast, some of these, again, 50-50 seats. We may flip them during the night. But these ones, these first 4, we do have going Labour. But it's on the 5th seat on the board that they get stopped by Sherwood, MP there, Conservative Mark Spencer. Where there's a flash on the right-hand side of the rectangle, that's the party that had the seat before. So you see here, interestingly, we've got a green gain here in Norwich South, where the MP was Liberal Democrat. But that's a bit of a sideshow as far as the Labour battleground is concerned. So we have Anna Soubry holding on in Broxtowe. Again, very tight call by us. We may adjust that later. That's what we've got so far. And then even on this second column, you've got 3 Conservative blue seats holding out. And then 3 again on the next column, and then even more over here. So we've got Corby and Brentford and Isleworth and Hove and Enfield North. Even on the first page, Labour are failing to do what they had to do. Let's go to the second page. Here we go. So we bring it on, and this is our forecast of the second page. These are seats now 33 to 64. So these are less marginal, but still really tight contest last time, and actually Labour should have been washing this in red to have any chance of forming a majority or even just being the largest single party. Now, again, from the top, you can see what's happened here. And interestingly, our forecast says that they have, or they will have gained under our forecast, Burnley from the Liberal Democrats. So this underlines the horror show that the Lib Dems are having tonight. Dundee East was SNP, so no one ever thought Labour would get that. But worth saying, Stuart Hosey, their deputy leader, looks like under our forecast coming back in. All part of the Scotland story. We then have the SNP kicking the Lib Dems out and Joe Swinson, their minister in Dunbartonshire East. But let's just concentrate on Labour here. Look at how they're failing here. They needed to take these seats. Nuneaton we've got as Conservative. That comes in about, we think, maybe in the next hour or so. Has that stayed Conservative? Marcus Jones stays in there. Gloucester, Richard Graham, and through the board we go. Bury North and Kingswood and Erewash and Blackpool North, all staying blue. Wirral West, Esther McVeigh still in Parliament. It was thought she was really in a tight fight there. Cannock Chase was Labour in the Blair years, and now we've got it staying blue. So you see, this is board 3. Really, really tough fight for Labour. Not really making gains here. And here we have now these next seats are seats 70, 80, 90, much harder. By this stage, Labour needed a 5% swing to take, say, Great Yarmouth. They have, it seems, got nowhere near it. In fact, where is the Labour gain on this board? The answer is, and this is quite interesting, come down here, Redcar, which was Lib Dem, goes Labour under our forecast. Some of these 50-50 under the forecast. But another Labour gain, Hornsey and Wood Green, starts to establish a pattern, doesn't it, of this Lib Dem collapse, where their seats are the most vulnerable. And our final board here, Labour were trying here to make gains, but this was hard. This was seats 100 and so on their target list, so they aren't making much progress here, except against the Lib Dems. Now, I'll just show you the Conservative attack battleground next, and this now shows the seats that the Conservatives could be attacking. And here we have to say an important thing. The Conservatives are looking at Labour seats that were won under Gordon Brown, i.e. in a very difficult election for Labour. And given the assumption that Ed Miliband is performing a bit better than Gordon Brown, the red seats were always going to be hard to take. But let's look at what we think under our forecast has happened. So here you see. Indeed, the red seats were hard to take. So Hampstead, which was Glenda Jackson's seat, we forecast stays red, and Bolton West stays red, and so on. First gain for the Conservatives, though. Look at this. Solihull, and which party had it before? You see the flash on the side? Was Lib Dem. The same with Mid-Dorset and North Pool. Annette Brooke was Lib Dem. Let's keep going down. Derby North, they gained from Labour. We'll see about that. Some of these results, very tight, cool, all forecasts. I keep adding the rider. Wells, Tessa Munt loses her seat there. St Austell, Somerton and Frome, David Heath, St Ives. Again, Lib Dem. Look at what the Conservatives have done. They weren't able to make headway against Labour because if those seats were won under Gordon Brown, they were not going to be very vulnerable in 2015. But my goodness, they're carving up their own coalition partners, aren't they? And in fact, we go through to the next board. So seats 33 onwards, seats 40, 50, 60, those targets. And again, you see the pattern here. Look at the seats the Conservatives are taking. And what have we got down there? Cheadle from the Lib Dems. Eastbourne, same again. Eastleigh, we've got them down as taking. Berwick, Alan Beith's old seat. Again, Lib Dem. And we see, by the way, sideshow, the SNP taking Lib Dem seats as well. So, one more board for you. Here we go. More Conservative attack seats, much harder to get. And again, have a look. You see here, Cheltenham, Brecon Radnor, Carshalton, Tom Brake's seat, Devon North. So, it's extraordinary, isn't it, that the Conservatives are going deep into the territory of their coalition partners, taking seats that were almost off their own target list because the Lib Dems are so vulnerable. They haven't taken many Labour seats. In truth, they didn't need to. They needed to defend their own seats against Labour, and my goodness, on our forecast, they have succeeded in doing that. So these battlegrounds, David, tell a really dramatic story.
They tell a very dramatic story, and you're causing havoc in all those constituents. People saying, what? Jeremy's saying I've lost. Jeremy's saying I've won. No, he said you'd lost.
What we've done...
You've got to come back at the end of the night and say which ones we were right about.
Happy to. What we've done this year, which we haven't done before, is we've actually attributed the forecast to individual seats.
Yes.
But I always add the riders, some of them, 49%, 51%. We will be wrong on some of them, so I need to keep saying that.
But will you be able to say where you were wrong and where you were right?
You're going to force me to. Because you and Nick will remember what was on this board, won't you?
I think people who you said had lost and win will never forget you.
I will, yes. I am worried about that. We might watch for Brock's, for example.
Twitter will be actively campaigning against you. Anonymous threats and all the rest.
I think a personal visit to each of them to apologise.
Yes, I think, yes.
With a camera.
Along with John Curtis. Now, let's... that is, of course, incredibly interesting and important, because that is based on the best information that we have at the moment, which is the exit poll. But there's another way of getting information, which is going to the counts themselves. So let's just do that. Let's go to Basildon for a start and join Amina Ahmed. Samira.
Hello, it's Samira Ahmed
here.
I'm
so sorry.
There are two quite interesting stories developing here. One story is the turnout, and the other is the UKIP effect. So turnout-wise, election officials are talking about a higher turnout than in the last election, possibly 70% or more. A lot of that is a big postal ballot surge. The UKIP factor is quite interesting. Certainly anecdotally, I get a sense that there are a lot of people who might have been voting in this election who didn't vote in the last election or two and who are voting UKIP. So we'll have to see if that translates. There are two seats being counted. Behind me is Basildon and Billericay. It's considered a very safe Conservative seat. John Barron has held it since 2001. It was Theresa Gorman's seat before that. He's expected to hold on to that comfortably. The more interesting one is the seat of Basildon South and Thurrock East, also Conservative at the moment, a smaller majority, would need a 12.9% swing to go Labour. And crucially, we're seeing, and I've seen them myself, an awful lot of UKIP votes going through the counting. And one gets the sense, talking to people on the ground, that UKIP is splitting the Labour vote as much as it's splitting the Conservative vote. We expect a result about 1:30 to 2 o'clock. But as I say, UKIP's the factor that seems to be having an effect not just on the Conservatives but on Labour too.
Samira, that's absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much. And when we get the result, we'll come back to you. Patrick Burns is in Nuneaton. Patrick.
David, I think we are on course here to be one of the early declaring Conservative marginals. They're defending a majority of just over 2,000, so that will be an early test for the exit poll and indeed for those conclusions that Jeremy Vine has been drawing from it. Certainly talking to both the Conservative and Labour camps here, I think overall nervousness actually in the early stages of this, no great sort of bravura confidence from either side that we sometimes get on these occasions. I think the key test here, and given that this has been traditionally one of those typical Midlands Labour Conservative seesaws, is the role of UKIP in all this, because local UKIP activists that I've been talking to for weeks, well, months now, are saying to me consistently that they are drawing most of their new incoming support from Labour rather than the Conservatives. Is there possibly a suggestion that some of those UKIP potential Tory defectors have gone back to the Conservatives? That's some of the buzz that's going around the hall here this evening. But above all, I have to say there is a mood of great tension, but maybe just a sense in the Tory camp that, as the exit poll suggests, they've just edged it here.
Patrick, thank you very much. Anita Anand is in Castle Point, and let's join her now.
Yeah, you know, really similar. It's very interesting. This UKIP factor is playing a part here as well. This is one of those bellwether constituencies because UKIP threw everything at this, even the kitchen sink. You'll remember Nigel Farage launched his campaign here in Castle Point, and opinion polls have suggested there might be 1%, 5% in between UKIP and the Conservatives. And boy, this has been a dirty turf war here at Castle Point. Accusations of shenanigans all over the place, David. You've had The Tories saying that UKIP are breaking their posters. UKIP saying the same about their hoardings being smashed by Conservatives. You've got accusations of UKIP paying local businesses to put their posters up in their windows. So it's been really down and dirty. Now, I've noticed a slight sort of change in the atmosphere here. When those exit polls came out, when you first revealed them, the UKIP support, which is out in force, by the way, here in Castle Point, really dipped. You could see heads down, shoulders sagging. In the last half an hour or so, they are much more buoyant. Now, I don't know whether that will be played out at the end of the evening, but they certainly are a bit bouncier than they were at the beginning of the night.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Wales. We had a prediction of Plaid Cymru picking up one seat in Wales, the Welsh National Party. Hal, what are you getting from Cardiff?
Well, I think a sense that the story here in Wales is probably quite different to England, definitely very different to Scotland. So while you're seeing a huge surge of nationalism coming through in Scotland, in Wales we could go from 3 to maybe 4 Plaid Cymru seats. The key ones to watch out for, therefore, are Anglesey, where Plaid were fairly hopeful, and Ceredigion. It would take a huge swing away from the Lib Dems, but if the exit poll is right, that could be Plaid's 4th seat. Here in Cardiff, a few others to keep an eye on. If the exit polls are right and the Lib Dems are in meltdown, then they could lose Cardiff Central to Labour. And just go a little bit north of Cardiff, Brecon and Radnorshire, we heard from Jeremy earlier, a really key one, because that would show the swing away from the Lib Dems towards the Tories. The Tories, I'm told, very, very confident in Brecon and Radnorshire. And one, if I may, away from all the numbers, but a big, big moment in British politics. We could be on the verge of a new Kinnock entering the Commons. Stephen Kinnock, son, of course, of Neil Kinnock. Neil and Glenys are in the sports hall waiting for the Aberavon result, as is the Danish Prime Minister, Helen Thorning-Schmidt, the wife of Stephen Kinnock. So that will be a moment that probably doesn't reflect the overall result, but one that will go down in history.
I was hoping we might be able to talk to her about how to form a coalition as a minority, party, and have a little bargain. But it doesn't look as though that's the way the story's going at the moment.
No, no Borgen politics in Wales or in the UK, and that'll be a huge disappointment to Leanne Wood. I think she felt she had a Borgen moment when she was part of those leaders' debate, you know, surprising everyone, getting a platform, appearing in everything from Cosmopolitan magazine to Management Today. OK, if Plaid get 4 seats, that is a record tally, but compare it to the SNP and what's happening in Scotland. It is a very, very different story here in Wales.
Thanks very much, Hal. Andrew, who have you managed to lure into your lair?
Up in the gods here, we've got 3 more mere mortals to join me. We've got the Lib Dem strategist, Ollie Grender, Peter Mandelson from Labour, seen many an election night like this, and Treasury Tory Minister David Gauke. Welcome to you all. Peter Mandelson, what's gone wrong?
Well, what has gone wrong may be, of course, the exit poll. So let's just apply the usual health check to this. I greatly enjoyed Jeremy Vine's performance, but it was an enormous amount of hyperbole heaped on speculation, heaped on hypothesis. But what seems to have happened is that all the 3 main parties have lost this election. I mean, some have lost it more than others, the Lib Dems in particular, but we seem to be heading to an outcome in which no party has achieved a majority.
Why has Labour apparently, I emphasise the word apparently, lost it by much more than the Conservatives?
Because I think the Labour Party has been squeezed by 2 nationalisms. Obviously in Scotland by the SNP, very severely indeed, but squeezed also in England by the sort of nationalist frenzy whipped up by David Cameron and the Conservative Party, and the Labour Party has found itself placed very uncomfortably between those 2.
Was Mr Miliband's campaign ambitious enough? Did it concentrate too much on simply getting out the core vote?
You have to get the core vote out. It's very important to do so. But you need also to be able to draw people from the centre ground into your camp. I think he's done that. I think...
not on the evidence of the exit poll, he hasn't.
Well, I'm not going to answer on the basis simply of the exit poll just at this stage in the night. But I think that many people looked at him afresh in this campaign. I think they liked him more, they admired him more. He's conducted a very professional and vigorous campaign with considerable...
They just didn't vote for him.
With considerable conviction and considerable passion. And we will see how many have voted for him when the results come in.
But even if you take the YouGov poll, which is a different kind of poll from our exit poll, it's hardly great for Labour. You've only added a total of 5 more seats on the basis of that. That's not the basis. That's not a mandate for government, is it?
Well, the final shape of the House of Commons and the configuration of the parties will determine what government emerges from this election. What we need, of course, what the country needs, is a government that is durable and stable. And what form that government takes remains to be seen from when we get the final results.
Let me just, for now, have a quick question to my 2 other guests. David Gorka, it looks like you may have done better than even Conservatives hoped. But why has your party lost its ability to win elections? You've not won now since 1992. 23 years you've failed to win an election.
Well, it's worth pointing out, and I make all the same caveats about one exit poll, so this is early days, but for a government to increase the number of MPs for a governing party to increase the number of MPs that it has after a term in office is some achievement, particularly given the circumstances we've gone through of having to make a number of very difficult decisions, cut public spending.
23 years without an election victory.
Well, if these numbers are correct, you know, we are again not just the largest party, but increasing our lead as far as the largest party is concerned. That's we're working on the basis of these exit polls, but on that basis, and with all the caveats that may not be correct, the result that is predicted in your exit poll is an extremely good one for the Conservative Party and a clear victory.
Ollie Grander, on the basis of results announced so far, on share of the vote, UKIP could be bigger than the Lib Dems. How bad is it going to be for you tonight?
Well, I don't know, because it's an exit poll and we don't know the final result, and we'll want to wait and see what happens. We know what is clear is that we will have lost some great colleagues in the Commons.
Danny Alexander, we're hearing there's a lot of buzz coming out of Scotland that he's lost.
Well, the buzz about Danny losing has been there for the last 5 years.
Yeah, but this is coming from Liberal Democrats.
What we have definitely seen, and what was an extraordinary campaign, was a squeeze.
Let me interrupt you, because we've got an important declaration coming. Swindon, David.
And that is Swindon, which is declaring. Swindon North is declaring.
14,509. Yannick Catherine Colin Ellard, Liberal Democrat, 1,704. James P. Jackson Faulkner, United Kingdom Independent Party, 8,011. Francesca Victoria Annalise Headland Leader, Green Party, 1,720. And Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,000.
Seat that they were fighting hard. So Justin Tomlinson has been the MP since 2010 there, who, interestingly, when he was a student, took a bet, £50, that one day he'd be Prime Minister, and if he is ever made Prime Minister, he's going to win $500,000 on the bet, apparently. We'll just get the figures there in a moment, perhaps, if we can. We haven't got the figures yet. I'll have them when we...
Thought Theresa May was briefly calculating it might be worth standing aside for, and they could share the money.
We're joined by Theresa May. We're joined by Theresa May, Home Secretary. Theresa May, one question that comes out of this, we're, of course, all dealing with an exit poll. We've just now had 4 declarations in. People have been talking in your party about how you would govern. Can you envisage governing as a minority, not relying on anybody, and simply on the basis, if you get the 316, saying, that's enough, nobody's going to vote us down, we'll carry on?
Well,
David, I mean, decisions about what happens in terms of the future government have to be taken on the basis of the actual results rather than the basis of the exit poll. So we have to wait and see when all the votes are counted what the seats are.
Of course, but
and then
you're
obviously
thinking ahead all the time. You're
well,
considering the scenarios. You don't just sit there saying, got to wait.
And I recognise that you have a lot of scenarios to have to consider in order, because you're not getting many results through at this stage of the programme. But it is only an exit poll. Obviously, the results in the exit poll show a good result for the Conservatives, a good result for David Cameron. Labour losing, but it is only an exit poll. We have to wait for the votes to be counted. We have to wait to see what the seats are. And it's only on the basis of the final numbers of seats that it's possible to decide how to go forward.
Well, indeed, and we don't, we don't need to be told that. We all know that, as you say, all too well. Of course, if you were in a minority, it would give a lot of power. I mean, if you were in the largest party, but in a minority, it would give a lot of power to your backbenchers, wouldn't it, over issues like Europe?
We would be governing, we would always govern in the interests of the country. We would be making decisions in the best interests of the country. And as I say, I mean, you can speculate about what a party would do in minority or in coalition or whatever. But the important thing is we have to wait until the result comes out. And it's only when the result comes out that it's possible to tell what the balance is.
So what do you have to tell us tonight about the exit poll and the campaign that's new?
Well, I can tell you that I think we did fight a very good, positive campaign. We saw us throughout the campaign, the figures show that David was gaining in terms of the various leadership characteristics. I mean, he's always, as you know, been well ahead of Ed Miliband, but actually he was gaining throughout the campaign, and that we were gaining in terms of the record on the economy. That's what's been shown by the polls throughout the campaign.
Boris Johnson was heard muttering as he went into his campaign. He was asked about the leadership, and now this was off the table for the moment if Cameron had done well. How do you feel about the leadership of the Conservative Party? Because you're tipped as Boris's rival to lead the party. Well, first woman since Margaret Thatcher to lead the party.
I've always been very clear that up to today there was one leadership issue that everybody needed to focus on, and it was who was going to be in number 10 Downing Street. Was it going to be David Cameron or Ed Miliband? The exit poll suggests that it is going to be David Cameron, which obviously I think is good news for the country. And I'm pleased that if that exit poll is representative of what the results are going to be, that we are going to be able to see that growth in the economy, that stable economy being developed for the future.
What's your view about the fact that he's only going to be there for a maximum of 5 years if he does go back to number 10?
Well, I think David's been an excellent Prime Minister.
Indeed,
he's
but
going to carry on.
Of course you do.
He will carry on for the next 5 years, and we will then see, obviously, whether that is the...
But you'd have your eye on the leadership of the party, surely.
David, I only have one eye at the moment on one thing in politics, and that is ensuring that we get a stable government that can deliver a stable economy for this country.
Laura wants to get her oar in.
There aren't very many things that you want to discuss this evening, but will you at least acknowledge what most of your colleagues say privately, is if you are hitting anything that is 285, 290 or above, you'll have a stab at it, won't you? You'd have a stab at doing it on your own.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to give a different answer, Laura, to the answer I've just given to David. I mean, what you're trying to get me to say is, look, this is what the Conservatives are going to do at the end tomorrow morning. They're going to stand up and announce this. But we're not. None of us can say that. We can only go by the final result when it comes out.
But do you deny that all of your colleagues basically say privately, if you hit anything at 290 or above, that you would expect to have a go at least at forming a government?
What I acknowledge is that we need to wait for the results. And I'm sorry, but I'm not somebody who sits there and spends their time speculating on what is going to happen. I actually prefer to just wait and find out what the results really are, rather than just speculating on what might or might not be.
David, we tried.
OK, I'll ask you one other thing. It was all this time, through the 6 weeks or whatever of a campaign that we saw coming 5 years ago because we knew the date of the election. All this time, with one or two exceptions, the campaign hasn't taken light. And the polls have been showing you and Labour absolutely equal. It must have been both very frustrating for you to see that nothing your leadership did could shift it. But what was it about the campaign that didn't seem to appeal? Regardless of what people have done in the polling booth, where they finally put their cross, why didn't they respond to the campaign?
Well, you see, in a sense, I think you've contradicted yourself in your question, if I may say so, David, because I think one of the interesting issues, and this is, I think, only anecdotal at the moment, but certainly what I was seeing and others have said is that we could actually see quite a high turnout at this election, certainly compared to previous elections, and people in previous general elections have talked about a low turnout and about people no longer being interested in politics. If we do see a high turnout at this election, I think it will actually suggest that people were captured by this campaign, that they were captured by the importance of this general election and the choice that they were making. Because what matters, in a sense, is not how people are reacting to the campaign as you're going through it, but what actually happens when people go into those polling stations.
Do you think they were reacting to what you warned against? You used very stark language in the Mail on Sunday about the potential relationship between Labour and the SNP. I think you said it was the greatest threat since...
Greatest constitutional crisis since the abdication, it could be.
Quite.
What I said.
Now, do you think that is what may have strengthened your vote, may have strengthened that turnout? Is that what's done it?
I think what people were focusing on, particularly towards the end of the campaign, was this very clear choice in terms of the future of the economy. And what a difference would mean if it was no longer the Conservatives in government.
Is there a danger, though, that you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again? In other words, Scottish nationalism may help you win, but there may be huge consequences.
Well, we know there are going to be changes in terms of the devolution settlement anyway, because those have already been shown and been announced. And it looks from, I mean, again, this is just an exit poll, but all the evidence otherwise is that the Scottish nationalists will have taken seats, potentially a significant number of seats.
Yes, I want to bring in a predecessor of yours in the post of Home Secretary, Alan Johnson, from Hull. Mr. Johnson, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, what do you... Theresa May is here saying it's all fine for the Tories. It looks that way, doesn't it?
I'll give you straight back. I don't even know if I've got my seat yet, so we're very early days. But the Swindon North result was a gain for the Tories, and it looked like in Swindon North they'd managed to take the votes from the collapsed Lib Dem vote. And there's one thing consistent at the moment: it looks like the Lib Dems are going to have a very bad night.
What do you think has happened to Labour, though, and their position there in the polls? Which is not, you can't exactly be optimistic about it at this stage.
In the exit poll, well, the exit poll is incredible. I'd say unbelievable. Let's wait and see. But it's inconsistent with every other opinion poll, as you well know, David. And it's very unusual for every poll, from Ashcroft through to, NOP and all of those, to be that wrong. So I think it's going to be much tighter than the exit poll suggests, but nobody ever thought it was going to be a clear majority for anyone, and even the exit poll shows it's not a clear majority for the Tories. They haven't won an election,
Alan Johnson,
so in a sense, all three parties have lost.
Alan Johnson, just stay with us a moment, and perhaps Theresa May will too, while we just look, Emily, can we look at what the real poll is showing us in Swindon North compared with the exit poll? Does it justify what we've been saying?
This is a very clear victory for the Conservatives in Swindon North. You saw the result coming in with Justin Tomlinson re-elected for the Conservatives, but they're now sitting on a majority of just under 12,000, 50% share of the vote, Labour on 28% and UKIP on 15%. That is exactly in line with what our exit poll was suggesting. In other words, UKIP and the Lib Dems have sort of switched around here. If I show you that change, and as I say, the figures are pretty much bang on. Lib Dem taking this big hit, down 14%, UKIP making the gains, and some of those votes may have gone to the Conservatives here as well. And if I tell you that at the start of the night, Labour were looking at a swing needed of 7% to gain this, you can actually see what's happened. It has been a swing towards the Conservatives, 4.3% swing towards the Conservatives, so very much going in their direction, away from Labour on this particular seat.
Did you hear that, Alan Johnson? A swing of four. You did.
I think Swindon North is about 115th on our target list. Swindon South will be much more interesting because, of course, the election has been going on and will be fought fiercely in those marginal seats, which Swindon South was never at the top of. Swindon North was never anywhere in that top 32 that Jeremy Vine's been going on about.
No, but you're going
backwards.
You're going backwards in Swindon North, aren't you? You've gone backwards. You're losing ground.
It's a bad result.
In Swindon North, that's certainly the case. And as I say, the Lib Dem collapse hasn't come over to us. Some of it's gone to UKIP, some of it's gone to the Tories. I think their vote was up about 5%. So it's a good result for them in Swindon North. I wouldn't say, and neither would you, with your experience, to say that that suddenly justifies the exit poll.
No.
Dreamt of getting
Yes.
targeted, believed that they could win those sorts of voters. And that's why, although Swindon doesn't tell us whether Ed Miliband succeeded or failed, it's the sort of seat that will make some people in Labour worry.
Have you killed off the Liberal Democrats by bringing them into the coalition, hugging them to death?
Well, we don't know how many seats the Liberal Democrats are going to win. I mean, the two parties took a decision to go into coalition for a very good reason, which was that we felt it was absolutely right for the future of the country, in order to deal with the economic mess that had been left by the last Labour government, that we needed to have that stable government. And that's why the two parties came together at the time, and obviously have stayed together in the coalition.
Yes.
We don't know how many seats the Liberal Democrats will have taken.
Well, we've seen them losing deposits in all the results we've had so far. I don't know whether they lost a deposit. Did they lose a deposit in Swindon South? They did, I think, again, yes. So the bear hug of the Tories, something to be scared of. Don't go into coalition with the Tories. That's the message.
Well, no, it's obviously they seem, from the results so far, as you're saying, they've not been done so well. But let's just see what comes out at the end of the evening.
One last thing: if it turns out that you haven't got the figures that are here, and it's decided not to run a minority government, or you might even get further than that, who would you, just personally, prefer to go with? The Lib Dems again, or with the DUP from Northern Ireland? Who would you feel comfortable with?
Well, David, as I said earlier, I don't think anybody can speculate about who it is would be right or not to go into a coalition with, or whether a coalition is right or a minority government is right, until you actually know what the figures are.
Theresa May, thanks very much for joining us. I know you need to go to your count in Maidenhead. Alan Johnson, thank you very much, too, for joining us from Hull. And we'll get your result later on. Let's go to Putney, where I think we have a declaration coming. So this is Justine Greening, has a majority previously of 10,000 or so last time round. And we're about to get this declaration. Putney Wandsworth is the council which Putney is under, and we'll just wait while they gather there. Putney used to be a marginal seat. Putney was where, famously, a long time back, the Goldsmith Party wanted the referendum, stood and lost. Peter Kellner, just while we're waiting for this, have you gathered anything more?
Well, at the stage in the night, David, when lots of ballot boxes have been opening, lots of counts, and information is going back to party headquarters. And the sense I'm getting from talking to people in more than one party is that Labour will be down on, not up on last time, whether they'll be down as far as 239, not sure. The Lib Dems, I think, privately realise they will be at least below 20. This means the Conservatives will comfortably be the largest party, whether it's 305, 3010, 316. They're pretty sure to be north of 300.
And that's extraordinary. I mean, let's just pause. For Ed Miliband's Labour Party to do worse than Gordon Brown's Labour Party, after the banking crisis that we'd had, after his personal unpopularity, really, really would be quite extraordinary. For the Liberal Democrats to go down, not extraordinary, but that far, yes.
And we've just heard there's a recount in Bradford West, George Galloway's constituency, meaning it's, I don't know who's called for the recount, whether it is George Galloway or somebody trying to save their deposit, but we have a recount there. We had heard that things were not going well for George Galloway. Let's hear now from the declaration in Putney.
Boswell Sheila Mary, commonly known as Sheila Boswell, Labour Party, 12,838. Desoy Guy Richard, Animal Welfare Party, 184. Greening Justine, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,018. Hallett Andrew James, Andy Hallett, Liberal Democrats, 2,717. Poole Christopher Edward, Green Party, 2,067. Ward Patricia Mary, commonly known as Tricia Patty Ward, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,989. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted at this election was as follows: want of an official mark, 0; voting for more than one candidate, 25; writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 2; being unmarked or wholly void for...
All right, there we have the figures, and the majority of 30, up by 127, 10,180 for Justine Greening, the International Development Secretary. She was Transport Secretary, but was reshuffled because she opposed more aeroplanes flying over Putney and the new Heathrow, new runway at Heathrow. Have a look at the figures. The share of the vote, 54, 30 for Labour, 6. This is the first London seat we've had. I'll ask Peter Kellner to comment on it in a moment. 6 for the Liberal Democrats, 5 for the Greens, 5 for UKIP. And the change since last time round, and there it is, the Liberal Democrats falling away at 11 percentage points. The others up a wee bit.
David,
let's just hear from Justine Greening, Peter, and you absorb this.
To have been returned with 53% of the votes of local people this evening. For me, being an MP is about serving my community, and it's about serving my country. It's about working hard on the things that matter to local people, taking our community's priorities and making them mine, getting things done and reaching across all parts of our community. That means I'll keep working hard on getting better transport, protecting our quality of life, making sure that regeneration in Roehampton brings the jobs and the facilities that local people in that part of my community need. And it also means that I'll work hard on the things that matter to me as national priorities, on equality of opportunity, on social mobility, on making sure that we have a levelled up Britain where everyone can achieve their potential, wherever they start, wherever they're born. For me, growing up in Rotherham in the 1980s, going to my local comprehensive school, being the first person in my family to go to university, it was the chance of a better life, of getting opportunity, that drove me on to achieve what I've done. And I believe that we need to support our young people in jobs, starting their careers, in apprenticeships, in widening access to university, to be able to achieve the same things that so many of their generations have done before them.
Justine Greening there, making her acceptance speech in Putney, and that's the first London seat we've had. Interestingly, UKIP didn't do at all well in Putney. There was no sort of you didn't expect it. Peter, what do you make of it?
UKIP never do that well in London. First London seat, Labour was hoping to do particularly well in London. No sign of it here. But look, David, we've had 3 results from Northern Labour seats. Tories vote always down. 2 Tory seats in southern England. The Conservative vote up. This is plainly very good news for the Conservatives in terms of seats, but it seems to be getting now a tricolour nation, Britain. We're having Scotland's going Scottish nationalists, the north of England's drifting away further from the Tories, southern England, the Tories perhaps getting even stronger. If that carries on through the night, the Conservatives will be triumphant, but it will be a slightly dysfunctional Britain that they'll be in charge of.
And Laura?
A UKIP donor, interestingly, tonight is called Aaron Banks, has told our colleague who is at Thanet that he's sure the Conservatives have won Thanet South. So that another very heavy suggestion that Nigel Farage's attempt to break through and that splintering of politics has not come off this evening.
Goodbye, Nigel Farage, if that's
well,
true.
Well, he said he would go. Whether he sticks to that is a different question.
Well, he said I'd be toast, effectively, didn't he? I don't think he used quite that word. Last word. What was the word he used?
It's another...
Curtains. He said it'd be curtains. That's a rather UKIP word for toast.
And I think he would, David, because he's found this whole thing fairly exhausting. His voice is better than mine, but he's found the whole thing very, very, very difficult. I mean, what I was beginning to say earlier is it really is extraordinary what we're seeing here, but there will be Conservatives who are euphoric tonight And yet when they think of the prospect of what they now have to do, a deeply divided nation, a nation going into a referendum about its future in Europe, and David Cameron will have to take on a national leadership role, unlike anything he's so far had to do. So if he is our next Prime Minister, boy, that is a challenge.
But if it's true that Nigel Farage has lost in Thanet, that is a huge blessing for David Cameron, because I think that minimises the danger of the Tory right saying, do what we want or we go off and join up with UKIP. The UKIP threat from the Tory right, I think that's receding.
All right, well, it's coming up to 1 o'clock. We'll have a news bulletin in a moment. Nick needs to leave here for the moment, I think, to save his voice, which has done very well and held up well. Thank you very much, Nick. Nick Robinson will be back here in the morning with more incisive commentary, but thank you very much for what we've had.
Been good to be.
And let's go through the great piazza there, where we still only have now 5 little coloured constituencies. It will fill up fast soon, but at the moment we just have the 5, and we have the news bulletin. Then we're back here in the election centre. We join Rita Chakrabarti.
David, thank you. Well, election night always brings a combination of shock, confusion and relief. And that was certainly the case 3 hours ago when our exit poll was first revealed. It suggests that the Conservatives will be the largest party with 316 seats. That's 77 seats ahead of Labour, but still short of an overall majority. It also predicts a huge rise in seats for the Scottish National Party and heavy losses for the Liberal Democrats. Well, we've only had a handful of results at this stage, but some key marginals are expected to be announced in the next hour or so. Our political correspondent Chris Mason has the story of the night so far.
The prediction from the exit poll is clear. The Conservatives will remain the largest party and with more seats than they had. Here is how the poll suggests the Commons might look. The Tories as the biggest party, Labour losing seats, the SNP soaring from 6 to 58, the Liberal Democrats tumbling back to just 10, and it predicts the Welsh Nationalist Plaid Cymru will have 4, UKIP and the Greens 2 each.
Let's see the full results. So I have to say that if those exit numbers are confirmed throughout the night, then obviously it is a very, very clear victory for the Conservatives and a very bad night for Labour.
All the 3 main parties have lost this election. I mean, some have lost it more than others, the Lib Dems in particular.
If this exit poll is right, Andrew, I will publicly eat my hat on your programme.
Have you got a hat?
No, but I'll get one, especially for the
Can
occasion.
I get the hat?
You can get the hat, providing it's made of marzipan.
Good morning.
Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, here voting with her husband earlier, might just have the biggest smile in the UK right now, with the exit poll suggesting the SNP will win every seat in Scotland, bar 1.
We should treat it with huge caution. And as good as a night we're hoping for here in Scotland for the SNP, I think 58 seats is quite unlikely.
But never mind the exit poll, it's real votes that count. If democracy was an Olympic sport, this is what the sprint finish would look like. Sunderland prides itself on declaring its results quickly.
Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
These safe Labour seats have been held by Labour, with UKIP finishing second. And the Conservatives have won their first seat in Swindon.
How fantastic to be amongst you wonderful people from the media. You're right there, pal. Don't...
One more thing, don't even think about going to bed. Results are about to start coming, thick and fast. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Well, a short while ago, the UKIP leader Nigel Farage spoke to journalists outside the Walpole Bay Hotel in Margate, where a UKIP event is being held.
I don't know, we've had results Sunderland, first result we saw, UKIP vote up 7,000, Tory vote down 1,000, and my congratulations to the Daily Mail and the Sun. They're geniuses. They understand politics beautifully. They think the UKIP vote splits the Tory vote.
No, I can't. No, I can't.
God help
We'll
us.
have a chance of speaking in 30 seconds. Nigel.
Well, it's not just people who've been going to the polls this election. The hashtag dogs at polling stations has been taking social media by storm. Thousands have taken their four-legged friends along to vote with them. While voters were not allowed to wear rosettes, it looks as if their pets were free to display their party preferences, although voting was definitely not allowed. Well, that's all from me for the moment. I'll be back with bulletins throughout the night. Now, though, it's time to go back to the team who are all at the BBC Election Centre. David.
I think I should bring you up immediately with our forecast now. It's no longer called the exit poll, even though we've only had 6 declarations in. And here it is, superimposed on the House of Commons. Conservatives on 316, just approaching that 326, which they don't hit. The 326, which would give them control of the House of Commons, could even be 323 if we discount Sinn Féin, who don't come, and discount the Speaker. Labour, on the other hand, we're saying 239 at the moment is our forecast, very well short of that 326. We've had another result in. Emily, can you take us through that?
Yeah, this is an extraordinary result, actually. Newcastle upon Tyne East has just come in. You might remember that the Lib Dems were in second place here. Let me give you the headline, first of all. Nick Brown, 49% share of the vote. You'll remember him as the chief whip under Gordon Brown. He's safely returned then on a majority of 12,500. But look where the Lib Dems are now. They've been pushed into fourth place after the Conservatives, after UKIP. And when I show you the change overnight, then it becomes clear why. They've absolutely tanked here in Newcastle, down 22%. You can see how that vote has been shared out pretty much, bit for Labour, bit for Conservatives, for UKIP and the Greens. It's not clear exactly what the churn has been here, but what you can say is that the Lib Dems have had an extraordinary bad time here, and it looks as if when you take the swing, and it's Conservative to Labour swing of a tiny bit. It doesn't really tell us the whole story, of course, because we can see that the Lib Dems were the second party last time round. But it looks as if that Lib Dem vote has not necessarily been picked up by Labour as much as they might have thought.
Very, very interesting. Of course, Emily, we are coming, what is it now, just after 1 o'clock. We'll have a whole host of results between now and 2, won't we?
They should be coming in thick and fast from now on.
I never know the meaning of thick and fast. They mean they come in fast. What does the thick bit mean?
Let's get on to that, shall we?
I hope with your help it'll be clear and fast. Apparently there is no recount in Bradford West, contrary to what we just heard, but equally apparently the gossip is that George Galloway has lost Bradford West, but we will have that in a moment. I'm joined here now by Andrew Marr, who was earlier in Oxford, the Prime Minister's constituency. You haven't had a chance to opine.
I haven't. I've been in the car ever since. I've heard Jim Naughty on the radio. I've no idea what you guys have been saying, so you'll have to forgive me.
Well, I forgive you, absolutely. What is your take on what's happened on this exit poll and on what the picture is, really, for the Conservative Party, if this turns out to be right?
Point one, the exit poll will be wrong. Point two, it won't be wildly wrong. I think we already know what's going on. The Labour vote is very disappointing for the Labour Party. The Tories will be cock-a-hoop. I think there's a lot more of that to come. There's 2 kinds of seats we really need to see. It's the Labour Conservative killing ground seats. We need to see real marginals to see what happened there, and we need to see the Liberal Democrat marginals, because we haven't yet seen a seat where the Liberal Democrats are really putting up a fight. Paddy Ashton's going to eat his hat or not, depending upon what happens in the West Country. We need to see those seats and see them fast. But I completely concur. I agree with Nick, to use a comment from 2010. This is going to be a historic election because of the divergence between England and Scotland. England, looking at the UKIP votes and the Tory vote, is moving a bit further to the right. Scotland is clearly moving to the left. There is going to have to be some kind of new settlement. Now, Paddy Ashdown and Nick Clegg have talked about a new federal Britain going back to the 1912 Parliament and possibly an English Parliament, English seats for English laws. All of that is now up for grabs. If David Cameron is the Prime Minister, he's going to have to do a huge job of trying to reconcile the Scots or let them go, one or the other.
What's your view of the chances and the difficulties of the Conservatives governing as a minority government?
I think there'll be a lot of Tories who are desperate to do that, and they've got the DUP there who on most issues will be with them, either as a supply and command on the outside or some kind of arrangement there. there'll be maybe a UKIP guy or whatever. A lot of Tories are desperate not to go into another deal with the Liberal Democrats in particular. There won't be many Liberal Democrats in these figures anyway to do that with. I think it makes things more unstable, uncertain. All the things that they were talking about a Labour minority government will then apply to them. We won't know week by week if the government's going to get its business through. I still think that David Cameron's instincts will be to do a deal either with Nick Clegg or the DUP, and he'll be doing it about now.
Do you think Nick Clegg, just keeping an eye on Wandsworth there, where the Tooting result is coming in, Wandsworth being a central count, Sadiq Khan there on the stage, but we'll go there as soon as the count comes. But do you think Nick Clegg will be in a position, will his party allow him to go into a coalition again on these results if he's lost more than half his members?
On these numbers, it's going to be a traumatised party, desperately upset about what's happened to it. Most of them won't want to go back into a coalition with the Conservatives. The big issue, which Nick Clegg kept deliberately off the table all the way through the election, has been the in-out EU referendum from 2017. He has allowed the Tories to leave that in play, and that's what he'll give them. But what will they give him?
We have the result from Tooting.
Here give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Swiginski Diskuba Prejmak, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,537. Khan Sadiq Aman, Labour Party, 25,263. Ling Ka Fai, Liberal Democrats, 2,107. Obiri Darko, Esther, Green Party, 2,201. Watkins, Daniel Richard, commonly known as Dan Watkins, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,400. $22,421. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted at this election was as follows. Want of an official mark, 1. Voting for more than one candidate, 48.
So there is the result. Majority of 2,800 or so for Sadiq Khan, Shadow Justice Secretary, somebody who is tipped to be wanting to run for Mayor of London. There are the raw figures. UKIP way down again, as they were in the Putney constituency. And the share of the vote, let's just have a look at that. And the change since the last election, then we'll hear from Mr. Khan. Change here. The Liberal Democrats, once again, down 11 percentage points. Let's hear from Sadiq Khan.
Politics has a bad name, but anybody who puts themselves forward as a candidate deserves our gratitude. I want to thank all the candidates for the amazing work they've all put in, and the volunteers from all the parties for the hard work you've done over the last few weeks and months. Thank you. I also want to thank Team Labour. I want to thank you for having the confidence in this son of immigrants, this son of a bus driver raised on a council estate, to be the Labour candidate for Tooting for the third occasion, but also I want to thank the people of Tooting for having the confidence in me for the third occasion. Ordinary residents, Labour Party members, teachers, nurses, lollipop ladies, trade union members, neighbours and friends have all contributed towards this success tonight. Elections aren't about politicians, they're about people. And there are too many people who are suffering today in Tooting. This election was about trying to reduce inequality. This election was about saving and transforming the NHS. This election was about building affordable homes. It's going to be a long night. We'll have to wait and see what happens during the course of the night. I'm really proud, though, of the people in Tooting, the people in Wandsworth, and the people of London for the hard work you've done over the last few weeks and months. We've literally spoken to thousands and thousands of people and make people realise democracy matters. Whatever party you belong to, whoever you voted for, whoever you campaigned for, thank you very much. There's a new generation of voters engaged in politics.
Let's just have a look at the swing there, which is interesting in Tooting. If we can just show the swing. It's a very tiny swing from Conservative to Labour. 0.2% it shows. And London was a place where Labour expected to pick up. And there's the swing in Tooting. Labour hold. We're joined now by Neil Kinnock from his son's constituency, that his son is fighting, a fairly safe Labour seat in Aberavon. Neil Kinnock, thank you very much for joining us. Now, what is your reaction to this, what seems like very bad news for Labour?
If it continues like this, it's one of great disappointment, not so much for the party, but for what it means for millions of people in Britain who needed a government that would be committed to housing, to the health service, to jobs and fresh opportunities for the youngsters. And if that government is not, at the end of the day, formed, then I think that Britain will pay a very severe price for the division in our society and the weakness in our economy, if that's how it turns out. But of course, as everybody on your programme has thus far said, it's going to be a long night.
If that's how it turns out, how could it have happened?
Well, it's a combination of things. If it is the fact that there's been a Tory surge, it will be attributable to the usual reality that people, whatever they tell the opinion pollsters, will in that ballot box think that their security, their financial security, will be enhanced because of the Tory reputation, one that they've never earned in reality, for reducing taxes and giving people more money in their pocket. Even recent experience demonstrates the contrary of that. But there are enough people who are willing to accept that myth and then think that they're voting for their own security by voting for Conservative candidates. The reality is different, as I said, and the awful thing is that it's not simply those people who relatively innocently are working against their own interests. The real price will be paid by those who truly are innocent, who have sought a different path and will be met with the costs of another Conservative government, even the minority government.
But you suggest that a whole electorate can be duped by the Conservatives when they had Ed Miliband as your newly elected leader out there day by day fighting Labour's cause. So he doesn't seem to have done too well if he can't counter what you think of as Conservative lies about the economy.
He's done very well. But what we're really up against in the scenario that I describe, and of course I may be wrong, and this may not be the outturn, but if I am right about it, and there's any amount of analysis, literature and experience over many decades that demonstrates the veracity of what I'm saying to you, it is a matter of mood and self-delusion that makes people eventually, regardless of what they feel they should be doing, when they speak to the opinion posters, taking a different view with that stub of pencil in the privacy of the ballot booth. And that's what you're up against. And in many ways, of course, that whole drift of opinion, that whole movement in psychology is assisted, less than it used to be, by parts of the press. And it does mean, therefore, that any opposition to that established attitude, any radicalism, any effort to undertake a different path, not just by Labour, but indeed by other parties, is always going to have difficulty countering that established myth.
Neil Kinnock, I have to...
It appears to be the case in the 2015 election.
Neil Kinnock, thank you very much. And I assume we will be able to congratulate the Kinnock family, on the other hand, in having another MP
I hope so.
in the second generation in Aberavon. Well, it'd be a disaster if we lost Aberavon.
Certainly, from what we can judge now, things are going in the right direction in the Aberavon constituency, and they're going to get a very fine Member of Parliament.
Thank you for joining us. I think it'd be quite surprising if he didn't win Aberavon. Thank you very much, Neil Kinnock. And we're joined by John Curtis. John, you've got an observation on the way this is going now.
Well, we've had 8 results in so far, David, so it's still very, very early days. But the truth is that so far the results we've got have been more or less in line with the exit poll. Indeed, if anything, Labour have been doing slightly worse in these first 8 results than we were expecting. So we certainly saw, we saw Labour getting quite a good swing in Sunderland and some of the Newcastle constituencies. Well, we told you at the beginning of the night that Labour was going to do relatively well in the northeast of England. But we've now seen 2 results in from London. We saw the result from Swindon, and there the swing to Labour, well, actually in some cases it was to the Conservatives. So, I mean, it's still very, very early, but I think one has to say that at the moment at least, our initial forecast is looking certainly reasonably okay. And I think just to underline some point that Andrew made, however, of course, certainly it's possible that if indeed the Conservatives do form the next administration, perhaps on their own, it certainly looked quite possible that they will not have any MPs in Scotland because the SNP sound as though from all the results that are coming across Twitter that maybe actually we will have a government in London that doesn't have any representation north of the border.
Are you saying that it's possible that the Conservatives may reach 323 on this exit poll?
I would certainly advise you not to rule that possibility out, although that is not currently a possibility that we are predicting. But we are sufficiently close. We started the night sufficiently close to that with a forecast of 316 seats that we were saying we could not rule that possibility out. Remember the headline we gave you at 10 o'clock was Conservatives' largest party. We did not forecast either a Conservative majority or a hung parliament. That's for one very good reason, is that we weren't sure which of those 2 outcomes actually the exit poll pointed to. So certainly don't presume until we get more results in that there won't be an overall majority.
We have a result coming from Battersea. I'll come to you around the table in just a moment. Let's have the Battersea declaration.
Each candidate at the election is as follows. Ellison Jane Elizabeth, commonly known as Jane Ellison, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,730. Howe Christopher Jeffrey, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,586. Martindale Will Martindale, commonly known, Labour Party, 18,792. Stuart Eldridge Fauntleroy Joseph, commonly known as Joe Stewart, Green Party, 1,682. Taylor Luke Alexander, Liberal Democrats, 2,241. The number of papers rejected and not counted at this election was as follows. 1 to an official mark, 0.
A disappointment to Labour. They had a lot of people out in Battersea. They had 500 people out on the streets on polling day today, yesterday rather.
London has been one of Labour's great hopes. They were hoping to pick up 8 or 9 seats. Very active campaigns all around the capital. Battersea was looking potential.
We'll just have a look at the share and the change there and the swing in Battersea. There we are, 52% for the Conservatives, 37% for Labour. Here's the change since last time round. Once again, the story is about the Liberal Democrats going down. A swing, though, from Labour to Conservative, 1.7%.
Exactly the opposite of what Labour was hoping for. Even in Battersea, they thought they might not take it, but to see the swing going the wrong way.
The second one that's gone the wrong way.
Another southern seat, another London seat, another Conservative seat, another rise in the Conservative vote. London, we thought, might be different from other parts of southern England.
Why so?
Because London's bad for UKIP, it's more multicultural, it's basically a Labour city in a sea of Tory southern England. But in this election, in terms of movement, it's going more Conservative. We saw Sadiq Khan in Tooting. You know, next year, Labour, if it's going to recover from this tonight, it's got 2 huge tests next year. The Holyrood elections for Scotland and the elections in London for mayor. Labour needs to do stonkingly well in at least one of those elections if it's going to start its recovery.
OK. Andrew, let's join you for a moment.
Indeed.
I've got two Andrews now. What do I call you? I can't call you Andy. And I can't call him Andy.
You can call me Andrew the First.
Neil and Mar.
And then Andrew the Second.
Neil and Mar, old-fashioned.
The one in the playpen. And
Get on with it.
Neil and Mar, it could be a songwriting competition.
Romeo and Juliet.
We're going to
I'd
speak
hate to hear the song.
Shadow Labour Minister, Tristram Hunt, Education, his spokesman. Tristram Hunt, this exit poll is looking more right than wrong. And if that is the case, it's turning out to be a pretty disastrous night for Labour.
Well, we're entering the most exciting time of the election night now, Andrew, as you know, the 1 till 4 slot, which will culminate, I think, in the announcement here in Stoke-on-Trent in the Potteries in the King's Hall. I think it's been a great election campaign for the Labour Party. We've set out our case.
Hold on, it can hardly be a great
really
election campaign when Battersea, which was one of your top London targets, there was an almost 2% swing to the Tories.
Well, remember, democracy is a process, and the involvement of people in the democratic process is in and of itself a very good thing. It's a great shame Will Martindale has not won in Battersea, because he was a great candidate, someone who worked in the financial services industry, a wealth creator, a Labour candidate. So obviously it's a shame, but it's looking good in Bradford. It's great to see Sadiq return. So we will see over the coming hours more and more Labour members of Parliament returned to lead the battle, which we've always done, about battling inequality and raising prosperity and being a strong voice in Europe and all those things that only Labour politicians do.
So why is the country not voting for you? Why are you going to clearly now end up with considerably fewer seats than you had in 2010? And 2010 was a pretty bad result for you.
Well, you know, we're not yet into double figures in terms of the announce coming through, I don't think. So there is a while to go, and we are still confident. But I think one of the issues that has come up during the course of this election is the surgence of nationalism, and whether that's in Scotland or whether that's in England. And I do think that the Prime Minister has played fast and loose with the union of the United Kingdom during this general election campaign. He has put party before country, and in the long run that could be very, very damaging for the future of the United Kingdom.
So let me get this right. The fact that Labour looks like losing some rock-solid Labour seats in Scotland is David Cameron's fault?
No, there has been a seismic change in voting affiliations in Scotland. The move from affiliations based around social class and social identity to national identity. And we saw some of the ugly elements of that on the streets of Glasgow with those SNP activists hounding Jim Murphy. But we've also seen David Cameron trying to play on that. What was it Boris Johnson called a jocalypse now? I mean, this is sort of ugly sentiments, and those of us who are passionate about being British and who love this country and love Britain think that many politicians during this election, not any Labour politicians, have put their party before the country, and in the long run that could have very damaging consequences.
There will be a post-mortem beginning very quickly in the Labour Party over why this result's so much worse. Is Ed Miliband's job on the line now?
No, we're going to see what the results come through. I mean, you're not wrong. The Labour Party loves a good post-mortem over most issues, and we love discussing the ins and outs. But no, Ed, I think, has exceeded expectations that were put forward for him by the media during the course of this campaign.
How can he have exceeded expectations when he's lost or won a lot fewer seats than Gordon Brown did in 2010? How by any definition, I mean, you're an academic, how by any definition of the English language could that be exceeding expectations?
Because when you think of what the Sun, the Mail, the Telegraph, all of those newspapers were saying about Ed Miliband and his capacity to
I should just interrupt you for a second, Tristram Hunt. We're watching pictures of Alex Salmond arriving at his count up in Gordon in the northeast of Scotland. Sorry, please carry on.
As I was saying, when all the newspapers say that Ed was incapable of leading a good campaign, that actually he didn't have a strong set of values and beliefs, actually he did have that, and he showed that during the course of the campaign.
So why is the result so bad? Why is the result so bad? If all that is true,
well, let's see what
why is the result so bad?
Let's see what the result is, Andrew. But let's also pay tribute to the tens of thousands of Labour activists who've delivered the leaflets, who've knocked on doors, who have been part of the democratic process, which we should value this evening.
All right. Just at least, Tristram Hunt, you won't have to worry about doing a deal with the SNP. David.
Thanks very much. we've got our first Welsh result
Always
in.
the last word.
And bad news again for Labour.
No, Labour's held it, and they've held it easily, 37% to 32. Ian Lucas is back in as the MP. UKIP come into third place, the United Kingdom Independence Party, ahead of the Welsh Nationalists and ahead of the Lib Dems, who are on that 5% mark, could have lost their deposit there. We'll have a look. Let me show you what happened overnight in terms of the change there. The Lib Dems taking that big hit once again in Wales now, down 20%, shared out between UKIP, the Conservatives, Plaid Cymru and the Greens. No change, really, for Labour at all. And once again, you're seeing this swing, which is very, very interesting. In a safe Labour seat on the border of Wales, it's a 2.9% swing, Labour to Conservatives. The Conservatives have the momentum in terms of the direction of travel, even in a safe Labour seat.
Thanks very much, Emily. Well, basking in the warmth of an early summer evening in New Broadcasting House, or just outside it, is Sophie Rayworth with her guests there. I hope you're not all shivering to death, Sophie, but let's go over to you.
Not at all. As you say, David, very definitely basking in the warmth of this chilly London air. Right, we've got, obviously, plenty of tiles already laid. We've cleared our map, and just a reminder, it doesn't quite look like the United Kingdom normally does, and that is because we've made every constituency exactly the same size. And this is what it looked like a short time ago when we cleared the 2010 general election, and it results to make way for the 2015 ones. And this is the Battersea result that we can lay there now. So we're coming in slowly, but let's go up to the northeast of England now, where Ben Page is waiting for us. We've got quite a few there. Northeast, a Labour stronghold. No surprises there.
No, not yet.
The thing that people often forget, though, is in an election, many of these seats, the majority of these seats, aren't going to change hands.
That's right. Hundreds of the seats will be exactly the same. Only around 150, perhaps, are going to actually change hands. And that's true in virtually every single election in this country. And so in this region, perhaps Berwick-on-Tweed, Lib Dem controlled, perhaps that will be lost to the Conservatives. But yes, it's not always quite as dramatic as some of the headlines might suggest.
Why is this such a stronghold here?
It's a very traditional working class area. The Labour Party is strong. Tony Blair's constituency there, Alan Milburn, other cabinet members. It's in a way, it's an antithesis to how the Labour Party has fallen apart in Scotland. And this, if the results are correct tonight from the exit poll, is going to be one of the last remaining sort of Labour strongholds in the United Kingdom.
Well, let's go travel down the south to the south of England, where we've got some of our Generation 2015 young voters. Thank you very much. Mark, you are a UKIP voter.
Yes.
What do you make so far of the predictions for UKIP?
Well, I don't see the exit polls being quite correct, to be honest, because it's too early to say, really. I mean, we've got all the Kent seats, etc. But it's quite interesting to see across the north, especially in the northeast there, the swing towards UKIP into second place, which really shows that it's the party of opposition instead of the Conservatives.
And Honor, you voted Green.
Yes.
So their prediction at the moment, 2 seats. Not quite the surge that you were hoping?
Well, I feel like there has been quite a surge in the popularity of the Green Party across the country because it's not all spread out, it's not in one area, so it's not going to see the amount of seats that maybe people would like.
OK, and Kojo, a Lib Dem voter, how are you feeling tonight?
Well, hugely shocked, really. I can't quite believe it. And I know it sounds quite presumptuous, but I'm inclined to go with Mark in the polls. I just wonder if, and it's a big if, I just wonder if the polls may have just got it wrong this time.
Even when you've seen how the Lib Dem vote has crashed in some of the constituencies that have already declared?
I know, but that's, 10 out of 650 seats.
You're an optimistic man. OK, well, we'll have to see how the evening unfolds. Thank you all very much. Back to you, David.
Thanks very much. A quick word.
Yes, the grim night for the Lib Dems seems to be provoking some unhappiness in the party. Not surprisingly, a candidate, Steve Besant, has suggested there will have to be a leadership election for the Liberal Democrats, whether or not Nick Clegg himself manages to hang on in Sheffield Hallam. It also sounds like the Liberal Democrats are losing Eastleigh to the Conservatives. Of course, that's somewhere they were really dug in and held in a by-election.
I'd heard that. We'll go to Hugh Pym in a moment in Eastleigh, because that's a report we've had in. But first, let's go to John Sopel in Doncaster, who's with the Miliband campaign. John, what's the mood, if that's not too stupid a question to put?
Well, I think initially, David, there was a slight mood of defiance. These polls are wrong. They don't square with anything that we heard. And I spoke to Ed Miliband a couple of hours before we got that exit poll, and the mood was that we've run a good campaign. Everything went exactly to plan. The Tories made a lot of mistakes, and we were able to capitalise on them. The vote has gone out. The turnout was high, and all those things had led them to believe that this was going to be a very, very good night. And with each result comes in, particularly those London results where they heard, everyone was expecting Labour to do very, very well in the capital. That hasn't happened, and so there's now, I think, an increasing realisation that maybe those polls are right. And I just wonder, although everyone is standing absolutely solid so far, I wonder how long it will be before we hear from a Blairite saying, maybe, just maybe, we ran this campaign a little too far to the left, and we've repeated the mistakes of Michael Foot in 83 and Kinnock in 87 and 92, and we should have learned what success looks like, and that was what happened when you had Blair winning 3 elections from 97 to 2005. And I just wonder whether that will become part of the narrative later on if, and it's again saying that if those exit polls turn out to be correct.
It's interesting because we just heard from Neil Kinnock pretty much saying that and almost wanting to change the electorate because they didn't get the message right. But anyway, let's...
Tony Blair, yeah.
We'll join you again later on. Anyway, let's join Joe Coburn now in Thanet. Joe.
Yes, well, the mood music here is not quite going the way that Nigel Farage and the UKIP team might have hoped for here this evening. I'm actually in the room where the declaration is going to take place in just over 4 hours' time. It's filling up with supporters of all the parties. We've even had the pub landlord, the comedian Al Murray, walk in here to some fanfare. But in amongst all of this, I managed to catch up with Aaron Banks, a millionaire insurance salesman who donated about £1 million to Nigel Farage and the UKIP campaign, and he said to me himself just over half an hour ago, look, I think the Conservatives have pipped us to the post here in Thanet South, and that's one of UKIP's key supporters here. Now, we don't know what the result is going to be. It is going to be tight, but confidence is growing on the Conservative side. The turnout figures we're going to get in the next 20 minutes or so, Nigel Farage himself predicts they're going to be well into the 70s, but I'm already hearing talk from UKIP members here of their so-called 2020 strategy. You've been discussing it there in the studio, that the idea is that this election will lay the foundation, put UKIP in second place in some of those seats in the north so that they'll take them next time. Well, that sounds like a slight admission of defeat in terms of what they were hoping for this time round.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. Well, Peter Hennessy is here, a professor of contemporary British history at Queen Mary University here in London, and a familiar figure on these occasions. Normally we're talking to you about what's the constitutional process and all the rest of it. If these figures are right, there's not much of a constitutional issue about who forms a government, is there?
I wouldn't think so. If the exit polls are right, it's thinly hung, but if YouGov are right, it's very messily hung indeed. And the cabinet manual contingencies could come into play even if it's thinly hung. And they are essentially that tomorrow morning, if negotiations are needed, the Prime Minister will authorise the Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Office team to activate the plan to be facilitators for these negotiations.
But what negotiations?
Well, exactly.
Why should he negotiate?
Well, if he wants a majority so that he doesn't have the John Major experience, losing by-elections and all the rest of it, he may want to, I've no idea what's in his mind at all, he may want to get an arrangement that would pretty well ensure 5 years of rock-solid government. But if he wants to be a minority in a very strong position, there's a lot of slippery talk about legitimacy this last week. It's a very, very slippery concept. But I think if you can conceive this kind of a provisional legitimacy, if you get the largest number of seats and the largest proportion of the votes cast, you've got a psychological legitimacy. And it looks very likely that David Cameron's certainly going to get that.
But minority government is not all it's cracked up to be, is it? I mean, you're at the mercy of defections by your backbenchers, you're at the mercy of ill health. All sorts of things can upset a minority government. It's not easy.
It's not. I mean,
Harold Wilson in '74 had a small majority, and he found it pretty difficult.
Exactly. I remember talking to Jim Callaghan long after the event why he didn't go for an October '78 general election. And he said the private polls showed that he could only be the largest single party again. And he was worn out with cobbling up deals, and that's why he waited. One of the main reasons he waited He was hoping to go in the spring of '79, but there was a confidence vote in between, as you remember. And it does wear people out, having to cobble it up week by week.
But we have the 5-year Parliament Act this time round, so you don't have these elections suddenly triggered by a failure of a vote in the House of Commons, or not so easily.
Which means Cameron can't capitalise
means
on being in a minority position and saying, now I've proved that we can make it work, we'll have another election in the autumn.
Exactly, so it's a cat and mouse thing. You know, the opposition can defeat him, and he's injured, and he carries on. It's the big, big problem with the 5-year Parliament Act, which many people regard as kind of constitutional vandalism, I have to say.
Do you?
Well, I think the constitutional consequences of the Fixed-Term Parliament Act were not thought through. It won't go to it in this particular contingency, but if it had gone beyond losing a vote of confidence in the House of Commons, a showdown in the House of Commons, and the Fixed-Term Parliament Act had swung into place with the precise wording of the confidence motion, you're then on a tramline to another general election which nobody wants. And it's the dark matter of the British Constitution. We've never been there before. And nobody thought this through when the bill was passing through Parliament.
Let's just talk for a moment about the Union, because if these polls come out right, you'll have a Conservative government in Westminster promising that there'll be English laws, English MPs for English laws. You'll have, in Scotland, an almost totally unrepresented government in terms of power. As Andrew Marr was saying a moment ago, this looks as though we're heading for a split, doesn't it?
The political wind from the north is going to make a lot of the political weather in Westminster. It's the one certainty I think we can feel at this stage of the evening. And I'm a union man to my last fibre, and I regret, one of my regrets about the way the election campaign has been conducted generally is that it's envenomed the relationships within the UK, and we're looking almost as a union for things to fall out over rather than to fall in about. And so I think in the long term, the wider significance of sustaining the United Kingdom as a union, this will be seen as a very, very significant campaign.
And there are senior MPs who accept, a member of the Cabinet said to me, it's not crazy to think this could be the last general election with the United Kingdom as it stands right now.
David Cameron could be the last
but it
Prime
may well
Minister
be
of the
case.
United Kingdom. And he knows that. He could be the last Prime Minister. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful morning for him if these numbers are right. He'll be delighted. All those people on the right of the Tory party who are just waiting to go onto the airwaves at 7 a.m., 8 a.m. and say that he'd failed and try and get rid of him and organise a putsch have got nothing to say. He'll be a hero in the Tory family. But he now faces the prospect of being the last Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And he has to come up with some big offer, some big thinking about that. Possibly some kind of federal arrangement. I don't know. That's what the Liberal
Do you
Democrats
think his instinct is still to keep the Union together?
Absolutely.
Because the cynics say, of course, it benefits the Conservatives if the Union falls apart because they have a majority in England.
I think he would be devastated if the Union came apart under his premiership, and I think he will be thinking big thoughts about how to keep it together.
We remember the Queen purring when he told, or so he said, the Queen purring when she was told the result, and he obviously quoting it with approval.
And although the SNP has been very careful throughout this campaign to say we wouldn't necessarily have a second referendum, they've been very clear about that. It's almost inconceivable, if these are the results, that they would not start talking about a second referendum next year.
Nicola Sturgeon has a big issue about how she keeps her people in control. 100,000 new members of the SNP, determined for, many of them wanting independence.
So it's Labour who's to blame then for the breakup of the Union, if that's what happened, because it lost Scotland.
If anyone is to blame, it's all the unionist parties, because when I was a boy, the Tories were a big party in Scotland. They vanished like snow off the dike, and then Labour's the same thing has happened. I think it was the effect of Thatcher and then of Blair on Scottish politics. Both the big unionist parties have completely failed in Scotland, and therefore they're equally to blame.
And just on that, it seems as if Jim Murphy has almost certainly lost his seat. I'm sure he's the leader of the Scottish Labour Party. Not that surprising, but very painful for them, if that turns out to be true.
Well, we shall hear more, and as I say, it's 1:45. We've still only got 12 declarations in, but we will get a rush, I promise you. Don't go away, don't go to bed, stay with us, because you'll see what the truth is as we discover it, and we've discovered a bit more, Emily.
That steely gaze from David. We've got the first three in from Northern Ireland. They're all holds, but we're looking quite closely at the Northern Ireland seats, particularly this time round, when they could play up coalition numbers. So you can see this DUP hold here. Geoffrey Donaldson retains this as the MP. He quit the UUP and went to the DUP. It looks as if he took most of the votes with him. 48% there, UUP in second place on 15%. Let me just show you another couple that have come in the last few moments. West Tyrone, a safe Sinn Féin hold, their return on 43% share of the vote, that rural seat around Omagh. And one more that's coming in here, an SDLP hold here, Mark Durkan on 48% share of the vote, with Sinn Féin in second place. So Sinn Féin have been chipping away at that SDLP majority ever since John Hume left. It was his seat for 20 years, but you can see SDLP have held it on 48%.
And, of course, the DUP is significant because it could be that the DUP are in there in number 10 if Cameron chooses to look to them for support, couldn't it?
They had the 8 seats last time. Now, if our exit poll figures stack up, they might be looking, the Conservatives, for a figure of about 8 or 9 in terms of help in a coalition that didn't commit them to the Lib Dems again. Now, if the DUP can get that 8 or 1 or 2 more, they could be safely home and dry.
We can remember with refreshing straightforwardness Ian Paisley Jr.'s answer when asked what the DUP price was for a coalition deal of some kind, or a deal of some kind.
£2 billion.
£1 billion would do it, he
yes,
said.
Yes.
£1 billion would do it.
Yes. We had
straightforward politics.
No, we had even more straightforward politics from Simon Morris, which was that there would be a certain price for a sort of maintaining the Tories in office and a higher price for joining the government. Yes, as a tariff.
Fantastic.
Why not? He said. That's what politics is about.
A lot of the time, of course,
he said what it's about. Well, it's true, isn't it? I mean, that's what. If you're an elected politician, you don't just go and say, "Oh, yes, lovely to be in government." Of course, you've got a price. You've got followers. They've got things they want for Northern Ireland. They feel Northern Ireland doesn't have sufficient support from the. From Westminster.
Enoch Powell would have supported the Jim Callaghan government in that crucial vote in '79 had they given him a gas pipeline. But Callaghan said this government is not for sale.
He'd already given.
Oh, yes,
he'd already given
quite a lot already.
A lot of electric power in Wales, if I remember rightly.
But the gas pipeline was one too far.
Jeremy, we've talked a lot about the battleground, the big battleground. Of course, one of the remarkable things about tonight is the lost Liberal Democrat deposits. I mean, they've been tumbling everywhere we've seen, and they've lost an awful lot. How do they stand at the moment?
Well, it's looking absolutely awful for the Liberal Democrats if they have lost 47 MPs. We've got a house of cards to show you here, which is the Lib Dems coming off the back of the 2010 election with those 57 MPs, the glory days, what was it, I Believe in Nick and all that. Let's build our house of cards for you here, starting with some of the more long-serving Lib Dem MPs, people like Simon Hughes in Bermondsey, and there's Alan Reid there in Argyll and Bute as well. Just building them up for you here. Let's put a few more up. You can see who we got. Oh, yes, Sutton and Sheen, Paul Burstow. Locally popular. How's he going to fare tonight? Round the back, another Lib Dem seat, Mid-Dorset and North Pool. There's the candidate there. So just gradually building up these cards here for you. See what 57 players look like. Solihull, Laurelie Burt, and another one there. Greg Mulholland, Leeds North West, right at the top. Last two here. Go on. Up they come. Steve Webb, Pensions Minister in Thornbury, and the candidate in Redcar. So that is what it looked like for the Liberal Democrats coming out of the last general election in 2010, and that was a really, really handsome result for them, as we know. Tonight, the bad news just comes in and just doesn't stop coming on this exit poll that we've got. Still waiting for results, but we are forecasting that Simon Hughes will probably lose his seat in Bermondsey. Won first in a famous by-election, 1983. We think, under the forecast at least, that he's out. We shall see what happens. The same with Charles Kennedy in Ross and Skye, looking very painful for him there as well. Probably gone to the SNP, we think. And then more likely still that Danny Alexander, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury under the coalition government, has also gone from Inverness. So 3 possible victims tonight. Still, obviously, underlined, this is a forecast. This is what we think is happening. But if it's correct, look at the result. 57 MPs, the House of Cards, and you're left 47 going, and this is now a very, very precarious structure indeed that we have here. In fact, there's a danger of the whole thing just completely collapsing. So, if they are down to 10, if these are the remaining MPs, they've got half the number that they had in 1992 when they first fought a general election as the Liberal Democrats. Down to 10 MPs. We heard from Laura earlier. There's already talk about Nick Clegg's leadership. Well, funnily enough, here he is. Very, very tight, this in Sheffield Hallam, but we think he might be one of the 10. Now, quite how a leadership contest happens with only 9 other candidates, I've got no idea, but we'll come to that probably in the next few hours.
We've got a declaration coming, so I have to stop you there. Incidentally, the Liberal Democrat in Cheltenham has said he has lost. Sorry to stop you, but we have the Nuneaton declaration.
Declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Nuneaton on Thursday, the 7th of May 2015.
This was one Labour certainly wanted to
being the
take, or
acting
thought they
returning
would take.
officer for the Nuneaton constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Victoria Nina Jane Fowler, Labour Party candidate, 15,945. Christina Rita Jebb, Liberal Democrats, 816. Marcus Charles Jones, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,000. $827. Keith Anthony Kondaka, Green Party, 1,281. Stephen James Paxton, English Democrats putting England first, 104. Paul Edward Riley, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 194. And Alwyn Joy Wayne, UK Independence Party UKIP, 6,582. Therefore, I give public notice that Marcus Charles Jones is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the...
Well, this is a seat that Nuneaton, that Labour really needed to take. It was 38th on their target list, and far from taking it, the Conservative majority has increased by nearly 3,000. And just look at what happened to the Liberal Democrats, way down, 800 only. Last time round, the Liberal Democrats, I don't have the figure there, but let's just see the figures now. 4,800 majority. There's the share of the vote. And this is the change since last time in Nuneaton. And this is really bad news. This for Labour, Nuneaton in Warwickshire. A swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 3% in Nuneaton. They look as if they're out in broad daylight, in the sunshine. But actually, they're in the returning officer's on his podium there, just trying to show us what a lovely place Nuneaton is when the sun shines.
There will be bigger cheers in Conservative Centre Office about that result
yes.
than anything else you've seen. You know, this was one of those key Labour-Tory battlegrounds, the killing fields, the first one we've really seen, and it shows the bad news for Labour is not confined to marginal seats or seats outside those areas. It's absolutely central to the story of the election. The most important result so far.
It's also perhaps worth suggesting that's the kind of seat that for Labour, where they really targeted, and they believe very much their ground war, their ground campaign has been better. They believe in terms of knocking on doors, stuffing leaflets, getting volunteers out, mobilising the troops, that they'd done a better job. But they were doing the job in seats like that, and the swing went the wrong way.
And they'd taken control of the councils, they'd done all sorts of things.
And the polls were with them. Something very strange has happened in the last 24 hours. Either the pollsters have been completely blindsided by something, or there has been a massive, very last-minute swing to the Tories. People who were undecided and right at the end have chosen the Tories. Something big and strange has happened.
We'll have Peter Kellner back in a bit to explain what's going on.
He'll know.
He will tell us.
He'll know.
Well, no, he did say he might have to eat humble pie. Everybody's eating humble pie. Paddy Ashton's eating Vince Cable's hat. And
Alistair Campbell's eating his kilt.
Alistair Campbell's eating his kilt. I dread to think
what
that will reveal.
It's very chewy.
Clwyd South, let's have a look at that.
The same sort of result as we saw next door to it in Wrexham. This is the second Wales result in of the night. And you can see Labour have held it, 37% share of the vote. Susan Jones returned as the MP. But look where UKIP is in third place, Plaid in fourth, and the Lib Dems right down here in fifth. You'll see that very similar pattern to the one we saw in Wrexham. The Lib Dems really taking a big hit here, down 13%. UKIP up 13%, although we don't know how much churn there was in the way those votes were turned around. And this is the pattern that I keep coming back to, that Andy was mentioning in Nuneaton. Here again, we've seen that swing, only a tiny swing, but look at the direction. It's from Labour to Conservative, even somewhere that Labour has held even pretty safely, like Wales.
Let's go back to the Liberal Democrats for a moment and join Laura Jones in Yeovil. That's Paddy Ashton's old seat It was held before the election by David Laws, who was the schools minister, and he had quite a healthy majority, 13,000 there. Laura, is it looking as though he's going to take Yeovil or hold Yeovil?
To be honest, there are a lot of very glum-looking Lib Dem faces here in the room this evening. As you say, there are two counts going on here in Yeovil tonight. Firstly, the constituency of Yeovil itself, also the neighbouring constituency of Somerton and Frome, both currently Lib Dem holds. Now, there had been a lot of speculation that Somerton and Frome might go to the Conservative candidate, that might switch. But everyone had assumed, and in fact the polls had also said that they thought Yeovil was pretty safe. Now, the word on the floor here, though, is that it is far from safe. We still think it's going to be very close. We're not quite sure, but we will wait and see. Of course, David Laws, a huge Lib Dem hitter. The Conservatives have thrown a lot at this campaign here in Yeovil. Obviously, they would be keen to take his seat if they could. As I said, people on the ground here, Lib Dem people who've been looking at the papers as they're being looked at here, do look very glum indeed. We understand that's going to be very, very close indeed, which of course would be big news. We'll bring you news when we have it. In neighbouring Somerton and Frome, briefly, it's a battle between two Davids. David Rendell, the Lib Dem candidate. Previously, that seat has been held by David Heath, but of course he stepped down, so he isn't standing. The Conservative candidate in Somerton and Frome, David Warburton, has also had a good campaign here, they've been saying, and it looks as if that seat will go blue as well.
Laura, do you have any idea how long we have to wait to get David Law's result from Yeovil?
We're being told, the latest we're being told is possibly 3 o'clock, 3:30. We're not quite sure. There were some delays in getting some of the boxes here this evening, we understand. So, yes, hopefully in the next couple of hours. And we are expecting David Laws here at some point, although we're being told it's likely he'll only arrive very, very shortly before the announcement. We're hoping to speak to him, though, obviously, regardless of what happens.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll be down there for that. We've had a comment from Professor Curtis on his exit poll. He says that the result in Nuneaton, according to the exit poll, was expected to be a swing from Conservative to Labour. In reality, we had that 2% swing from Labour to the Conservatives, and he now says that we should take seriously the possibility that the Tories could get an overall majority at the end of this election.
Absolutely. As I said, that was the key result so far, and it shows that where both parties have thrown everything into the campaign, really, really mattering, the Labour Party is still losing badly. Ed Miliband's leadership will be on the line by the end of this evening if this is how it's going to go on.
And Peter Kellner's leadership will be on the line because we come back to this question. Fascinating. What on earth has happened? Because it now seems fairly clear that the polls were wrong, that the public opinion polls, and I don't say you got it, measured it wrong, I mean that people for some reason did something quite different from what they'd told you at UKIP they were going to do.
Let me take you through this.
You at UKIP? You at YouGov.
Let me take you through this, David.
Yeah.
11 polls 24 hours ago all said more or less the same story, neck and neck. It looks to me like we'll end up with a 5 or 6 point Conservative lead in the popular vote. We're not as far out as we were in '92, not that that's a great commendation. And what we've all been saying for some time is Conservatives will be the biggest party. We've been saying that the Labour Party would be stuffed in Scotland. We're saying the Liberal Democrats would lose a lot of seats. So a lot of the story we've got right. So if one's going to go a binary perfection or disaster, we're in between. We're not perfect.
I'm not trying to pillory the pollsters. I'm more interested in what's going on in the voters' minds that allows you to get one view and the polling station to show another.
No, this is right. And because all the polls have made broadly the same mistake, we can't put this down to random sampling error, which you normally do if you're a couple of points out.
You're saying it's a mistake. It's not necessarily a mistake. They said that's what they were going to do. They just didn't do it.
Yes.
That doesn't mean it's a mistake on your part. I'm not defending you, but it doesn't mean it.
Yes, but I'm saying that something went wrong. Now, what seems to have gone wrong is that people have said one thing before, whether they polled online or by telephone or face-to-face. They did something else in the ballot box. To that extent, it possibly is a bit like 1992. I was saying until last weekend, I thought there'll be a late swing to the Conservatives.
The headlights of David Cameron, I think, probably going to his count, and he Andrew Marr, you were there earlier this evening.
Yes.
He'll be.
I would have been
mown over,
but I
mown
came there
down.
instead.
But he will be, as his lights disappear there, he will be
absolutely cock-a-hoop. The Conservative High Command was genuinely very, very worried before all of this started, before the exit poll came out. I have never seen the atmosphere change so dramatically and so fast among a group of politicians as when that exit poll hit.
I'm curious why they didn't already know this, because they've got all their agents and their MPs telling them what's happened.
Some did.
Did they not say we've held Nuneaton?
No, they didn't. Some knew something good was happening for them. George Osborne, for a couple of days now, has been very, very optimistic. And he's been around the country a lot. He knows the North quite well. But most of them didn't expect this to happen. I have to say, if that Yeovil result is accurate, then it's going to be sort of chapeau de Vince Cable en croûte, or the ultimate pasty for Paddy to devour.
I think we've all been talking to people in the parties who've been saying what's going on the ground. I could not find anybody 24 hours ago who said this is what was going to happen. So something's happened to the electorate. The polls, yes, but something more than the polls. If anybody now says they knew this all along, well, they didn't say so publicly 48 hours ago.
But since opinion polls are what parties take seriously in their campaigning, I mean, Labour has been polling its focus groups and all that. And what does it say for how you conduct a campaign if the polls are so wrong? You don't know what the public...
And just to break in on
5 million people
the really clever people, we're told, are the people putting money on, the betting. And the betting has been going pro-Labour all day. So
and David, I'll answer your question directly, because I've been saying this for months
watching
in public.
The lights of... I may see him turn up
people
at
like David Cameron driving to his constituency count, they should campaign on what they believe. They should not listen to people like me and the figures we produce.
Well, they never will.
They should. They should. Maybe not. but they should campaign on what they believe. I think the campaigning by polling numbers, I've always thought, and I've always said, is a bad way to campaign. And I think one of the reasons why, to my mind, from all parties, I found this a rather dispiriting campaign the last 6 weeks, is because it has been campaigning by numbers rather than campaigning by principles.
OK. Laura, brief comment.
Two things, though, that candidates have been saying to me in the last couple of days in different parts of the country. Conservatives have been saying that they have seen last-minute switchers to them in this last couple of days. For months, they've been promised a late surge. They believe that had been happening in the last couple of days, partly because of the SNP wedge that was shoved in to try to get voters back to them. And secondly, Labour candidates were saying to me, particularly in the north of England, they believe people who were telling them they were undecideds might have been deciding to vote UKIP. And we've seen in a couple of seats tonight already, the UKIP vote in the north has really been up in some of those Labour seats.
We were speculating a moment ago about David Laws in Yeovil, that he might have lost Yeovil. What does it say for Sheffield Hallam and Nick Clegg's seat? Kamal Ahmed is there. Do you have any idea of what's happened and whether he might not have held on, or do you think he will have held? What are they saying?
Well, at the moment, David, I'm just here at Sheffield Hallam seat. You can see the boxes just being opened. Quite a rural seat, actually, so the boxes take quite a while to get here. Still very, very early days for Nick Clegg himself. He's defending a majority of 15,000. That actually was against the Conservatives in 2010, but it's actually Labour here who have bounced back to fight Nick Clegg, and it's the Labour candidate who was thought at one point, Oliver Coppard, to actually be ahead of Nick Clegg in the polls. Nick Clegg has actually strengthened in the polls after that, and more recently seems to be more secure. We haven't had any information really yet from the boxes that are being opened. Some of the few that have come through do suggest that some of the Green vote has gone to Labour, so Labour have picked up some of that student Green vote that voted in 2010, but little to say about that. What we have had here, though, James McCrory, who is Nick Clegg's official spokesman, has just done a short impromptu briefing downstairs there on the running track, and he's admitted that Nick Clegg is very disappointed by the results that are coming through, or the suggestion of the results that are going to come this way for the Liberal Democrats. Also, Liberal Democrat sources are now saying that that figure of 10 looks like it could be right, and some very, very big names do seem to be under threat, as you've already been speaking about, David Laws being one of those, of course, as well. Danny Alexander is another one. even the notion that Vince Cable could be under some degree of threat. Interesting point that has been made to me, though. Joe Swinson apparently in Scotland is battling neck and neck to hang on to that seat, but of East Dunbartonshire. But some very, very big names, and lots of those people, of course, allies of Nick Clegg. And just as Andrew Marr was saying, there'd be some question marks over Ed Miliband's leadership by the end of this evening.
Kamal, thank you very much. I have to stop you there because
in that kind of position.
Thank you very much.
You said before
We're going up to Scotland, and in Glasgow, Nicola Sturgeon
Remain of the view if there is an anti-Tory majority,
and Kirsty's with her.
Should work together to lock the Tories out. If that doesn't prove possible because of the arithmetic, that will be because of Labour's inability to beat the Tories in England. The exit poll, if the exit poll was correct, and we don't know that yet, would show that even if Labour had won all of the seats projected to be won by the SNP, they still wouldn't.
Nicola, you
be
said that a British government would not be legitimate without Scottish
Look,
voices. How would you affect that?
Look, I still want to see how the results shape up across the UK. If there's an anti-Tory majority, I want to work with Labour to lock the Tories out. So let's see how the results shape up overnight. But the early indications are that this is going to be an extremely good night for the SNP. Our messages of an end to austerity, investment in public services, standing up and making Scotland's voice heard appear to have resonated very strongly with the Scottish electorate. But if you don't mind, I'm going to go in and see some of our candidates. And I'll talk to you later. Thank you very much.
Well done, Nicola.
Nicola Sturgeon there with Kirsty. Well, can we talk to Kirsty? Is that possible? Just catch a brief glimpse of her. Maybe we can, maybe we can't.
Isn't that interesting, though? Nicola Sturgeon still trying to stick to the line she'd used throughout the campaign. She wants an anti-Tory majority to be part of that, to lock out David Cameron. Meanwhile, Alex Salmond is already off the block, saying that David Cameron, on the basis of these results, would have no legitimacy in Scotland. Now, that was the argument that the SNP brought in the closing days of the campaign. But isn't that interesting, already out of the blocks, making this argument that somehow a UK government with so few Scottish Labour MPs would just have no legitimacy if they end up with not a single one.
This word legitimacy is thrown about, banded around.
I'm terribly
you
sorry.
The word legitimacy in terms of
there is a very narrow
the United
meaning.
Kingdom and the Westminster Parliament.
There's a very narrow meaning. We have a parliamentary democracy, and whoever can command a majority of the House of Commons is the legitimate Prime Minister. End of story. There is another question about fairness, David.
I think we can join Kirsty. Trying to get in. Kirsty. Yes, we can hear you. Well, we can't hear you, but you can speak. I hoped we could hear her, but for some reason we can't. All right, Andrew, go back to where you were.
Where was I?
I don't know.
Legitimacy. And the definition thereof.
Legitimacy, it's a word that doesn't really exist in our constitution because whoever's got the most seats in the House of Commons who can command a majority one way or another is the legitimate Prime Minister. End of story. Fairness is another question.
Remember, we had a referendum 4 years ago on a minor change to the electoral system. The SNP will have roughly half the votes in Scotland and practically all the seats. That's one of the consequences of an electoral system that we voted overwhelmingly as in Great Britain to keep 4 years ago. So in a sense, I think as it were, the electorate as well as the politicians have to own the consequences of having a first-past-the-post system.
And can I just say that the SNP are not the Viet Cong, you know, they're not a bunch of kind of really, really hard left people coming down to steal England's money. Lots of different politicians with lots of different views, and we'll come to know them quite well over the next few years.
How many Conservative MPs did the Thatcher government have in Scotland when Scotland turned against Thatcher?
They went from
about 20.
Down to about 11.
They ended up with 10, but yeah, a significant number.
And of course, it's forgotten that it was
when in the 1950s they had most Scottish MPs were Tories in the 1950s.
And it was the Conservatives who first offered devolution to Scotland under Ted Heath.
Ted Heath. Alec Douglas-Hume was involved as well. I think Malcolm Rifkin was a great enthusiast for it at the time. as I recall.
So they can't now turn their back on it and say
No,
that it was a mistake.
It was a Heath idea.
Do you think it was? Do you think it is a direct consequence of devolution?
No, I think
that,
independence would have happened faster without devolution, actually. I think just trying to hold the line and say we will not move would have caused a break, an eruption beforehand. This seems to be a big historic process. It probably can't be reversed.
At the height of Thatcher, there were 21 Conservative MPs in Scotland in 1983, went down to 10 in 1987. That was the election in 1987, of course, when the Conservatives had a majority of 100, lost a lot of cities, and Margaret Thatcher said we must do something about those cities. I suspect David Cameron will, I hope, at least think, if not say, we've got to do something about the North, something about Scotland.
OK, we have a result from Ceredigion.
Hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows.
This is a seat held by the Liberal Democrats.
Henrietta Elizabeth.
With a majority of 8,000
Welsh
last time.
Conservative Party. Ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru. 4,123. 4,123. James Gethin, UK Independence Party, UKIP. 3,829. 3,829. Parker, Mike, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 10,347, 10,347. Thomas, Hugh, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 3,615, 3,615. Thompson, Daniel John, the Green Party, Plaid Werdd, 2,088, 2,088. Williams, Mark Fraser, Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 3,010, 414, 13,414.
Held it.
Yr oedd nifer y papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd yn 96. The number of ballot papers rejected was 96. Ac yr wyf yn datgan drwy hyn, and I hereby declare that the said Mark Fraser Williams.
All right, so the Liberal Democrats hold on to Ceredigion, a place that's half Welsh speaking, and we go to get the result from Kilmarnock now. Kilmarnock.
Hereby declare that the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. Rodney Ackland, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 789. Alan Brown, Scottish National Party, SNP, 30,000 votes. Cathy Jamieson, Scottish Labour Party, 16,362 votes. Brian Whittle, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 6,752 votes, and that the said Alan Brown has been duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament for the Kilmarnock and Loudoun constituency.
Kilmarnock and Loudoun in West Scotland, and here is the share of the vote, an SNP gain on the round number 30,000. There's the share. 56% for the SNP, 30 for Labour, and turn it round and look at the change since last time. It's SNP up 30%, Labour down 22%, and the swing from Labour to the SNP. 26%. 26%.
That's an extraordinary swing, and Scottish Labour, looking at that, Cathy Jamieson is a senior MP, she had a shadow portfolio. Looking at a swing like that, they'll be hanging their heads in pain and gloom and despair. I mean, going into this, they were thinking 15%, we could sort of survive after something like that. Anything above 20% swing across the board, that becomes very, very, very difficult. If we're seeing things coming back like 26% swing, almost double the votes for the SNP new MP to Cathy Jamieson, that is
Absolutely.
Maybe almost impossible for them to cope with in the future. Will they have a future?
By 10 o'clock, she must have expected. Should we have the result from the Irish result?
Yeah, you can.
Can we, Emily? And we'll just go back up to Andrew.
This is the other one that's changed hands tonight, apart from the Kilmarnock one. This is a UUP gain from the DUP. Danny Kinahan now becomes the MP here. This has long been a battleground between those two main strands of unionism, but you can see here the UUP have just edged ahead. Why does that matter? Because we were talking about the DUP in terms of the number of seats they might be able to offer a Conservative government, a Conservative minority government of sorts. This might suggest that they are one down. But let me take you to one other one, which could also play into the maths, or could have played into the maths. This is an independent hold in North Down. Lady Sylvia Herman returned here once again. You're going to ask me why she's Lady Sylvia Herman, David? And we found out it's because her husband's a knight. There you go.
Yeah, and you got it wrong, because she's Lady Herman because her husband's a knight, but it's too much to go into.
Should we carry this one on?
Was a knight, Sir John Herman.
Exactly.
Yes.
You're
If
both
she's Lady
very
Sylvia
impressed.
Herman, she'd be a member of the aristocracy. Yes, let's go to
Thank you, Sir David.
To you. That's all right.
We're going to speak now to Tim Farron, former president of the Liberal Democrats, often spoken as a future leader of the Liberal Democrats. Mr. Farron, looks like it could take your party a generation to recover from tonight.
Well, we've seen a handful of results. I'm delighted by Mark Williams returning Ceredigion, of course, just a moment or two ago. But apart from that, we don't know a right lot. It states the blindingly obvious that exit polls and all polls to be taken with a pinch of salt. And obviously, we wait until we see lots of genuine numbers before we can really comment on that kind of thing. But I think it's worth saying.
Even the seat you've won had a 17% drop in your vote. And it looks pretty certain that Danny Alexander has lost. David Laws is in trouble in Yeovil as well. You can hardly claim it's been a good night for the Lib Dems. Indeed, it looks like being a pretty disastrous night for the Lib Dems.
I am not going to claim it's a good night for the Liberal Democrats. Let's start there. I will start, though, 5 years ago, with us making a decision that was absolutely in the national interest and that we knew at the time was definitely not in the party's interest. So this is going to be, a tough set of results for us. People who have put the national interest first, who have worked their socks off and who deserve better results than they're going to get, should be proud of what we've achieved this last 5 years. I'm very proud of every single one of my colleagues up and down the country. What I think is happening, if it's worth speculating on this at least, is that fear may have won the day. We're seeing big results for the Scottish National Party. That based on a sense of fear and externalisation of blame for the challenges that they face onto England. And in England, maybe Wales, but certainly in England, seeing the Conservative Party who've played the fear card, fear of the SNP and, dare I even say, fear of Scotland more broadly. And that worries me greatly.
All right,
nationalism is always dangerous, whether
all
you
right,
wrap
but
yourself in a
let's,
Union Jack or
sure,
a
but let's
Scottish
come back to you as
or a saltire.
Let's come back to you as a politician rather than a political commentator, because that's our job actually. And ask you,
that's all we can do at the
this:
minute.
do you have the appetite, if required, to continue in government, or given the scale of your losses, should you now go into opposition and rebuild the party?
So we know the scale of nothing at the moment, really, Andrew, and the arithmetic, or more centrally, the will of the people is what we need to look at, and we'll know
the will
that
of the people
sometime in a
seems to
few
be
hours'
that they're decimating your party. If you are down to 10 seats, and that's what the exit poll is showing, and the exit poll so far looks like being a lot more right than wrong, can Nick Clegg's leadership survive?
So I think the point for us is to respect what the will of the electorate is when it comes to the makeup of the House of Commons, and we'll decide that in due course.
I asked you about Nick Clegg's leadership.
Well, he's done a blinding job. I'm really proud of it.
How can he have done a blinding job
ago,
if you've gone from if you've gone from 56 MPs down to about 10 or thereabouts? How can that be a blinding job?
Andrew, is a rare thing in politics. You should note this more than anybody else because you talk to enough politicians and you've reviewed enough elections. It is an incredibly rare thing for a political leader and a party to do something that they know is not in their own electoral and political interest, and to do absolutely what was in the national interest. And so I stand very, very proud of Nick Clegg.
But can
and
we
every one of my colleagues
can
up
we
and down the
expect
country.
to see you as the next leader of the Liberal Democrats for the time of your September conference?
You can expect the Liberal Democrats to emerge from this election knowing that what has happened in this election is that with fear maybe having won the day, both sides of the border, that there absolutely now has never been more need for a Liberal Party. Nationalism is dangerous because it's about externalising blame for our predicament, whatever it might be, whether it be on the English, on the Scots, on the Europeans, whatever it might be.
I understand that, Mr. Farman,
but
you have
voice
said that.
It's never been greater.
I just asked whether you would be leader by the autumn, but we'll leave it there. Thanks for joining us. Here in the studio, we've got Conservative Frances Maud stepping down from politics in this election, not contesting it. Tessa Jow, possible Labour candidate for Mayor of London, former Minister in the Blair and Brown government, and Susan Kramer of the Liberal Democrats. Frances Maud, what are you going to do about Scotland?
Well, I mean, it's a seismic result in Scotland, a massive failure for Labour in Scotland.
And for the Tories, you probably haven't won any seats either.
Well, we'll see.
Well, probably not, correct?
Well, it's early days yet, but there wasn't a lot of downside for us. We only had one seat in Scotland. I would have loved us to win more. I don't rule out that we may, but we'll see what the morrow brings on that. You know, Scotland has been... this is a massive failure for Labour. I mean, they've taken it for granted for too long, and something happened that no one really in England has understood, and Labour, and even in Scotland, hasn't understood after the referendum.
No, but it looks, as things stand at the moment, it looks like the Conservatives will be forming the next government. We don't know if minority or in some kind of coalition or even an overall majority. You will be, for non-devolved areas, running Scotland, where you will probably have at most one or maybe no MPs at all, in which it looks like there could be 57, 58 Scottish nationalists out of 59. That cannot hold. You have to do something about Scotland to address that issue. What could it be?
Well, we've committed, as the other UK parties have, to a further degree of devolution for Scotland.
Well, just by the way, to interrupt you, we are just watching pictures of Mr. Cameron's car about to arrive at his count in Whitney. Sorry, Frances, but you have offered some more devolution, but it's... Oh, we're going to go to my hometown of Paisley, where we've got a declaration there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now ready to declare the results for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency.
This is Douglas Alexander's seat.
I, Sandra
Shadow
Black,
Foreign Secretary.
Returning Officer for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency, declare that the total number of
his
votes
opponent, a
given
20-year-old
to each
student,
candidate was as
Mary
follows.
Black,
Douglas
at University
Garvin
of Glasgow.
Alexander,
Here are the figures.
Scottish Labour Party, 17,864. Mary Black, Scottish National Party, 23,548. Fraser Daniel Galloway, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,526. Eileen McCartan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,010. Sandra Amelia Webster, Scottish Socialist Party, 278. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 69, and the total number of votes was 46,295. Therefore, I declare that Mary Black is duly elected as the Member of Parliament.
A sensational result from Paisley and Renfrewshire South. Douglas Alexander, who was at the very heart of Labour's campaign, Shadow Foreign Secretary, but their campaigning has been defeated by a 20-year-old student from Glasgow University. Let's just hear what she has to say.
I'd like to thank the
Mary
returning
Black.
officer and their staff for conducting a fair election, and also the work of the police. I would like to thank all the other candidates for their participation, and in particular, whilst I appreciate that this is a blow for Douglas Alexander, I truly hope he will remain to see his future in politics once he is recovered from this result. I would like to thank my mum, my dad, my brother, and my close friends for their continued support and all the help they've given me throughout this campaign. I want to thank the people of this constituency for placing their faith in me and for their faith within the SNP. Whether you voted for the SNP or not, and whatever your views are on Scotland's future, I will seek to represent you and everyone in this constituency to the very best of my ability. This election is about making the voice of this constituency and the whole of Scotland heard more effectively at Westminster than ever before. I pledge to use this voice not just to improve Scotland, but to pursue progressive politics for the benefit of people across the UK. If I have been elected alongside a strong group of SNP MPs, we will work to put an end to the austerity cuts which are hurting people in communities both north and south of the border. We will call for the powers promised to Scotland in the referendum, starting with those which make the biggest impact in getting more people into work and making work pay. And as part of a strong team of SNP MPs, I will always vote against wasting £100 billion on a new generation of Trident nuclear weapons. By ending austerity and scrapping Trident, we can choose to invest in the things that really matter to the people of Scotland. The people of Scotland are speaking, and it is time for their voice to be heard at Westminster.
We'll come back in a moment to Paisley, Renfrewshire South to try and pick up with Douglas Alexander if he speaks, but let's just have a look at another sensational result.
Just as you're about to say, a 21% swing in Paisley seems unimaginable. Let me take you to Dumbartonshire
Hold on,
West,
I'm going to stop you because we've got Douglas just come. Let's hear
Sure.
him and we'll come back, Emily, if that's all right.
Mary on her victory. She has fought a formidable campaign, and I,
Elaine Macpherson, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in Ochil and South Perthshire constituency.
I don't know why we lost that. We'll recover it. Emily, let's just pick up where we were.
Very
and we'll
quickly, and we'll go
recover
back
Douglas
to Douglas Alexander
when
as soon as he appears. A swing here of 34% from Labour to the SNP. If I remind you that the swing that lost Portillo his seat in '97 was around 17%, we thought that was momentous. That was the moment. This one is double that. A swing to Labour, a swing to the SNP from Labour of 34%. This was, 40 on the target list, and they've taken it.
I could not be more proud of the campaign that we have fought. This, of course, has been a very difficult night for Labour. Scotland has chosen to oppose this Conservative government, but not place that trust in the Labour Party. It will be our responsibility to re-win that trust in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sorry we missed the beginning of Douglas Alexander's speech from a glitch, but glitches are inevitable with all these seats and cameras all over everywhere. Things do go wrong occasionally, Andrew.
Indeed. Just listening to Murray Black there and trying to push this ahead, the SNP now have a fascinating challenge ahead. They say they're going to make Scotland's voice heard more clearly against austerity, but probably in a situation where David Cameron and the Conservatives rule at Westminster and overwhelmingly rule in England. How is that going to work out?
There is another interesting aspect to this, isn't there? That the Scottish politicians, both Labour and Conservative, have been powerful influences on British politics for generations.
Gordon Brown, Malcolm Rifkin, David
Yeah.
Steele, Ming Campbell, and so on and so on and so on. What the SNP are doing are forcing both the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party to become very, very different parties. They're losing all those generations of Scottish, British leaders, the origins of those parties as well, and they will be very, very different parties in the years ahead. We are seeing the entire shape of British politics changing before our eyes.
We've got another result in. I should just say Mary Black, we think, is the youngest MP to be elected since the Great Reform Act in 1832, aged 20.
20
Emily.
years old. Let me show you this one in Dundee West. A very similar pattern to the last two you've just seen. Chris Law takes this for the SNP from Labour, 61% share of the vote. I should also say, in the last seat we were looking at, turnout was up some 10%, so 74% turnout there. This is what happened overnight. Labour there crashing down 25%. The Lib Dems also taking a hit. But the real gains here for the SNP, plus 33%. And you can have a look at these sensational swings that nearly take in the whole of that semicircle. 29% swing from Labour to the SNP, colouring it nearly all yellow.
We've got a result from Falkirk. Let's go to the returning officer at Falkirk and hear what's happened there.
I, Mary Pitcaithley, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in Falkirk constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Coburn, David Adam, 1,829 votes. Harris, Alison Ada, 7,325 votes. McNally, John, 34,831. Milne Galen, 1,225 votes. And Whitefield Karen, 15,130.
Well, it barely needs saying again, an SNP victory there, and here's the share of the vote and the change, and then we'll look at the swing. Let's have the share first of all. 58% for the SNP, Labour on 25, the change since last time, a switch between the SNP and Labour, and a swing to the SNP of 24%. Andrew,
and apparently you were saying Mary Black was the youngest MP since the Great Reform Act. That is not true.
No.
She's the youngest MP since 1667.
You've been on Wikipedia.
Well, no, I just saw a little tweet.
You've been on Wikipedia.
No, actually, I've been looking at one of our rivals on BuzzFeed, as it happens.
Well, she's also
the
youngest MP since 1832, and indeed since 1945 or NDH Academy. Yes.
It will, of course, as Andrew said, the SNP will find themselves in this very curious position and potentially being this enormous new block of MPs, but finding it extremely difficult to deliver any kind of influence at all, because it looks very almost certain to be a Conservative government. And yet, just the very virtue of them being there at Westminster as the third biggest party will immediately change the whole complexion.
We've got another
of the
result,
place.
Ockhill and South Perthshire. Gordon Banks, the MP here since 2005. And here's the result for Ockhill and South Perthshire.
Former Conservative politician.
SNP gained the seat and a majority of 10,000, over 10,000.
Swing of only 14%.
And the swing, let's just see the swing here, because we've been having these enormous swings in favour of the SNP. This is a 14% swing from Labour to the SNP, rather less, half indeed, what we've been getting.
Interesting, one of the things we've talked about a lot and seen some evidence of in Scotland has been tactical voting and people on the unionist side trying to get together in the weeks running up to the vote to try to stop the SNP. That is one of the parts of Scotland where there was some evidence of that on the ground. Very difficult to prove whether or not that's been part of it, but interesting.
Glenrothes, we have the result for 2. Can we have that one?
Not far from Gordon Brown's old seat in Fife.
Again, this was a Labour MP who was standing down, and the SNP take the seat, and the majority, nearly 14,000. And once again, let's just see the swing. Here is David Cameron going to his count at Witney. The swing in Glenrothes was 35%. Emily, I'm sorry, we're taking these things and you've got them all there ready to display.
I think we're now going to have, a guess on the biggest swing of the night from Labour to the SNP, because 35, I don't think, is a figure that anyone would have put money on. This wasn't the hardest target, but they needed a 20% swing here, and they've done that and more.
These are I'm just reminded that the Portillo swing, you remember, were you up for Portillo when he lost his seat? It was 17%, and people thought that was extraordinary. 35%.
Absolutely.
Can I just make one quick, simple point. Turnout in Scotland is up everywhere. It's up by 9 percentage points, well over 70% turnout. 62%
You're watching the Prime Minister, sorry to
England.
interrupt, you're watching the Prime Minister just coming to his count. We just keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Go on, Peter.
Yeah, and you know, some of the excitement generated by the referendum in politics has clearly carried through in Scotland and plainly benefited the SNP.
The turnout is running at what?
The turnout in Scotland is running at 72%, up 9 percentage points. In England, it's barely up at all.
We go to Castle Point in Essex, including Canvey Island. I don't know whether you can hear them. I can't hear them.
David Serena.
Oh, there we are.
Liberal Democrats, 80. Ellis Dominic George, Green Party, 1,076. Harris Elizabeth Rebecca Scott, Conservative Party, 23,112. Huntman Jamie David, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 14,178. There were 117 spoilt votes, and I do hereby declare that Elizabeth Rebecca Scott Harris is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Castle Point constituency.
So the Conservatives hold on to Castle Point, where Nigel Farage launched his election campaign at the Movie Star Cinema. Canvey Island, where you get the best pina colada in Essex. How do I know that?
Only you would know that.
I do know it.
Can we ask why at this point?
Yes,
of the
I
night?
had a pina colada there, and on the edge of the Thames. It was very good indeed.
Thank you. Canvey Island, interesting, because about a year ago it was the kind of place that UKIP had high hopes of. In the last few months that's died away, and again it seems that disappointment for them again.
And if Nigel Farage has failed in Thanet South, then possibly Douglas Carswell will be the only UKIP MP. If he wins, David Cameron will be delighted that not only is he close to the overall majority, but UKIP has more or less melted away as a phrase.
It would give the UKIP parliamentary group a very, very high overall IQ rating.
Emily, can we just catch up on Castle Point, and then we'll go
Can't
up to
yet.
Andrew?
As soon as we colour it up, that means we've got the figures in. But at the moment, you're looking at the 2010 result. This remains in white until we get the full set of figures.
We'll come back to you, Andrew.
Yep.
David, thank you very much. We're now going to speak to the former First Minister of Scotland, a man likely to be in the next House of Commons, Alex Salmond. We go to him in his constituency. Alex Salmond, a remarkable results coming out of Scotland for your party, probably unprecedented in British politics. But we look like ending up in this situation, that we will have some kind of Conservative government for the UK and a Scotland dominated by the Scottish nationalists. What would you want this Conservative government to do now?
Well, can we take these things one at a time, Andrew? I mean, firstly, I think we should reflect a wee bit on these early results from Scotland, which show swings to the SNP from the Labour Party of up to 35%. That's more than 3 times the swing, for example, that Tony Blair achieved in 1997. Unprecedented in a general election, anytime, anywhere, I think, Andrew. So I think that's probably worth dwelling on a little before we start making up the next configuration of the House of Commons.
We've done that, and no one can deny the scale of the Scottish nationalists.
I was going to say a bit more about it, Andrew.
Yeah, well, you know, we've done that. What I'm asking you now is that nevertheless it looks like you're going to have a government in Westminster which Scotland will maybe not contribute even a single MP to now. So what do you want this government to do?
Well, I think most people in Scotland have passed a verdict on the contribution of the MPs in the government, in the last government from Scotland. They found that a bit of a negative contribution, issues like the bedroom tax and the overall treatment of Scotland, Andrew. But we don't know what the complexion of the House of Commons is going to be. I mean, if we take your exit poll, the Tories would still be short of an overall majority. I don't think after the drubbing that they're receiving this evening, the Liberals are going to go anywhere near government. So let's see if it's possible still to have a progressive alliance between those who don't believe in Tory policies, to see if we can get a blocking position into the House of Commons, Andrew. That's what Nicola Sturgeon lined up, and that's what we're going to try and achieve.
If Mr Cameron was to offer you what is called full fiscal autonomy, that Scotland raises all its tax revenues and is responsible for spending all of its money, bar, defence and foreign policy, and a few other things. What would your reaction be?
Well, let's see who gets into government and what's on offer. But our first port of call, as Nicola Sturgeon has rightly outlined, is to see if that progressive alliance is possible.
But it doesn't look like
Andrew,
you've got that. It doesn't look like you're progressive. It looks like Labour has done so badly that your progressive alliance isn't going to fly.
Well, they've not done very well, Andrew. They're going to have to win 1 or 2 seats, aren't they, first? But nonetheless, I think we should dwell on this fact, Andrew. There's a lion roaring in Scotland tonight, a Scottish lion. I don't think any government of any political complexion is going to be able to ignore it. And secondly, could I just reflect that I remember a long time ago, in fact, we're probably the only people who can remember it, in 1987, when the SNP had 3 MPs, we managed to cause a reasonable amount of attention and stir in a parliament facing a Tory majority of over 100. I think we're going to have considerably more than 3 MPs in the next House of Commons, and whatever happens to the parliamentary majority, I suspect it'll be a lot less than 100, Andrew.
All right, Alex Salmond, I look forward to asking you all these questions again in the aftermath of this
I look
election.
forward to that, Andrew. Thank you.
I know you will, Alex Salmond. Tessa Jow, what is your reaction to this? I mean, it's a wipeout.
Well, I mean, it's an extraordinary result, and obviously the SNP candidates who've become members of Parliament should be congratulated. And obviously, over time, there are lessons that the Labour Party has to draw from the sheer scale in which the Scottish people have turned away from
I mean, you could be
Labour.
finished in Scotland now.
Well, I would never say that. You know, I think that
But
it
you're
is
in as
always
bad a position as the Tories. Now, the Tories took 2 generations to get effectively wiped out in Scotland.
And when
You've done it in 6 months.
And when people withdraw on this kind of scale, it takes time to rebuild. And that's the challenge to Labour in Scotland, to start rebuilding, to understand why the SNP have managed to sweep the country in the way. And, you know, I haven't spent a lot of time campaigning in Scotland, Andrew. I grew up, actually, in Aberdeen. But, and so I do understand the sense of the remoteness of where, let me just say this from Westminster. But I think the problem is that in a number of Scottish constituencies, you know, that connection with the community that the SNP have established was ground that Labour conceded.
But it's not just in Scotland that Labour's doing badly. You're not doing that well in London. And we all thought that London would be rich pickings for the Labour Party. I mean, you want to be the Labour mayor of London. It's not... this isn't turning out to be quite the Labour city that we thought it was.
Well, let's see where we are by 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still a lot of results to come in.
It's not looking good. You couldn't win Battersea.
No, but what I am, you know, Battersea, I mean, we had a fabulous candidate in Battersea.
You didn't win it.
No, and we didn't win it.
In fact, you've lost it badly.
We've lost it even with a brilliant candidate. But I think, I mean, I'll tell you what is my real struggle this evening, Andrew. I mean, I have spent, you know, as my colleagues have, months campaigning all over London. And what I cannot reconcile is the reaction of our campaign on the ground, on the doorstep. You know, we had about 10,000 people today out campaigning.
Much good did it do?
Well, you can listen. You can say this, but you know, politics is a complex business, and you build results over time. I cannot reconcile the exit poll prediction, or indeed the early results from London, from what I experienced as somebody who is a pretty experienced campaigner on the streets of London.
That is maybe, but if the result, if Mr Miliband has Labour wiped out in Scotland and comes a poor second in England and doesn't even do well in London, can he survive as leader of the Labour Party beyond this month?
You can't lay all this on Ed Miliband. What has happened in Scotland to Labour has, you know, hasn't just happened in the last 3 or 4 years.
But it's hardly been a success, has it?
Well, of course it's not a success. If you
So do you need a new leader?
No, we don't need a new leader, and this is not the moment to talk about whether we need a new leader or not.
Well,
what we need is to understand that if the exit poll is borne out, why our expectations were so wide of the mark in relation to the actual results.
Susan Craven, it may not just be Labour that's looking for a new leader. If you're down to 10 seats, Mr Clegg's position's untenable as leader of your party, isn't it?
Well, we're a party that tends to hold together. I mean, we're very collegiate. We all supported that decision, those of us who are in Westminster. We supported that decision,
Right.
and we understand a collective responsibility.
But is his
and I think you
position-
heard
is
Tim
his
Farron
position-
say how enormously proud we are.
I understand that.
So
but is
I
his-
don't think there'll be...
Is his position tenable?
I don't think there'll be pressure on him. So I do think the party will want to go away and think about how it moves forward. We always knew we were going to get badly hit. Maybe that's one of the difference to the other parties, because we were a small party in a coalition. We didn't think it would be as bad as the exit polls project,
It's
but we
much
knew
worse than
we were going to get
it's
very
much worse
badly
than
hit.
your worst nightmare.
Well, if those exit polls come through,
It is.
then it's heartbreaking for us.
Well, Francis Mudd, what are the chances, do you think, given this incredible position we're in now of the nationalists walking Scotland, wipe out, but a likely Conservative government in London, that Mr Cameron will make an enormous offer on Scottish fiscal autonomy?
Well, I think we need to deliver on what all the UK parties have promised on the next stages on devolution, and we'll do that.
It won't be enough.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that's what we promised.
This is a watershed moment in Scottish politics.
Yes,
a little
absolutely.
extra devolution, I would
there's-
suggest, isn't going to do the job.
Well, we'll see. There's something seismic that's happened there. All of the UK parties have a problem in Scotland. I think Ruth Davidson fought a brilliant campaign. There were two women, actually, who dominated the campaign in Scotland, and that was Nicola Sturgeon and Ruth Davidson.
One won all the seats and the other didn't.
Yeah, but I mean, we came from a very low position, and Ruth has actually given us vitality and momentum, and I think she's done a brilliant job there. But, you know, I think all of the UK parties have some way to go and some deep thinking to do about Scotland.
All right. Let's go back to David.
Thank you, Andrew. You may have noticed, listening to Andrew talking to Tessa Jowell, that she said of Labour's parlous position, you can't blame all of it on Ed Miliband. Scotland, let's see how that goes.
I'll just show you the tally so far. We've had 12 of the 59 seats declared, and they are all SNP as things stand. They've made 9 gains. Labour have lost 9 seats. The SNP are holding 3. Let me just take you to one in particular, which is a pretty extraordinary result. Motherwell was one of the safest Labour seats. It was the SNP target number 41. They've taken it with a 57% share of the vote. You're getting almost used to this kind of picture, but let me remind you how utterly exceptional it is. A swing of 34% from Labour to the SNP there. One other one that you asked me for a moment ago, which has got some quite interesting pictures, if I can show you. This is the one from Castle Point. We couldn't bring you the figures earlier. We've got them in now. This has been a Conservative hold. It was a UKIP target. Don't forget, Bob Spink got 27% of the vote when he stood here as the MP in 2010 as an independent. But this time round, what are we looking at? UKIP there, creeping into second place on 32% share of the vote. That is not insubstantial. It's not a seat, but it is a very, very important share of the vote for UKIP. Second place there. David.
Thanks very much. Let's get the declaration from Dunbartonshire East. This is Joe Swinson, the Liberal, who's been fighting very hard to hang on to Dunbartonshire East, challenged, of course, by the SNP. And here is the returning officer with the result.
As Deputy Returning Officer for the UK parliamentary election in the East Dunbartonshire County constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Wilfred Arasaratnam, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 567. Ross Greer, Scottish Green Party, 804. Amanjit Jund, Scottish Labour Party, 6,754. John Nicholson, Scottish National Party, SNP, 22,093. Andrew Paulson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 4,727. Joe Swinson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 19,926. There were 47 rejected ballot papers, and I declare that John Nicholson is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the East Dunbartonshire County constituency.
Well, it won't have been unexpected for Jo Swinson that. She knew she was in difficulty, shaking hands with the victor there. But interestingly, it was Labour that took the big hit. Jo Swinson's vote was down by 2% or so. Let's just see the figures for the share and the change. And the Liberal Democrats just down a bit, but Labour down by 22 percentage points. A swing to the SNP from the Liberal Democrats, 16%. Now, let's come back to England for a moment and go to Ed Miliband's constituency in Doncaster. John Sopel is there. John.
David, we've been talking throughout the evening about the sort of way the Labour Party has been sort of resisting accepting what seems to be happening across the United Kingdom. And we've been getting a series of text messages being sent to us with updates on what Labour thinks. So initially it was, we think that it's going to be very close and the BBC exit poll is wrong, and then we said we're sceptical of the BBC poll, and then there was another one saying the BBC forecasting is wrong. Now we've got this one, 2-hour delay, but now this one coming in. Results in Scotland clearly very difficult. If exit poll right, the seats SNP taking off Labour will turn out to be crucial if David Cameron ends up back in number 10. The first admission, concession, recognition possibly that might be the outcome, because until now the word from all Labour sources is, look, let's just wait and see, it's very early days yet. But in its text that we've just had from Labour HQ, they're talking about how difficult it will be for David Cameron if he is back in number 10. I think that marks a significant shift in their thinking.
John, thank you very much. I think we can be joined by Lucy Powell from Manchester. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Does Ed Miliband take the rap for this?
No, I think Ed has run a very positive campaign. He's performed very well in the debates and throughout this campaign. And I think going into the results tonight, pundits, independent people, supporters and non-supporters all held the view that Ed had had a very strong campaign. I think what we're seeing tonight, it is obviously a very disappointing result for us in Scotland in particular, is that people in Scotland thought and think that they can vote SNP and get rid of David Cameron. But voting SNP in Scotland looks like it's going to help David Cameron.
How can you have got it so wrong? You said Labour people thought, and Miliband had got it right and all that. You've got it wrong in England as well. Look at London. Look at a seat like Nuneaton.
Well, we're still in the early stages. I think there are still seats that we are confident will win, so let's see how that plays out. But certainly the Scottish question has helped David Cameron, not just in Scotland, but the fear that he's been able to push about the SNP in England looks like it's helping him there as well. It's the only narrative he has had in this campaign. He's run a very negative campaign with fear and smear, whereas I think Ed put forward a very positive prospectus to the country and was reaching out to all sorts of voters.
We have
right
this
across
result
the
in
UK.
from Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, which is that the old seat of Gordon Brown has been lost to the SNP. You can't see the result, but a majority of nearly 10,000 to the SNP. Labour in second place. Labour losing 31% and 37% up. It's for the SNP. The swing, 35% from Labour to the SNP. In Gordon Brown's constituency, admittedly he didn't do too well in the last election, but what do you make of that? I mean, Labour has just been trounced in Scotland.
These are very difficult and disappointing results for Labour.
You must have got it
There's
wrong
no question
somewhere,
of that.
though, mustn't you?
But they're also for the Liberal Democrats in Scotland as well. I mean, we've seen an SNP surge in Scotland, and you know, Scotland don't want David Cameron as their Prime Minister.
But Lucy Powell, come.
Like might be what they get.
Lucy Powell, come to what you did. You must have got it wrong, mustn't you? You got it wrong clearly in Scotland. You can't just blame the Tories for having said, you know, watch out for the SNP. You got it wrong in England.
Well, I don't think we got it wrong in Scotland. We've been saying for a long time it's a very difficult situation for us in Scotland. The polls have been predicting...
Well, you're just saying you got it wrong in Scotland
wrong.
for a decade or 2 decades rather than just in this general election campaign. You clearly got it wrong.
I think what we're seeing in Scotland is not just the aftermath from the referendum, but yes, a period of time where the SNP have been building their base in Scotland, and we have to look at that closely and learn the right lessons from that.
How long do you think Ed Miliband will remain leader of the Labour Party?
Well, look, we're still very premature here in the evening. We've got lots of results still to come, and you know, we'll see how the night goes before we make any early diagnosis.
I'll cheer you up with one gain, which we've just had in from Burnley, which is a Labour gain. I have put a smile on your face.
I'm here in Manchester, and we're confident of making a gain here in Manchester as well. And I think there are other results still yet to come tonight, which will show Labour making gains in England. And as I say, it's the challenge in Scotland which is having the opposite effect to what many people in Scotland want, which is they didn't want David Cameron to be Prime Minister. And if that's what happens, then you know we're going to have a very divided country.
Lucy Powell,
repairing.
Lucy Powell, campaign vice chair. Thank you very much. And they have gained Ealing as well, but we.
Sorry, I was just going to say, David, very close there to a Labour concession that David Cameron's going back into number 10. Quite an important moment in the evening.
Let's have a look at the swing and the swings we've had, which have been astonishing. You've got them from England as well as Scotland.
Yes, I have. Well, I just thought, now where are we? 5-3. Isn't it time to see the BBC's swingometer in 2015 on what is probably one of the most extraordinary election nights any of us can remember? So, come inside the Elizabeth Tower at Westminster, where we've actually got the 4 clock faces of Big Ben that we are using here as 4 swingometers to enable us just to have a look at different facets of this extraordinary election. So, to explain, here is our Conservative Labour swingometer. If just 5 voters per 100 shift from Labour to the Conservatives since 2010, that's a 5% swing against Labour. That's how it works. This is the England and Wales Conservative Labour swingometer. If the arrow moves against Labour, those red seats get coloured blue. If it moves against the Conservatives, those blue seats get coloured red. Pretty simple. Let's see, then, the swing so far in England and Wales. Now, you think it hasn't worked, don't you? But it has. I've moved it, and it's barely gone to 0.5%, let alone 1%. So essentially, we're almost as we were. Few blue seats have been coloured red if this swing were to be replicated across the country. But there's not much change between the Conservatives and Labour in England and Wales. We've taken the actual results we've got so far, we've fed them into the swingometer, and we then play that swing out across all the seats to see the result were that swing to be spread in a uniform, even way. Of course, it isn't like that. There'll always be outliers, but this is still very useful. Now, move with me if you can. These, by the way, are the results that we've got in so far, so Nuneaton was there. But as you can see, it's just speckled. We haven't got much in yet, but still enough to look at average swing. Let's have a look then at Scotland. Now, before tonight, we were aware the SNP was surging in the polls, so we decided we should recalibrate our swingometer. Tony Blair's result in 1997, his landslide, was a 10.2% swing. We thought we're never going to need more than 30, are we, on the SNP Labour swingometer? Well, let's have a look at what the SNP are doing and the damage they're doing to Labour. Look at that. It is right up. It's almost breaking our swingometer, and this is with its recalibration. 27%, almost, on the swingometer. So what's happened is that the SNP, as this swing happens against Labour, all of those seats which were red turn yellow. I stress, the swing here is from the actual results we've got, These seats are not called yet, but if the swing was spread evenly, that would be the result. Very, very dramatic indeed. You're wondering what the 40 there is. Those are the seats Labour would lose. Of course, there are Lib Dem seats in Scotland which are going to the SNP as well. That's where you get the final total from. So that is very dramatic. That may be one of our images of the night. We almost broke the swingometer with the result from Scotland. Two more to show you, and let me show you this, and these are both very interesting as well. Conservative Lib Dem. Again, we're in results here in England and Wales, and we're looking at the swing against the Lib Dems here from their coalition partners. And this is a very, very handy swing here from the Conservatives' point of view. So look at what they've done. Look at the damage here as they've turned these yellow seats to blue. That's nearly 7% swing from the Lib Dems to the Conservatives. Again, that's the swing we've got so far in the results we've got so far, and that is what it would do if spread evenly. And just one more swingometer for you very quickly here, which is Labour Lib Dem, and this is a swing against the Lib Dems to Labour. So have a look. Again, it's a bit more powerful, it's nearly 7%, but in this situation there are fewer seats at stake. So the swing with the Liberal Democrats that's really doing the damage is the swing from the Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives. But the picture I know you'll remember from that, David, is the SNP swingometer. Isn't that remarkable?
It is extraordinary. Well, we said you need... Have you got four swingometers altogether?
Say again?
You've got 4 swingometers.
We've got 4 swingometers because we know this is a multifaceted election, and we thought we ought to split the SNP result off and see it separately. So it turns out that the SNP swingometer will be a major story of the night.
Bob Mackenzie and Peter Snow would never believe it would come to this.
Well, the funny thing is, you know, that swing is still a very good way of seeing what's happening. And I think the Conservative Labour swingometer in England and Wales, which shows the arrow almost at 0, tells another very important story.
Because a lot of the time we've been looking at share tonight rather than swing, but the swing has been extraordinary.
Yeah, that's
very
right.
Interesting.
Just,
You've got a point,
it
yes.
sounds like Ed Ball's seat, although there's been rumours swirling about it, people are now saying there it's too close to call, going to be down to a coin toss, which would be another very big story of the night.
The leader of Scottish Labour Party, Jim Murphy, who fought during the referendum campaign 100 towns, or what it was, in 100 days, 100 seats. And they fought a very tough campaign here, not afraid to go out and mix it with the SNP or suffer
and it would be a sensation if he held it, in the light of the results we've had.
He might be the only one left. Renfrewshire East.
I'd be surprised if he holds it.
We've heard certainly rumours from that count that he is on his way out. It is, though, worth saying, and it struck me listening to Lucy Powell saying in Scotland they will have to look at what happened and learn the lessons. Labour in Scotland have already said this, and already said this twice. In 2007, when they lost, and then in 2011, when they lost the Holyrood election. They said then we hadn't quite understand what happened. We have to go back to basics and look at how things went wrong. They needed more of a can of Iron Brew that Jim Murphy is having there. I suspect he'll need more than that to cheer him up, although
David,
he is famously...
While we're waiting, just can I point out a rare sighting tonight, a Labour gain from the Conservatives in Ealing Central and Acton, where Angie Bray has been replaced by Rupert Hutt for Labour on a 4.5% swing to Labour. London is turning out, in the end, to be a bit better for Labour than elsewhere, but nowhere near good enough.
All right. Emily, let's have a look. What have you got for us, the Liberal Democrats?
I've got 3 seats that the Lib Dems have lost, and I've got the first Conservative gain of the night. This is in Wales, Brecon and Radnorshire. Interesting enough to note that it is Lib Dem at the Assembly level, but here, clearly, the Conservatives have, if you like, punished their partners in government, 41% to 28%. Christopher Davis becomes the new MP here. If you have a look at what's happened to that share, it tells the story of the night that we've been seeing. The Lib Dem share of the vote really tanking. They're down 18%, and it seems to be spread across the others pretty evenly. 6% up for UKIP, Conservative up 5%, but you've seen there that story, and it's the first Conservative gain of the night. Let me just show you one other Lib Dem loss. This is Burnley in the northwest. It's been a gain for Labour, and you can see Julie Cooper creepy in here at 38% of the vote, 29% to the Lib Dems. Let's have a look again and see how they're faring. The Lib Dems down just 6% here. It looks like some of those gains have gone to Labour and to UKIP here. If I show you the swing, you can see this is now a very good swing towards Labour from the Lib Dems. It's the kind of swing that Labour would love to be making from the Conservatives, but they're making it from the Lib Dems. And one last one, which we've already touched on, but I want to show you what happened here. This is Dunbartonshire East. We talked about Joe Swinson being out, but it was such a tightly fought race, just 4 percentage points between them. They needed a 14% swing. So if I just show you here what happened, it looks like a massive swing, 16% from the Lib Dems to the SNP. But you can see here, relatively, the Lib Dem share of the vote has not fallen that much. She hung on as tightly as she could here. It was only lost by an absolute whisper to the SNP.
Thank you very much, Emily. Let's go and hear from some more of our reporters out in the field. Let's go to Thurrock. Giles Dilnot's there. Giles.
David, when we arrived here this evening, I've got to say it was very much a three-horse race here in Thurrock, and very, very tight. And so close, in fact, that as people have been watching the count coming through, very focused, looking at that, just narrow margins here and there. I've got to say, the feeling we're getting on the ground now is it's getting much tighter into a two-horse race between the Tories and UKIP. And we're thinking we might be looking at a recount here. It is that close, and it's just ward by ward. They're just counting up little bits here and there. Earlier in the evening, I think UKIP were quite buoyant that they would take this. They've certainly got a little bit more expectation coming in, expectation management, and looking at just the narrowest of margins. And don't forget, in 2010, Tories carried this with just 92. We could be looking at just under 100 votes here. There was supposed to be a declaration about 3 o'clock. We might get that, but we're just getting the sense there could be a recount here, and it's narrowed into a two-horse race.
And it was 92, of course, from Labour, who were in second place in those days, I mean, back 5 years ago. Let's go to Eastleigh, which the Liberal Democrats took after the by-election, and UKIP got very close to, but Hugh Pym is there, just there in time. Hugh, good evening. What's the story from Eastleigh?
Well, good evening, David. And the story seems to be, talking to local Conservatives here, they are cautiously optimistic that they've taken this seat from the Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats have held it since 1994. They had a majority here of 3,800 in 2010. That was when Chris Huhne had the seat for the Liberal Democrats. He, of course, stood down because of his legal difficulties. And in a by-election, Mike Thornton won it and held it for the Liberal Democrats in 2013, but with UKIP as the main challengers. His majority then was only 1,700. What seems to have happened here is that UKIP, again, has probably made a strong showing, but the Conservatives have come through from third place in that by-election, in their view, to have taken this seat. It's not official yet. The counting is still going on behind me. Over there, we're expecting the declaration at about 3:30.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Well, that would be bad news for UKIP, because at the by-election, they were saying that if they'd had 2 or 3 more days, they would have taken Eastleigh. And it was only because the Liberal Democrats, you remember, got the vote out and got people called the by-election swiftly and then got the vote out very quickly before UKIP had time to organise. But anyway, if the Conservatives have taken it, that may be the story. Clive Murray is in Brighton now, 2 places in Brighton that people are watching. The Greens, of course, in Brighton Pavilion, and the Conservative in Brighton Kemp Town. To say nothing of Hove. Clive, I don't know if you've been to Hove as well. Perhaps you have. It's only just down the road.
Indeed, yes. I mean, 2 important stories here, David, I think will come out of the votes here. The first is that much vaunted green wave that people have been talking about, and the party will tell you it's early days yet. Hang on to your hats. The exit polls are suggesting one thing, but the night could reveal something else. That green wave is going to have to start here with Caroline Lucas, the only Green MP for Brighton Pavilion. She's been in the job since 2010, and the polls certainly leading up to the vote have suggested that she is going to increase her majority, which is not that big, something like 1,200 or so. And she's also having to fight the reputation of the council here in Brighton, which is Green-led, and they've been having all kinds of problems with votes of no confidence in the leader, and a very damaging bin men's strike, which has caused a lot of problems down here. She's actually been having to run away from the reputation of the Green-led council here in order to hang on to this seat. But the exit polls and polls leading up to the election have suggested that she's done that. The other big story here is, of course, the fact that the other 2 seats, that is Brighton Kemp Town and Hove, they are key target seats for the Labour Party, one of their top 20, top 30 seats. And the exit polls are suggesting that they have not been able to get those 2 seats away from the Conservatives, even though the majorities are below 2,000. So the situation here on the South Coast not looking good for Labour. And I have to say, if you look at some of the Labour supporters and the workers here, they've got a lot of very glum faces.
Clive Murray, thanks very much. Well, we'll bring those results when we get them. Yes.
Briefly, one of the first Labour candidates, Labour MP John Mann, is saying on Twitter that the Labour leadership had been warned repeatedly about what might happen tonight. He said, "I can't say that the Labour leadership weren't warned repeatedly. Those who even bothered to meet, that is, it never hurts to listen." Now, of course, in just a few hours' time, it may well be that the story is moving very rapidly to whether or not Ed Miliband can hang on.
Hang on, what's he complaining about, in your view?
I think John Mann, who is a regular critic, he is a very outspoken MP and not always popular amongst his colleagues, we should say. But I think there will be Labour MPs who, although they felt their hopes had been inflated with a giant sigh of relief that the campaign wasn't awful, that Ed Miliband appeared to grow in confidence, he had a decent showing in the debates, there was, let's not forget, not so long ago, lots of people in the Labour Party discussing whether or not he should be booted out even before this election. So I think we shouldn't be surprised if within the next day or so this becomes for Labour.
And what's your view, that he'll go or not?
I think there will certainly be very strong calls by the morning that he cannot stay in this position if these numbers, as they are emerging, turn out to be correct.
We're going, sorry to interrupt you, we're going to Glasgow North now for the declaration. Labour and McKetchin there holds the seat with a majority of 3,800, challenged by the SNP, of course.
Martin Bartos, Scottish Green Party, 2,284. Russell Benson, Cannabis and Savour and Alcohol, 154. Patrick Grady, Scottish National Party, 19,610.
Well, this is a critical seat in Glasgow. It was the one seat that they thought in Glasgow would not go to the SNP, and we've lost the result because we haven't been able to hear it. Jim Murphy's result coming through now.
Kirsten Francis Oswald, Scottish National Party, 23,013. Therefore, I give public notice that Kirsten Francis Oswald is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the East Renfrewshire constituency.
Murphy very gallantly applauding his opponent, the Scottish National Party, who's taken the seat, Renfrewshire East, in West Scotland, off Jim Murphy, who fought this campaign as Labour's leader. We haven't got the figures for the moment. If we get them later on, we'll see them.
The total number of votes cast across East Renfrewshire at the UK parliamentary election on the 7th of May.
And another astonishing moment. We've become inured to this. We've become to expect it. But still, here is somebody who had made himself the face, the voice of Labour in Scotland. We all thought maybe Tory defectors could help him hang on. There's lots of stories. This is one seat that Labour would hold, and he's gone and gone big.
Have we got any Labour holds in Glasgow, in Scotland?
Not so far. And Jim Murphy, he took a big risk with his own career to go off and do this. And one criticism that has been made from those Labour Scottish high-ranking people who'd been ministers under Blair and Brown is that none of them had ever bothered to go back in Scotland. They'd made their choice to make their career in Westminster. Jim Murphy, who was the 5th Scottish Labour leader in 7 years, that shows you how much turmoil there's already been, did make that choice to go back, try and sort it out. Now, obviously from tonight, it was far too late, and maybe he would never have been able to do it. But for him, I think this is
a risk with his own career, did he?
It's a particularly painful
if he
moment.
hadn't gone.
Well, there will be an interesting question here as to whether or not he can stay on as leader with the hope of trying to win a seat in Holyrood at the 2016 elections next year. Now, that's probably a question for another time, but his career
He's made
could
himself
move
a
to
very
Holyrood.
divisive figure in Scotland, however.
There's the score in Scotland. We've had 20 declarations now out of we've got 39 more to go, and so far the Scottish National Party have gained 16 seats and Labour have lost 15, that's the story, and the Liberal Democrats have lost 1. And are we now expecting a clean sweep, in your view, Peter, of Scotland?
I think very
By the
likely
SNP?
the one possible hold is Glasgow North East, which, but on what we've been getting, I'd be surprised if Labour held that. But can I just say, David, that the problem for Labour is also that they're going backwards in England and in Wales. They failed to take Warwickshire North, which was the single most marginal Conservative seat, majority just 54 last time. And in Wales, they've lost the Vale of Clwyd to the Conservatives. So Labour's being hammered in Scotland and simply not making the compensating gains south of the border, which is why Labour is going to end up backwards.
Emily, what do you have for us there? Oh, you've vanished.
Exactly the story that Peter was just telling, which really illustrates it here. You've seen the monumental defeats of Labour in Scotland, and these very, very quiet defeats in the West Midlands, probably no less significant story of the night. You can see here that the Conservatives have held on, even though they didn't have an incumbent. Dan Biles stepped down last time round, and a well-known Labour face, Mike O'Brien, the former immigration minister, was fighting here. They failed to take it. Interestingly, UKIP, who is William Cash, son of Bill Cash, have made gains. Third place, 17%. But this is the point. If this is Labour's #1 target and they're not managing to take it, and you can see that the swing is going in the opposite direction, a fairly healthy 3.1% swing away from Labour to the Conservatives, then you have to worry about how they're going to do in other parts of the country. This is the Vale of Clwyd one, and it's the same story. Conservatives, they're gaining it from Labour on just 1%. UKIP there in third place ahead of Plaid Cymru. Have a look at that swing one more time. And it's Labour to the Conservatives of nearly 4%. So all these places that if Labour were having a good night, you remember we put them on our list as sort of low-hanging fruit for Labour at the beginning of the night. They look like close-run races that Labour could fairly easily pick up if it was having a good night. It hasn't.
Thanks very much, Emily. These results have been slower coming in than we'd thought.
They've
of course,
been very
a
slow,
lot of places have got council elections. Not everywhere, but most of England has council elections. Council elections mean they have to simply open every ballot box and separate one sheet from another. The council millions of people will have had that. Jim Murphy joins us now. Oh, we're going to hear his speech, perhaps.
I'd like to start by
thanking
the police, not just for the work they've done today in securing the election, but for the work that they do every day in securing our communities. I'd like to thank the returning officer and all of his staff for the professional way in which the count was conducted. And particular thanks to my agent, Paul O'Kane, and my brilliant campaign team who have worked so hard, all sorts of weathers, over the past few weeks. You're a real tribute to the Labour Party, and I'll be forever indebted to the thousands of hours you put into the campaign. I'd also like to congratulate Kirsten for her victory, and David, Robert and Graham for the spirit in which the local campaign has been fought. As we all know, East Renfrewshire is unique in Scotland in its diversity, with a large Jewish community and a growing Muslim community, with housing schemes in some of the richest parts of Scotland within East Renfrewshire. It has been a real pleasure to represent our area in Parliament for the past 18 years. Kirsten, I know what it's like to come from behind in an election in this constituency, and I know that you will cherish the opportunity that your victory has provided you with. I wholeheartedly congratulate you and wish you every success in your parliamentary career and standing up for the people of East Renfrewshire. As well as having had the honour of representing East Renfrewshire in Parliament, I've also had the chance to serve in governments, Labour governments, and in the Cabinet under both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. And I'm proud of those 13 years and how we changed our country for the better in an irreversible way. This is, of course, an enormous moment for the SNP, and no one can deny that. And I congratulate them more widely on their success this evening. With a victory on this scale, there also comes a responsibility. No one, of course, should ever confuse nationalism with our nation. No one should ever mistake their party for our country, because our history, our streets, our flag have never and will never belong to one political party or one political cause. And finally, it's proven hard to turn round years of difficulty with the Scottish Labour Party in just 5 short months. Tonight, Scotland has lost so many great members of Parliament from all across the country, and I'd like to pay tribute to each and every one of them. There will be more to say about this and what it means for Scotland in the days to come. But for me personally, and for the Scottish Labour Party, the fight goes on and our cause continues. I and hundreds of thousands of Scots, the length and breadth of our great country, still believe in the progressive policies that the Labour Party stands for, and I will continue to lead Scottish Labour as we fight for them. The party that has traditionally been the timeless champion of the underdog now finds itself in the position of being the underdog. But the Scottish Labour Party has been around for more than a century, and 100 years from tonight, we'll still be around. Scotland needs a strong Labour Party, and our fight back starts tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Well, that's a model speech in its courtesy and its generosity to the opponent who defeated him. It must be a very bitter defeat for Jim Murphy there, who led Labour's campaign in Scotland and has seen Labour pretty well wiped out, who fought also in the referendum campaign, but went up there to fight for his seat and lost. Now, John Curtis, you've got insights onto Scotland for us now that are rather unexpected.
Well, I mean, you'll remember that way back in the 1950s, in 1955, the Conservatives managed to win 50.1% of the vote in Scotland. It now seems a very, very long and dim and distant past. But at least it's possible. We're not saying this is going to happen, but at least now looks possible that the SNP will actually repeat that feat and may well get over half of the votes north of the border. And that indeed, you know, that certainly the 58 seats that we said they would get at the beginning of the night doesn't look as though it's going to be terribly far off. We're just asking ourselves, well, is there somewhere or other that just manages to elude their grasp? But certainly Scotland is now, so far as its Westminster representation is concerned, looks as though it's going to be completely and utterly dominated by the SNP.
What's your view of the fate of the Conservative Party in England? How close are they going to get to a majority at Westminster?
Herein lies the uncertainty now, I think, of this election. You'll remember at the beginning of the night, we said the Conservatives would be the largest party by a long way. Shock, horror at that prediction. Well, certainly the broad story of the exit poll is certainly now coming out in the results. The one remaining uncertainty is whether Conservative largest party simply means the largest party in a hung parliament, or does it possibly just mean that the Conservatives will have an overall majority? And I think what we're going to be looking for now through the rest of tonight and maybe well into tomorrow is whether they do or do not just manage to get past that magic 326 mark.
And at this rate, we've had 102 declarations in only out of 650. There's a long way to go before we get the answer to that question. Let's go, thanks very much, John. Let's go down to Geeta Gurumurthy, who's in the seat that Simon Hughes is defending in Bermondsey in London.
Agents to gather before we do a declaration. That is still some minutes
David, thanks
off,
very much.
more
We've
than
just
minutes,
seen
some
Simon
quarters of
coming
hours
in,
off.
and my understanding is
but it
that
will
it
be
is
happening
very
relatively
likely that he has
soon, I
lost
hope.
his
Thank
seat.
you.
Another big to a Labour gain by Neil Coyle, the candidate here, but we're waiting for that to be confirmed. Of course, Simon Hughes took the seat very controversially in that notorious by-election with Peter Tatchell standing 3 decades ago. If he goes tonight, it's going to be another huge loss for the Lib Dems and another huge shock for the party and for him personally.
Senior member of the Liberal Democrat Party for a long time, deputy leader of the party. He stayed out of government during this coalition period, thinking that it was important that there was a voice outside to hold the party together, as he puts it. Yes, at the very end. Yes. And we think he's lost, but he's going into hear the results, so we can't predict that. He doesn't look like somebody who's won, I have to say, by the look on his face.
I have to say, John Curtis can't quite say this, so let me say it instead. Right at the beginning of the night, when the exit poll came out, everybody, all the intelligent people said, it can't be the case the Liberal Democrats are doing that badly. Oh, yes, it can. And it can't be the case the SNP are doing that well. Oh, yes, they can be. The exit poll has been triumphant so far.
a crumb of comfort for Labour in Streatham. Chuka Umunna, who will play a big part, he's got his majority's gone up from 3,000 to 14,000, a 10-point increase in his vote. And I suspect over the next few weeks, he's somebody we're going to be hearing a lot of in the future of the Labour Party.
David Lammy as well. London is still doing rather well for the Labour Party, the only part of the country that is.
I think we can join Sophie Rayworth with a bit of luck in the piazza at nearly 25 past 3 in the morning. Very noble of her friends to have stayed with her. Sophie.
We're all here, and I tell you, we're watching Scotland turn yellow. The tiles just keep coming, loads and loads of them, and I've got 3 voters from Scotland with me who are you two, both SNP, and my goodness, you've been excited tonight.
Oh, just absolutely delighted, shaking a little bit with the cold, but mostly with pure excitement. It's unbelievable. I we wouldn't believe the exit poll at the beginning. So I think it's clear tonight that Scotland has voted for change. They've made their voice heard loudly. They believe in Nicola Sturgeon. They believe in the SNP. And tonight, Scotland said, we believe in ourselves.
You were a Labour voter. You changed to SNP. And what has happened?
It's absolutely amazing. I'm literally speechless. I don't know what to say. As he was saying, when the exit poll came out, none of us believed it. None of us believed it. It's absolutely wonderful. And yeah, the voters have spoken in Scotland. They don't want a Tory-led government that's only in the plan of austerity. They want a progressive party with progressive policies, and they understand that it's only the SNP that offers that.
And Scott, you're feeling a bit glum because you're a Labour voter in Scotland. It has not gone well at all for you, has it?
No, it's not gone well in Scotland, but the thing is, there's 591 seats that the SNP aren't standing in. And from a community activist, the thing is that there's been 82% in areas like Bishopbriggs and East Dunbartonshire, and that is just unheard of. It's record-breaking.
Well, I'm going to leave you jubilant SNP voters there and go down to England and down here where Nuneaton, one of the first marginals, was to declare. I mean, that should have been an easy seat for Labour to take, and it really demonstrated what's happening.
3,000, an increase in 3,000, the majority for the Conservatives, and then the number one Labour target, Warwickshire North, and again, nearly a 3,000 majority for the Conservatives. So they're making gains in places that Labour was hoping to take, and they're also, of course, taking seats from the Liberal Democrats, and we're going to see that throughout the night.
And one of the big places, southwest of England, where there are an awful lot of marginals, Conservative, Liberal Democrat marginals, down there, I mean, that's not going to look good for the Lib Dems.
Many of those look like they're going to be toast for the Lib Dems.
Let's actually just head down to the southwest of England because we've got 2 voters waiting for us down here. Now, you're a Conservative, a farmer, a Conservative voter from the marginal seat Wells. What do you think has happened to the Lib Dems?
Well, I think 5 years ago they entered into a coalition with the Conservatives, and they've actually worked well to help form a stable government. It's certainly improved and recognised the value of food and farming, and we're really appreciative of that. But it does seem as though the Liberal supporters are punishing their party for what they did.
And Freddie, you actually voted in Cheltenham Lib Dem, but you're a Labour voter.
Yes, that's right. I voted Lib Dem in Cheltenham because we have a good local MP, Martin Horwood, who's been MP since 2005, and also I felt it was the best way which I could affect the outcome and hopefully help Ed Miliband to number 10. Didn't happen that way, unfortunately.
Well,
Yes.
We'll have to see exactly
We will
as the
see.
results come in. As you can see, David, our map is slowly filling up, but the most dominant feature, definitely, all those yellow tiles that are filling in Scotland.
Thanks very much, Sophie. Well, the Liberal Democrat in Cheltenham told reporters he had lost, but whether he has, perhaps he hasn't. Should cheer up. I wonder if you've got enough tiles, Sophie, to go round for the whole of Scotland, have you? You've got painting tiles desperately to fill in.
We were standing there waiting to talk to you, and every single second there are people coming in with tiles trying to find the seat that they've got to fill in. But yes, I'm sure we've got enough.
You've got a tile manufacturer hard at it. Emily.
Another yellow tile here. Glasgow East has been taken by the SNP. Natalie McGarry pushing Margaret McCurran, the shadow Scottish secretary, out of her post and her seat. You can see they've gained it on a majority of 10,387. 57% of the vote now goes to the SNP. Have a look at that change overnight. Labour down nearly 30%, all taken by the SNP. And another one of these swings, which I know you love so much, 31% swing from Labour to the SNP.
Well, we are telling an extraordinary story here tonight of the complete wipeout of Labour in Scotland and of the Conservatives making headway all over England, so that it's looking, as John Curtis said a moment ago, even possible that the Conservatives will have a majority in the new House of Parliament. That's on the outside of the predictions.
A word on turnout,
yes.
perhaps, David, because we've been told all the way through it's a very, very close election, very tightly fought, everyone's excited. Both the Tory party and the Labour Party have been telling me the turnout is really, really good, really, really strong. It is in Scotland. In England, the turnout is actually down 2%. So in England, this has not been a very, very exciting election in terms of bringing people out to vote, despite all the hullabaloo.
No, it isn't. Turnout in England's up 0.5 point.
Not according to John Curtis, it's not.
Well, on the results so far, up 8 points in Scotland, up 0.5 point in England.
We'll leave you to sort it out while we hear from UKIP, whose representative has arrived in Andrew Neil's capsule up there.
Eerie, a little eerie up here, David. We're joined by Diane James of UKIP. What has UKIP achieved tonight?
Some seriously very good seconds in a number of places, consistent with some of our strategic objectives to actually build that bedrock of second places at this stage and then really capitalise on that in 2020 or before.
You had hoped to take Castle Point, you haven't.
We had.
There's a recount at Thurrock, that's another seat you had hoped to take. And there seems to be a lot of reports coming out that Nigel Farage may have lost in Thanet South. So it's not a great night.
Well, I wasn't aware that we'd actually gone to a recount in Thurrock. I'm still very confident that Tim will take that. Certainly, the messages I'm getting are that Nigel will still take Thanet South. So, again, I would rebut what you just said.
Right.
But Castle Point, come on, let's be honest. You asked for trust in politics a couple of days ago. Yes, it's disappointing.
Overall, the night's been disappointing for you, hasn't it? I mean, the exit poll, which is now proving to be unerringly accurate so far, said you started this election with 2 MPs and you look like that's what you finish with. So,
well, I'm still...
No change.
Well, we haven't even... I think I asked you the question a few minutes ago. I'm not even sure we've got to 10% of the seats being declared yet. Yeah. Still a lot to play for. Some of the seats that I still would like to see us win, Hayward and Middleton, for instance, Dudley North, and some personal favourites as well.
If Mr Farage loses in Thanet South, he says he's going to stand down as leader. Time for a female leader of UKIP?
No doubt, I'm sure. I mean, he's got a choice in terms of Paul Nuttall, Suzanne Evans and such. Before you ask the question, I've already ruled myself out.
You've ruled yourself out? You must be a little bit disappointed in Eastleigh, where you fought a very credible by-election there. The Tories have taken that now.
Well, they haven't taken it yet. I understand they're in the midst of counting.
Absolutely right. But it's our reports are that they are the favourites as things stand at this moment. Well, you're quite right. They haven't yet won.
And the text I've got is that the Liberal Democrats are subdued, but that would follow the pattern in terms of their results so far.
You would be badly wounded if you lost Nigel Farage, wouldn't you?
I'd be very disappointed. Very disappointed.
Let's go to senior Conservative backbencher again, President MP again. David Davis joins us from his constituency. David Davis, the Conservatives doing better than many people thought, maybe not yet an overall majority. Would you advise Mr Cameron, if he's around 317, 318, wherever, to nevertheless to form an alliance with others or to run a minority government?
I can't hear you through all this noise.
Oh. Hello, David Davis. Can you hear me? David Davis? No, it doesn't look like we've got him yet. Let me come back to the panel here. Tessa Jo, we're getting reports in The Guardian, so let's not blame the evil right-wing press that Mr Miliband may not survive beyond lunchtime.
Well, I take a lot of what I read in The Guardian with a pinch of salt. So let's focus on the results that are still to come in tonight. Let's see if Neil Coyle has defeated Simon Hughes in Bermondsey, which looks likely. You have to take these things on the basis of the unfolding evidence, rather than jump to conclusions.
But he may not be alone, Mr Clegg. Could the Liberal Democrats could be in a leadership election? UKIP could be in a leadership election as well.
You can go on throwing out this bait. This is not a discussion that I'm going to have. I'm here because I would like to talk to you about our performance in London, performance around the country, the discrepancy between the exit poll and the results as they're
You've done
coming
better in London than the country as a whole, but still not as well as we can. Let me see if I can go back to David Davis. Have we got David Davis? No? No, he hasn't. Let me go. No, I don't think we have. Let me go. Oh, there he is. David Davis, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Andrew.
I'm glad to hear it. Contact has been made. What I was asking you was...
yeah, we're only in Yorkshire, not the moon.
No, I know, but we're probably bouncing off the moon at the moment. What I wanted to ask you was that if the I mean, you're doing better than many people thought. You may not, though, have an overall majority. If it's close to an overall majority, would you advise Mr Cameron just to run a minority government?
Well, it depends. It depends exactly on the numbers. I mean, first off, I think there's a reasonable chance, better than your pundits are saying, that we'll actually get above 326. The numbers coming in from the seats are better than your exit poll, if anything. So that's the first thing. Secondly, if we're within 8, 9, 10, we may well be able to put together some sort of arrangement with either the Liberals or the DUP. That will be useful because it gives us stability. Remember, we still haven't finished the economic recovery that we're in the middle of. So I would argue, look at the numbers, make the decision on the basis of what the numbers are to get the most stable government we can. That's the key decision.
And as you know, the most remarkable thing of the night has been what's happening in Scotland. How would you advise Mr Cameron to handle the Scottish situation now?
Well, the first thing he has to think about very, very hard is what the Devo Max is going to look like. This situation came about because Gordon Brown, who was being feted earlier as the saviour of the Union, Gordon Brown and Tony Blair created a devolution which gave a grievance machine to the Scottish Nationalist Party. We must actually create some sort of fiscal autonomy which actually takes away that grievance machine, makes Holyrood behave responsibly, gives power to them, gives power to the Scottish people, but doesn't actually make a permanent complaint against the rest of the UK. That's the first thing he has to do. It's a structural change. He has to get that right.
All right, David Davis, thank you for that. We've heard that your old seat of Dulwich has been held by Labour, so you've got a bit of good news there. Let me go back to David Dumbarby. David, I'm hearing off the record from the talk in the Tory High Command is that they're going to have to do something dramatic in the next couple of days about Scotland. They're going to have to make some kind of dramatic offer sometime early next week.
That's very interesting.
Maybe what Andrew Marr thinks about that.
Well, in a moment, I hope we're going to be able to speak to Nicola Sturgeon, so we shall perhaps discover what you think something's dramatic.
I absolutely do.
Fiscal autonomy, like David Davis was saying.
There are two things he could do, and they're very, very different. Fiscal autonomy, giving the Scots complete power, would, of course, result in a huge fiscal deficit of 7.9 billion. So that would be regarded as a kind of punishment by a lot of Scots. Or he could go for home rule all round, create, in effect, an English Parliament in London and have a federal system. Now, that's a huge, huge change to the way the UK has operated in the past. The last people who recommended this were the Liberals before the First World War. So that's how far back we're going. But it may be something as big as that.
The trouble with things like that is that they tend to get done in a rush and they actually need a lot of thought. As you were saying about the 5-year fixed-term Parliament,
absolutely,
people didn't really think through the consequences. Emily, let's have some more results if you've got them. And
this is Glasgow South West. Will join us in a moment. And Glasgow is one of the 4 places that voted yes in the referendum last September. You can see the new face of Christopher Stevens, the MP for the SNP, on 57% share of the vote to Labour's 33%. Why have we singled this one out? Well, because in a night of endless surprises, this manages to be the biggest swing so far, 35%. That is the largest one we've seen. Labour's had majorities here of 13,000 over the last 20 years, so it's pretty exceptional territory. The other one I'm going to show you is better fortunes for Labour, not for the Lib Dems. We're seeing a pattern where the only gains that Labour really is starting to make is against the Lib Dems. You can see Jenny Willett here, who was a Lib Dem whip, has been pushed out, and Joe Stevens becomes the new MP in Cardiff Central on 40% to the 27% there. Let's just have a look at that swing. And you can see a 13% swing to Labour. So a very, very healthy swing for Labour, but only when it's against the Lib Dems, down 14, and Labour making gains of 11%. Ealing Central and Acton is the one place where they've gained a seat from the Conservatives, and there are whoops of joy all round there. That was very closely fought by Rupert Hook.
Emily, thank you very much. Well, yes, you've got something.
We're hearing from one of the BBC's team, Rebecca Keating, that Ed Davey, of course, who's been a very senior Liberal Democrat cabinet minister at the Department for Energy and Climate Change, and at one point was a Liberal Democrat leadership hopeful. He has lost his seat in Kingston and Surbiton, of course, the neighbouring seat to Vince Cable, who may also be in very big trouble tonight. But that is a big hit for the Liberal Democrats, one of their relatively few big beasts.
Vince Cable in Twickenham will be anxiously waiting.
He will be anxiously waiting.
And reports, too, that Labour have made a gain from Respect, and George Galloway is out.
Right. We have these reports come in before we have the returning officers, based on
ether, birds in the air all around.
Oh,
and our team at the count as well.
Yeah. And in Bradford West, the Respect people, I'm told, have left the hall.
Oh, really?
Which you don't do if you're expecting a triumph.
Just one other thing, just listening to Tessa Jowell, they're very reluctant to get into a conversation about the Labour leadership at this stage of the night. Somebody has just got in touch with me to say every Labour person who is still awake is texting each other about the leadership contest, which starts tomorrow. Yvette Cooper, Dan Jarvis, who not everybody may have heard of, but a rising star in the party and MP for Barnsley, Chuka Amuna, mentioned by Peter, and also Andy Burnham are likely all to be in the frame.
And it's not going to be just a contest between individuals. It's going to be a contest between two types of Labour Party. A revived Tony Blair-style Labour Party and a continuity Ed Miliband soft-left Labour Party. One shouldn't underestimate the significance of the nature of that contest, not just the personalities.
But above all, a thoroughly English Labour Party.
Thoroughly English, indeed.
Well, I think we can be joined by David Lammy now. Yes, there he is. Well, what do you make of what's going on tonight? It looks pretty grim, and there's already now talk of Ed Miliband standing down within 24 hours.
I have to say, I think that's a bit premature. The night is not yet over. I mean, I'm standing here in Haringey. It looks like we're going to win Hornsey Wood Green. Very pleased at the result in Ealing. Of course, it's a very mixed picture across the country, and it's hugely disappointing to lose colleagues like Douglas Alexander and Jim Murphy. But let's see where we get to as the night unfolds. It's very premature to be undermining a leader that has performed well in this election cycle, and all commentators said that.
Are you surprised by Labour's failure to make more inroads in London? There were seats they were hoping to take. We were hearing that the effort had been enormous in London, Battersea, for instance, and they had no effect.
Well, we had a fantastic candidate in Battersea. All of us wanted to see him come into the Parliamentary Labour Party. Disappointed that we've not quite made it. But there's huge demographic change here in London, and we are seeing that where there's a strong ethnic minority vote, particularly, I think, that seats are going for Labour. So let's see where we get to. We've got to see those Enfield seats, those Harrow seats come in, I think, before we can come to a conclusion about the results here in London. But here in the London Borough of Haringey, we are seeing a Lib Dem collapse. I think Catherine West will become the Labour MP for Hornsey and Wood Green.
And your own result has come through, and you're 8% up on last time. Is that right?
Well, I mean, it's the biggest majority for any MP for the seat of Tottenham, so I'm overwhelmed and very pleased, but also I've been very honest with my voters. I said to them that I want to seek the nomination for mayor. Many of them came up to me and said, go for it, son. So they've given me a sort of resounding endorsement. So very obviously very pleased about the result tonight here in Tottenham and in Haringey.
David Lammy, thank you very much for joining us.
Just a quick thought on Labour's performance in London. What is the big difference between London and the rest of England? It's much, much tougher for UKIP. And this may be part of the wider UKIP story, as well as just a Labour story.
We're joined now by Nicola Sturgeon, the leader of the Scottish National Party. Nicola Sturgeon, thank you very much for joining us. You're not going to be able to keep Cameron out of number 10 after all, are you?
Well, you know, if Cameron ends up back in number 10, that's because Labour has failed to beat the Conservatives in England. It's not because of what is happening in Scotland. If there is, when the parliamentary arithmetic finally becomes known later this morning, if there is any opportunity of an anti-Tory majority to lock David Cameron out of Downing Street, then I will want to work with Ed Miliband to do that. But if that's not possible, as I say, that's down to Labour's failure to beat the Tories in England.
Can you hear us against the ban? But if you...
I'm sorry, I'm not...
You can turn the music off.
David,
You're all powerful in Scotland. Wave your arms and the music will finish. Thank you. It has.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear you.
Okay. If what we think is going to happen happens and David Cameron is back in number 10, what would you look for from a Conservative government in Westminster?
Well, when I launched the SNP's manifesto 3 weeks ago, I said that an end to austerity was at the top of our agenda, and any government that emerges at Westminster tomorrow has to pay heed to what has happened in Scotland today. There has clearly been a vote against continued austerity, and that's the issue that we'll be seeking to put at the heart of the Westminster agenda tomorrow.
Do you expect to get fiscal autonomy, or would you like to see full fiscal autonomy?
David, I'm sorry,
I know it's difficult to hear.
I'm not hearing you because of the declaration, I'm afraid.
Let me try and fill in the gaps between the cheers.
I'm not hearing you at all.
Can you hear me now? Oh, no, it's impossible.
No. I'm sorry, there's too much noise. Too many SNP activists cheering at the moment. And I'm about to join them.
We can't fight against it. We'll come back to you once the cheering stops. I hope if you could stay with us. Thank you very much. Emily.
Two results in to show you both losses for the Lib Dems, and we're hearing, as you've seen splashed on your screen, that Ed Davey has lost his seat in Kingston as well. That would be the first ministerial scalp of the night. We haven't got those figures, and we'll bring them to you as soon as we have. But Redcar, you can see here, Labour needed a 6% swing to take this from the Lib Dems. It has done. It's on 44% share of the vote. And if I just go into this, it's a horrifying column that for the Lib Dems, down 27%. There was no incumbent that was a familiar face. Perhaps that had an effect here. This is the kind of swing that Labour would be very proud of. 19%, it's against the Lib Dems as opposed to against the party they really need to beat tonight, which is the Conservative. Let me just take you to Kingston then. We've had that result in, and you can see it's turned blue, pushing the orange to the very end. That means there is a new MP here for the Conservatives, James Berry, pushing Ed Davey, the Energy Secretary, into second place on 34%. Let's just see what happened to that share of the vote. Down 15%, not as bad as the one we saw in Redcar, but clearly enough to get him out of this seat. And an important moment, really, when the Conservatives will start realising just how powerful that coalition has been, winning them seats at the expense of their junior partners. Again, Ed Davey, a very familiar figure, a long-standing Lib Dem MP. So perhaps that whole question of incumbency and whether it would matter or not is proving not to have that much effect after all.
Thanks very much, Emily. Grimsby, Great Grimsby. UKIP were trying to take Great Grimsby from Labour, which had been held by Austin Mitchell ever since 1977, a former television presenter who turned politician. Here's the Great Grimsby result, and Melanie On has taken it, trade union representative. The vote, her majority, 4,500. And the change since last time, let's just see that. So this was a Labour defence, and the change, Labour went up 7%, Conservatives down 4%, UKIP up 19%, and the swing from Conservative to Labour, 5.7%. So that was a good result.
Can we make a point about UKIP at this point?
Yes.
UKIP have been piling up very large numbers of votes all across the country. They've done very well in terms of a lot of their numbers of raw numbers of votes, and very, very badly in terms of numbers of seats. Now, all my political lifetime, electoral reform has been a cause of the sort of left and the centre-left. I think from now on it's a cause of the right.
Labour have lost their safest seat in Scotland, Glasgow North East, where they had a majority of 9,200 or so last time. And Labour Willie Bain, MP since back in 2009, loses Glasgow North East to the SNP.
David, we'll...
Let's just see the figures. The share and the change. Yes, Peter.
It looks as if Labour will lose all its seats in Scotland, but we've not heard from any Edinburgh seat so far. It may or may not be different, but it was different in the referendum from Glasgow and the West. So let's just hold our horses a bit on Scotland until we see Edinburgh before we write Labour off completely. It may end up being completely wiped out, but let's wait for Edinburgh.
39% swing in Glasgow North East, a 39% swing from Labour to the SNP.
Extraordinary, because that's one of the seats in Glasgow that had been looking better for Labour, they felt, in fact. But I think we can show you, I think, the Sun's 3 a.m. splash, how Fleet Street are going to be picking up this story. If we can have a look at that, there we can. Blue Dini, and a picture of a smiling David Cameron. Maybe they're considering it has been some kind of magic trick. Maybe not magic, but certainly been a surprise, considering all the polls that we've had in the last few weeks. But also, they say Tories head for shock when Ed crushed in an SNP landslide.
What was that one? Ed crushed?
Crushed.
An
SNP landslide.
Yes. Well, to what extent is it an SNP landslide, and to what extent is it happening in the rest of the UK, in England and Wales, Peter?
Yes, Labour is... What's happened is that Labour is doing reasonably well in the North East. That Red Car result was undoing a massive swing for the Liberal Dems last time. Labour's doing moderately well in London, not spectacularly. But everywhere else in England, the Tories are gaining. And perhaps the big story of the night is, I'm looking at the vote share, it's now possible the Conservatives will end up across Britain with the same or slightly higher vote share as it had in 2010, which is something that not only did no pollster, but I think no journalist and no politician predicted. Labour will be up a couple of percentage points, but the Conservative resilience across England is truly remarkable.
It's a bit early to do the vote share, isn't it? But at the moment, we have Labour down 25 seats and Conservatives up 3. Here are some of the Labour losses. The famous faces in Scotland: Douglas Alexander, Jim Murphy, the leader of the party, Margaret Curran out, Douglas Alexander, who headed the campaign for Labour. Those 3 faces, they seem to be the same 3 faces, yes.
We should reflect on the human stories behind these. Douglas Alexander, who a few weeks ago thought he was going to be Foreign Secretary, is now unemployed. I mean, you know, we just tot off the seats. Lots and lots and lots of very experienced politicians finding themselves unexpectedly unemployed for a long time to come.
Well, that's what...
That's how it works.
That's what happens
but
when...
it's a brutal game.
It's a brutal game, but when you go into it, you know it's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's never an easy ride, is it? Unless you've got a very, very safe seat.
It certainly isn't, but there's been a lot of gracious losers making decent speeches.
Jim Murphy made a particularly gracious...
But it's interesting, given how dominant Scottish MPs have been in the Parliamentary Labour Party for such a long time. This will also usher in, to some extent, a real generational shift.
Absolutely.
In the UK Labour Party.
Let's go to Richard Westcott in Bradford, which was the seat George Galloway, Bradford West, is defending. Richard.
Yes, well, we've had an interesting night tonight. George Galloway's actually been reported to the police by the returning officer because before the polls shut, he retweeted an exit poll suggesting that he was going to win the seat, and you're not allowed to do that until the polls shut. So they had a complaint to the council. Someone had taken a screenshot of this tweet because it was only up for about a minute or so. And then they've now referred that to the police. George Galloway's spokesman is telling us basically it's a storm in a thimble. In that classic George Galloway way. He's not actually here. None of the main candidates for Bradford West are here yet, and we've got a bit of a while to go before we know what's happened. There are a lot of confident Labour people around. There's 3 seats here, Bradford's East, West and South, and the feeling is, a lot of Labour people here, is that they're going to gain all 3. So South was always deemed to be safe Labour. East has been Lib Dems' hands just for 5 years, and that was a very narrow margin last time, 365 votes. And Bradford West, of course, George Galloway took in a by-election in 2012 when everyone thought he'd lose his deposit. It was a 19-day campaign. He came up here and he won by more than 10,000, the majority. There's a suggestion tonight that he might lose that, but as I say, we're waiting for him to make his usual entrance.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. And we had been hearing that George Galloway might have lost, but from what you say, from that tweet, perhaps he hasn't. Ed Miliband leaving his house, going to his count. So, is your view that he won't survive after this?
I think these numbers are absolutely terrible for him. We knew that they were going to get hammered in Scotland. I don't think we'd expected they were going to do so badly in the rest of the UK.
But yeah, go on.
We were talking about how politics is a brutal game. Actually, everyone said that Ed Miliband would be a terrible campaigner, a great embarrassment to his party. He wasn't. He actually campaigned and spoke far better than most people thought. Having said that, he's led the party way away from the Blairite kind of Labour Party, and he's got lots of people behind him pointing the finger saying that was a terrible, terrible mistake. And they'll be after him after this.
Yeah, but they'll be after him, but presumably the party will be divided 50-50 between people who wanted that and didn't like the Blair years.
The party will be divided.
I mean, all parties are divided anyway.
The party will be badly divided. However, after a defeat like this, no leader has much authority. It's a very, very dangerous time for Ed Miliband.
No, and someone else has just got in touch with me in the Labour Party to say we want Ed gone by Monday and a bloodletting leadership battle ASAP. I mean,
bloodletting?
A bloodletting leadership. Well, bloodletting, you let out all the toxins, you let out everything that went so wrong. And I think this won't just be a straight battle between people who were seen as Blairites and people who were seen as Brownites. There's a group of people inside the Labour Party now who feel they don't identify with that. They've moved on from that. That all started decades ago, in their view. They want to look at something new. But I think that's why you see the names of people, even like Dan Jarvis, who've only been in Parliament for, you know, barely a few minutes in the grand scheme of things, and particularly candidates potential like Chuka Umunna, seen very much to be of this next generation. And in a sense, that was one of Ed Miliband's problems always. He'd been in government for such a long time.
I think that the problem with using the term Blairite, which I used about half an hour ago, is that, of course, the name, the person, is toxic within the Labour Party. But the phenomenon of Tony Blair, how he won the leadership, how he won the 3 elections, is surely a lesson for the Labour Party. And the question that the Labour Party is going to have to ask itself, if there is a leadership contest, does it go back to that style of accommodation with the modern world, or does it go back to a different heritage of Labour, to do with the trade unions, to do with more left-wing causes? And you talk about bloodletting. In a sense, if there is to be a leadership election, I think it has to be an argument that comes out into the open. It can't be buried. It has to be settled.
You call it an accommodation with the modern world, but I mean, Ed Miliband just had a different view of the modern world from the view that David Cameron and George Osborne had.
I meant the term...
you don't have to come to terms with the Osborne view.
You're right. I meant accommodation in the context of what Tony Blair did in the mid-90s. That sort of accommodation with that sort of world. Yes,
would that still be possible? Because if Tony Blair came back now, so to speak, and said the things he was saying then, now, many people would say, but that's not the answer. People who feel they've been suffering badly from, the depression, not having work, from low pay. Blair wouldn't appeal to them.
The policies will be different, but the idea of appealing to aspiration, to build a broad consensus across businesses as well as workers, the idea that you should not be simply a party of the working class in the form that Labour was when it was the party of the coal miners, the ship workers, the steel workers, the car workers.
You think that's what Ed Miliband was being? Is that what the image he had?
I don't think he had that image, but I think he had a sense of Labour going back to, if you like, the noble roots of Labour left ideas of the 20th century. I'm not, each generation is different.
I agree with a lot of that. I think, in a sense, you could put it more simply. At the moment, although Ed Miliband is supposed to be an intellectual and so forth, if you ask the Labour leadership, what is your view of modern capitalism? What do you really think about the modern market economy? It would be very hard to know what their answer is. There isn't a core, clear economic philosophy, and I think that, whereas the Tories definitely have one, and I think that's been a real problem for them all the way through.
One of the interesting things for both of the big parties in this election, though, they both decided for reasons of the polls, for reasons of philosophy, that they were going to play to their base. They were not going to play to the centre. That was Ed Miliband believed that the centre had moved, but many people felt that interpretation meant that the party tacked to the left. So the question perhaps...
Until we have this crossover period at the very end.
At the very last
I think the core question is for Labour is whether you feel the issue is with business is your aim to curb, your central aim to curb business that misbehaves, or is your main aim to help good business thrive?
All right.
And I think that is where the difference is between the two styles of Labour Party.
Well, let's not reconstruct
Well,
the
they
Labour
will
Party
argue it out
here around the table
in the next few weeks.
because this is a results programme. Results. We've had 183 in so far, and Emily's got some of the more interesting ones.
Before the bloodletting starts with Labour tomorrow, there will be a rare glimmer of sunshine felt here in Ilford North. They tend to be doing much better in these London seats so far. You can see this Labour gain from the Conservative. Wes Streeting, a former president of the NUS, a majority of 589, so pretty tight, but they needed a 6% swing here, and they got it. This was taken by Blair twice, and you can see Labour's had its eyes on getting it back. It's a fairly mixed ethnicity, perhaps an area where Labour does better. So they'll be very pleased with this gain from the Conservatives. The other one I want to bring you is a Labour hold in Haywood and Middleton. You might remember this from the by-election where UKIP nearly took this seat. They were short of about 600 votes. And you can see here they've had an astonishing performance. 32% share of the vote at this seat in the northwest, but Labour have held on with 43%. Let's just look at that as a swing. And you can see it's a swing to UKIP from Labour of 13%. So when you heard Diane James earlier saying they're very pleased with some of the performance, second place, we're not seeing it as seats for UKIP, but we are seeing a strong share where they're coming second. David.
OK, well, we've got this result from Orkney and Shetland. This is interesting. One seat that the Scottish National Party hasn't taken, and that is Orkney and Shetland. Alistair Carmichael, the Scottish Secretary in the coalition government, has held on to Orkney and Shetland. A majority of 817. So maybe they'll have to recruit him to be Scottish Secretary.
Well, it's not really Scottish, it's Danish. Or Norwegian.
Norwegian.
That's a very
Norwegian.
Controversial thing to say.
Well, yes, be careful what you say. But it certainly is not a part of Scotland that looks with particular warmth on Holyrood.
No,
and we thought this was one seat they would
this has
hold
been
on
the joke that it might be the only seat that the Lib Dems held in Scotland, but it's not really Scotland. That was the joke, not me saying that, of course, to be clear.
Of course. And there was a swing from the Liberal Democrats to the Scottish National Party of 24%, but not enough to defeat the Liberal Democrats. So now we've had 187, and we've got 463 to go. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. The story is becoming clearer as we go. We go through the piazza there with the seats gradually taking shape around the United Kingdom with Sophie Raworth, who we'll be back with later on. But for the moment, we go to the news and Rita Chakrabarti.
David, thank you. Well, the shape of this extraordinary election night is indeed becoming increasingly clear. The Conservatives look to have pulled off a famous victory and are set to be the biggest party. The other big winners are the SNP, who are sweeping the board across Scotland. They've picked up a series of huge Labour scalps, taking the seats of Foreign Affairs spokesman Douglas Alexander, Labour's leader in Scotland, Jim Murphy, and the constituency formerly held by Gordon Brown. So a difficult night for Labour and for the Liberal Democrats. Our political correspondent Chris Mason has more.
Labour are being decimated in Scotland and doing badly in England. First came this moment.
I declare that Mary Black is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency.
Douglas Alexander, the man who could have been Foreign Secretary, the man who was in charge of Labour's election campaign, losing his seat to a 20-year-old from the SNP.
This, of course, has been a very difficult night for Labour. Scotland has chosen to oppose this Conservative government, but not place that trust in the Labour Party. it will be our responsibility to re-win that trust in the months and years ahead.
And then Labour's leader in Scotland lost as well.
Tonight, Scotland has lost so many great members of Parliament from all across the country, and I'd like to pay tribute to each and every one of them. There will be more to say about this and what it means for Scotland in the days to come. But for me personally, and for the Scottish Labour Party, the fight goes on and our cause continues.
There's a lion roaring in Scotland tonight, a Scottish lion. I don't think any government of any political complexion is going to be able to ignore it.
20,000.
The picture for Labour in England doesn't look much better. This was Nuneaton in Warwickshire, a marginal seat where the Conservatives extended their lead.
I'm absolutely convinced that my record and the record of the Conservative-led coalition is absolutely why I'm here with an increased majority tonight.
The exit poll predicts the Welsh nationalist Plaid Cymru will have 4 seats, UKIP and the Greens 2 each, and the Liberal Democrats will tumble back to just 10.
I'm not going to claim it's a good night for the Liberal Democrats. Let's start there. I will start, though, 5 years ago, with us making a decision that was absolutely in the national interest and that we knew at the time was definitely not in the party's interest. So this is going to be, a tough set of results for us.
David Cameron has arrived at his count in Witney in Oxfordshire. The man who spent the last 5 years as Prime Minister looks set to be heading back to Downing Street. Chris Mason, BBC News.
In South Thanet, the seat that Nigel Farage is fighting, there's been an unexpectedly high turnout. The counting has been delayed due to the volume of votes. The UKIP leader spoke to journalists outside the Walpole Bay Hotel in Margate, where a UKIP event is being held.
Sunderland, first result we saw, UKIP vote up 7,000, Tory vote down 1,000, and my congratulations to the Daily Mail and the Sun. They're geniuses. They understand politics beautifully. They think the UKIP vote splits the Tory vote.
No, I can't.
God help us.
The Democratic Unionist Party has regained the East Belfast seat lost 5 years ago by its party leader. The DUP's Gavin Robinson ousted Naomi Long of the Alliance Party. And in a shock election result in Northern Ireland, the Democratic Unionist Party have lost South Antrim to the Ulster Unionists' Danny Kinahan. It means a return to Westminster for the Ulster Unionists, who've not had an MP since 2010. And with that, it's back to you, David.
What? For God's sake. So back here in the election studio, here we are, and we've got the 189 seats declared now, 461 to go. Nick Clegg must be a very disappointed man arriving at his count. We haven't heard from these 3 party leaders yet, but no doubt sometime now or during the early morning we should get a first response from them. Nick Clegg is on his way. I don't know whether he's going to lose all 47 that we said. Is he losing all 47, do you think?
I think it's very likely that, that the exit poll will be pretty well spot on with the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah. Sources close to him have admitted his seat is looking very, very tight. And some rumours, and I should say rumours, but some journalists chatter on social media tonight suggesting Nick Clegg might use this as an opportunity to quit and leave politics altogether. Now, I would stress that's something that reporters are talking about online, but in these circumstances, it's not impossible.
Certainly, you have to ask yourself whether any political decision in modern British political history has been as catastrophic for a party as Nick Clegg's patriotic decision to go into coalition with the Conservatives in 2010.
Sir Ming Campbell's seat in Fife North East has been lost by the Liberal Democrats to the SNP. This is Sheffield Hallam, on the other hand, waiting for the arrival of Nick Clegg. What's your view about what's going to happen? Oh, let's just go to this camp. Here we are.
5,347. Spivey Van, Christian People's Alliance, 118. Sweeney Frank, Workers' Revolutionary Party, 82. West Catherine Elizabeth, Labour Party, 29,417.
Loud cheers there. Takes the seat from Lynn Featherstone, who's in the government, the Minister for Crime Prevention. We'll get the figures in just a moment when the returning officer is able to finish announcing them.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 62. Writing or remark by which the voter could be identified, 1.
And now we leave Hornsey and cross London to Bermondsey and Old Southwark, Simon Hughes' seat, which is about to be declared. The returning officer just going, a few photographs being taken, the returning officer gathering them on the platform there. Difficult to detect what the result is. Here he is to announce it. Simon Hughes has been MP here since 1983. Somebody's made his entire career in Liberal Democrat politics in London.
The election of a Member of Parliament for the Bermondsey and Old Southwark constituency do hereby give notice that the number of ballot papers rejected is as follows: want of an official mark, 3. Voting for more candidates than voter was entitled to, 75. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 5. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 123, and its total is 206. And the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows: Abrams, Kingsley, Left Unity, Trade Unionist and Socialist, 142. Beadle, Andrew, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,254. Cole, Donald, All People's Party, 59. Coyle, Neil, Labour Party, 22,000. 22,146. Floru, JP, the Conservative Party, 6,051. Freeman, Steve, Republican Socialist, 20. Hall, Lucy Eve, Independent, 72. Hughes, Simon Henry Ward, Liberal Democrat, 17,000. 17,657. Levin William Barry, the Green Party, 2023. And I do hereby declare that Neil Coyle is duly elected.
Well, Labour take that seat from the Liberal Democrats. You can see it on Simon Hughes' face. 32 years, the MP, there in Bermondsey. 32 years and an assiduous constituency MP, always at everything that happens there. So, a bitter disappointment, a bitter blow to him. And he's the victim, yet again, even though he wasn't deeply involved in it of the coalition.
Just like Lynn Featherstone.
Just like Lynn Featherstone, who was to have been one of the Lib Dems' negotiating team if they got to the point of having to do a coalition deal. And Vince Cable is still under threat, and Nick Clegg, we just don't know yet. It sounds like Sheffield Hallam is extremely close for them this evening. And one wonders who out of those 10 or so will be left, because that will be extremely important.
Ed Miliband arriving now at his count, and maybe we'll hear from him. Cheerful wave as he goes in. Do you think he'll survive the week?
I think it's very hard to
Do you
see
think
how
he'll
he will.
voluntarily go?
It's very hard to see how he will, although somebody who's at Labour HQ tonight insists that the mood there is not mutinous. They are still trying to put a brave face on
The Labour
things.
Party are relatively herbivorous and gentle when it comes to killing their leaders. They can nibble at them until they fall over, rather than the Tories who just jump and bite their heads off.
Do you think he got it wrong?
Ed Miliband?
Yes. Do you think the campaign was...
Well, I think clearly the campaign has not been a success. That's what we're watching tonight, David. Now, in terms of what else he could have done, who knows? But I come back to my original point. I don't think we've got a clear enough economic vision from the Labour Party. They weren't absolutely clear enough. We have a productivity crisis in this country. There's a lot to be said about the economy. We haven't really heard a lot about that from the Labour Party, and I think people thought, well, actually, the Tories are still the money party. They know about money, and that's no longer enough for the Labour Party to say, we do the NHS, they do the money. You can't do that anymore.
Labour have gained 8, but they've lost 35. That's the current position.
And the thing is, of their 8 gains, 6 are from the Liberal Democrats, which is a measure of how bad the Liberal Democrats have done. But the fact that after, nearly 200 seats declared, Labour made only 2 gains from the Conservatives. That tells you almost all you need to know. And I think the question for Ed Miliband is, does he want to stay beyond the weekend as Labour Party leader?
We're joined by Peter Hain now, who's standing down from this Parliament and is in Broadcasting House. Mr Hain, thank you for joining us. Well, you're no longer there in the list, standing with the returning officer, having to suffer defeat. When you watch that happening to your colleagues, when you watch the failure to take as much as Labour thought they would take, what are your thoughts about the way the campaign was run and the future of the Labour Party?
Well, this was devastating for us in Scotland, where an avalanche happened, and it just swept us aside, and great Labour figures like Douglas Alexander and Jim Murphy have lost, and many other colleagues, and it's extremely sad to see that happening. What we're seeing here, however, is something that I don't think is being properly discussed on the airwaves, and that is a big revolt against the political class. It includes people like myself and the Westminster journalists as well, probably even you, David, where that's expressed in Scotland in an absolute tidal wave for the SNP. UKIP have done very well in England and Wales, haven't won MPs probably on the scale that their vote would have anticipated if there'd been a direct relationship in a voting system that delivered that. And you've seen the Greens too are part of that reaction, and I think Labour has to learn the lessons from that. I've personally been arguing that for a while, and actually, to his great credit, Ed Miliband is the one Labour leader who has spoken about the fact that the economy is not working for the great majority of people. And you've had this neoliberal economics imposed on Britain by the coalition government, and also to some extent by New Labour, and right across Europe as well, and elsewhere in the world, and it simply is not delivering for anybody else except those right at the top of the economy.
But you say Ed Miliband was putting that argument, which indeed he was, but it didn't seem to have persuaded people, and from what you describe, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you because we've got an Eastleigh declaration coming. I'll come back to you, Peter Hain, if I may, in just a moment, if you could sit tight. Here's Eastleigh, which the Liberal Democrats held at the by-election, held before when Chris Huhne won it at the last general election.
Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 114 votes. Culligan Patricia, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 8,783 votes. Davis Mims, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,464 votes. Paul Ray, Beer, Backy and Scratchins, 133 votes. Latham Mark Lawrence, Labour Party, 7,181 votes. Meldrum Ron, Green Party, 1,513 votes. Thornton Mike, Liberal Democrat, 14,317 votes.
Seat that Christian had and that they held. A devastating defeat for the Liberal Democrats there, 14,000. The Conservatives take the seat. UKIP, which was a close second at the by-election, goes into third place, I think, there. Goodness knows what the Beer, Backy and Scratchings party is about. But it does sound a bit unattractive, and it cost him £500 to be on the ballot. Anyway, Eastleigh goes Conservative. Let's go to Clacton. And we have the result from Clacton.
I'm now ready to declare the Clacton constituency for the Member of Parliament election, which has been held today on Thursday, the 7th of May 2015. I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at said election is as follows. Carswell, John Douglas Wilson, UK Independence Party, 19,642. Grace David Orbiton, Liberal Democrats, 812. Southall Christopher John, Green Party, 1,184. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,205. Young Timothy John, Labour Party, 6,364. The number of ballot papers rejected...
Sir Douglas Carswell, who defected from the Conservatives to UKIP and fought a by-election in Clacton and became an MP for UKIP in Clacton, has held on, widely predicted that he would, to that seat in Clacton. The Conservatives, 3,000, just over 3,000 behind him. There's Douglas Carswell, and if we get the full results and show the share, I'll pass it on to you, but I don't think we have it. Let's just hear from Douglas Carswell then.
Thank you to the returning officer, to your team, to the police. Today in our part of Essex, democracy ran very smoothly. Thank you. Thank you too to my fellow candidates. Taking part in an election is quite an undertaking. You expose yourself to a bit of scrutiny, a bit of criticism. It takes a certain spiritedness to do it, and you did so with good grace and good nature. And it was a good, open, honest competition. Above all, I thank local voters for electing me as your Member of Parliament. To me, there is no greater honour than to be a member of the House of Commons in this country. As your MP, I've always answered directly to you. You are my boss. I will never forget that. Here in our part of Essex, people voted for UKIP, and they got UKIP. Yet across the country, about 5 million people will have either voted for UKIP or for the Green Party. Those 5 million people will be lucky to get a tiny handful of MPs in the House of Commons. That failure to translate those 5 million votes into seats is less a reflection of how my party or the Green Party campaigned. Rather, it tells us how dysfunctional our political system is.
Let's leave Douglas Carswell for a moment, and we go to Thurrock.
Hereby give notice
for the result from Thurrock, a three-way marginal held by the Conservatives at the moment.
Tim Aker, UK Independence Party, 15,718. Jamie Barnes, Cannabis is Safer Than Alcohol Party, 244. Polly Billington, Labour Party, 16,156. Jacqueline Doyle-Price, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,692.
So a Conservative polled in Thurrock by 536.
Very, very, very tightly fought. At the start of the campaign, it was one of the only places that looked like a genuine three-way fight there between UKIP, Labour and the Conservatives. Jackie Doyle-Price, the Conservative candidate, won in 2010 with a tiny majority, and she's just held on, it seems. And I remember somebody said to me during the course of this campaign, we will only take Thurrock as Conservatives if we're on course to get an overall majority. An interesting reflection then. Maybe
what might happen.
Sign of what might happen this
They might
evening.
still get there,
and one of the
yes.
very few places where UKIP genuinely still look competitive until the last moment.
I think we've now heard from all the seats that UKIP might take, apart from Nigel Farage's own seat in Thanet South. They've kept Clacton Douglas Carswell's seat. We've heard from Thurrock, we've heard from Grimsby, we've heard from Castle Point. So if Nigel Farage does lose in Thanet South, and all the signs are that he is, Douglas Carswell will be their only MP.
And
Alex Salmond won his seat in Gordon, and he spoke just after the result came through. And let's hear him.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a rock wind blowing through the Great Glen of Scotland this morning. There is a swing underway in Scotland, the like of which has not been seen in recorded politics. It is twice the level of any swing recorded in Scotland or indeed across the United Kingdom since electoral records began in 1835. It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country. Now, we don't know what the configuration of the next Westminster Parliament will be. But whatever that arithmetic, whatever that configuration, it is inconceivable that such a statement of unity from the people of Scotland, north, south, east and west, could possibly be ignored by any administration of any political complexion. I look forward to joining an extraordinarily talented Scottish National Party team, extraordinary women and extraordinary men who will make the strongest, most articulate group from Scotland that Scottish politics has ever seen. Scotland has asked...
Let's join Andrew Neil again. Who have you got with you now, Andrew?
Oh, David, we've got Ming Campbell, famous Liberal Democrat who stood down at this election. We've got Charlie Faulkner at the heart of the Labour project. Diane James of UKIP is still here. Ming Campbell, let me come to you. How does your party begin to recover from tonight?
From the bottom up. I mean, there was a long time when we had 6 or 8 members of Parliament, and we worked out quite properly that one of the ways in which you can elevate your position is through good local government. And I was a member of Parliament, have to get used to that, as a result of local government success in North East Fife. And that's where we'll have to start.
Which means it's a long march.
It is, and we've often described it as the long march.
But after being up at 57 seats and now down to maybe 10 or less?
Well, I know you have an interest in history. It's quite like the period between 1931 and 1945.
Right.
But we've lived off scorched earth a long time.
So 60 years before you're back at over 56?
No, we'll be quicker than that.
All right. Charlie Faulkner, what went, putting Scotland aside, which has been cataclysmic for Labour, what went wrong with Labour in England?
It might have been Scotland in the sense that there was an anxiety that obviously came out towards the end of the campaign about what the impact would be of a significant SNP presence, because I think the English were incredibly conscious of the Scots getting into that position. And I think the way the campaign moved from being about the economy to being about the result of the campaign that was coming, I'm sure
had a significant effect on the results. So Scotland has been maybe the mainspring around which the campaign has pivoted.
What direction should Labour now go in? It had its New Labour phase. Mr Miliband reinvented that in a different way, different emphasis on different approaches. Where does it... That didn't work either, hasn't worked. Where does it go now?
Well, I'm not sure that the policy prescriptions that Ed has been putting forward in this election are not the ones that will be the policy prescriptions for the left of centre government. So apprenticeships, housing, the issues that he was bringing to the fore are the issues that the country is focusing on.
And yet they haven't resonated in the end in the country.
But ultimately, that may well be to do with what's been happening in Scotland. And I mean, I think it's addressing Scotland.
It is likely, I suggest to both of you, that the rebuilding is going to be done under new leaders for both of your parties. Bing Campbell.
Well, I've talked to Nick Clegg about this some time ago, and he said he would see it through, and I think he'll stay on as leader, whatever the result. Whether he'll go all the way through the next Parliament, of course,
You may not even go all the way through the summer.
I wouldn't want to speculate on that. But I'm very glad that there was some that we've been talking about Scotland, because I think the difficulties for the Union began the morning after the referendum, when the Prime Minister came out and talked about, instead of saying Scotland's voted to stay in the Union, we will now proceed with the additional powers we said we would, he embarked upon this English votes for English laws.
That cannot be the reason why Jim Murphy and Douglas Alexander
Not the only
lost.
reason. I will certainly allow you that. I think Labour has taken Scotland for granted for a very long time. I think also that immediately after the referendum, the so-called unionist parties, the parties in the United Kingdom, sat back. They allowed Alex Salmond to fill the space.
Sure.
And when you put all of these things together, that, I think, gives you some idea of how we got where we are now.
The Lib Dems were pretty ruthless with you when you were leader. They removed you. Now they're maybe down to about 10 seats or less. They're going to be ruthless with Nick Clegg.
Well, I mean, I did actually step down voluntarily. I know that. I know that's not the narrative which is now
I'll ask
established.
you to hold that thought, because I think we're going to get the declaration at Uxbridge, which is Boris Johnson's seat.
I wouldn't have thought he's at much risk.
Boris Johnson, the Mayor of London, who last sat as an MP in the House of Commons for Henley and is now
I, Lloyd White,
Uxbridge
being the
for the first
acting
time.
returning officer for the election of a member
Uxbridge
of Parliament
and
for
Ruislip
the Uxbridge
South,
and
it
South
is.
Ruislip constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Michael Francis Cox, Liberal Democrats, 2215. Michael Doherty, Independent, 39. Jack Duffin, UK Independence Party, 6346. Gary Harbord, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 180. Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 72. Hey! James Franklin Jackson, 14. Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,511. Lord Toby Judd, the eccentric party of Great Britain, 50. Jane Lawrence, the Realists Party, 18. Graham Lee, Green Party, 1414. Sabrina Shafika Musan, Communities United Party, 52. Chris Summers, Labour Party, 11,816. Jenny Thompson, Independent, 84. The number of ballot papers rejected was 103, and I hereby declare that the said Boris Johnson is duly elected.
An absolutely predictable victory for him in the safe Conservative seat of Uxbridge and Ruislip South. The Mayor of London for another year, now coming back to the House of Commons.
I want to thank everybody who's been involved in counting so fast. There are more candidates standing, as you can see, than anywhere else in the country tonight, and I think you've done an amazing job to get the result in the time that you did. I want to pay a particular tribute to everybody who's been out campaigning with me in the last few weeks and months, and I think it's been a fantastic campaign in London, and we're seeing some extraordinary results come in. I think we can be very, very proud indeed of what we've achieved. I want to thank particularly all the people from Hillingdon Council, that wonderful council, who have been out with me time and time again on the streets of London. And I want to thank Marina, who has thrown herself into this campaign with unprecedented enthusiasm, and in spite of the fact that today, as I have just remembered, is our wedding anniversary. You thought, where is she? She thought I'd forgotten that one. I want to pay particular tribute to the great Sir John Randall, a wonderful servant of Parliament and of this country and of this constituency. And my ambition is to follow in his footsteps, and to that end, as I've told you before, I bought 12 years ago a pair of shoes from Randall's of Uxbridge, and my ambition is to do as well as he did. My friends, the people of Britain, after a long and exhausting campaign, have finally spoken. And I don't think we need any fancy constitutional experts to tell us what they were trying to say. I think they have decisively rejected any attempt to take this country back to the 1970s. I think they have decisively rejected old-fashioned and outdated politics of division, and it is clear to me that the people of this country want us to go forward with sensible, moderate policies that this Conservative Party has produced over the last 5 years and that have led to a sustained economic recovery. And I think the people of this country want to go forward with that long-term economic plan for the benefit for everybody in this constituency and across this entire country. And to that end, I renew my pledge to all of you, which I have made many times, to work absolutely flat out. And I've listened to the announcements of the other constituencies in the borough of Hillingdon, and I tell you, John MacDonald, yes, John, I will join you. I will lie down with you in front of those bulldozers and stop the construction of that third runway. And yes, Nick, wherever you are, there you are, Nick, I will join you and indeed join John MacDonald in campaigning for the rebuilding of Hillingdon Hospital, which we so urgently need, and by the way, in mitigating the impact of HS2 on Outer London and making sure that we get a scheme that this city can support. I believe we have a lot to do, folks. We have a lot to do, but it is clear to me that the people of this country have voted for a programme of economic common sense to take Britain forward. That is what I believe we should be supporting this morning. Dawn is almost breaking, virtually. It's been a very long...
The declaration from Twickenham, Vince Cable, the Liberal Democrat Business Secretary, about to hear his result, and while we were just waiting for that, the Conservatives held Dudley South, they held Cardiff North, the 6th most marginal seat, and they held Stockton South, the 8th most marginal seat for them, and they held Amber Valley, the 13th most marginal seat. So the Conservatives have been holding on well.
23,563. Edwards Barry, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,069. Grant Nicholas Stewart, Labour Party, 7,129. Matthias Tanya Wynne, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,580. Stockford, thank you. Stockford, Dominic Francis, Christian Party proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 174. Wedgwood David Dean, Magna Carta Party, 26. Williams Tanya Roulopoulos, Green Party, 2,463. The total number of ballot papers that were rejected was 122. The turnout was 77.39%. I hereby declare that the said Tanya Wynne Mathias is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Twickenham constituency.
So Vince Cable, the Business Secretary, key part of the coalition government, defeated in Twickenham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Returning Officer. Thank you for all the staff.
David won.
So he's been there since 1997, Vince Cable. He'd become a fixture in Twickenham.
Absolutely. The historic link between the old Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, a very important figure in the party now out, a bitter disappointment to him. The Conservative winner, I have to say, looks completely choked up and totally surprised by that result.
Flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Dr. Tanya Mathias, she's a very senior medic and one of those people who you happen to see on the campaign trail while we were out with Boris Johnson, an absolute dynamo. I've never seen anybody try to meet as many members of the public in such a short space of time. But tonight she looks absolutely flabbergasted.
And should Nick Clegg understand...
Ming Campbell is here, up in the gallery. Let's just have a reaction from him. He's with
Ming Campbell. Ming Campbell, one by one, the giants of your party are being toppled.
It's not a great night. I think we're paying for the decision we took in the national interest 5 years ago, as a result of which the economy is now much more stable, but we haven't had sufficient credit for that.
Do you think you strategically you made a mistake by, I don't mean you personally, but the party, by continually distancing yourself from the Conservatives and almost from the coalition? So if there was any credit to go around for what's happened to the economy, it was the Tories that got it and not you.
Well, part of the credit we were seeking was to justify the fact that we had prevented the Conservatives from governing in a much more right-wing fashion, particularly on the issue of benefits, if you remember, which surfaced about 7 or 8 days ago in relation to an allegation that a report had been prepared which would have made swinging cuts to some of the benefits.
But the people weren't listening.
No, well, I mean, I'm Scottish. The people weren't listening in Scotland either, other than the SNP. We're taking part in a great sea change in politics in this country. The union must now be at risk, although Nicola Sturgeon's been going around saying this is all about Scotland's voice at Westminster. Her candidates have been going around saying it's the first step
Sorry to interrupt you,
a new referendum.
But I think we can hear from Vince Cable.
I think thanks are due to a lot of other people, to the people who've organised this event very efficiently, the returning officer, the staff and the police, but above all, to my army of volunteers who were brilliantly organised on the ground by my friend and parliamentary colleague Baroness Ducey and the rest of the local team here. No reflection on them, the result. The fact is that we were hit by a very well-organised national campaign based on people's fear of a Labour government and the Scottish Nationalists, and we'll see in the days that follow what are the implications of that. But I just want to say for myself that it's been a marvellous experience and a great honour being an MP for this constituency. Unfortunately, this has been a terrible night for our party all over, but I'm absolutely sure that we're going to bounce back both nationally and locally. Thanks to everybody who's supported me through these years. Thank you.
And while Vince Cable was talking, the news came through that the Conservatives have taken Eastbourne. Stephen Lloyd defeated at Eastbourne. So that's another Liberal Democrat defeat. We'll have the figures from that in a moment, with a bit of luck. The figures that are going on the bottom there still show you everything that's happening, even though some of our figures aren't appearing at the moment. But Torbay, we have the result from, and you have it, Emily.
Yeah, I think some of those Lib Dem losses tonight will be moments of the night, won't they? Seeing Vince Cable there and seeing Simon Hughes, you suddenly realise what personal stories lie behind all the data and the maths that we're pulling up here. I think the Commons is going to look very different at the end of tonight or tomorrow, whatever actually happens. This is another one where the Conservatives have taken the seat from their partners in government.
The winner is now Kevin Foster for the Conservatives, pushing the Lib Dems out. And you can see the kind of hit that they've taken here. The Lib Dems falling 13%. UKIP making relatively good gains here for the South West, up 8%. And let's just have a look at that swing at the Lib Dems to the Conservatives of 7.6%. In Bermondsey, when you saw Simon Hughes' seat, it was a very odd picture emerging because you've got one loser winning to another party who's also a loser somewhere else. So you've got this sense that each party is losing out to another party. It's not like they're necessarily winning out to victors here.
Emily, we've got a couple of results. Let's just see. Eastbourne, here's the result in Eastbourne. Stephen Lloyd, the Liberal Democrat for Eastbourne, defeated. And here, let's just see the share. The Conservatives take it.
I'll show you, Bob.
Caroline Ansell. And a Conservative gain there. She's very close together, 40 and 38%. This is the change. Liberal Democrat votes falls 9%. UKIP goes up 9%, and that's a council that has a Liberal Democrat control. The swing, though, from Liberal Democrats to Conservative, 4% in Eastbourne. And we've got Bath, and let's just see that. And in a moment, we'll hear from Boris Johnson, who's just won in Uxbridge. The Bath result, a Conservative gain from the Liberal Democrats. Remember, Bath was taken by the Liberal Democrats when Chris Patten was chairman of the Conservative Party yonks ago and was defeated there. The Liberal Democrat retired there this time. The Conservatives have now taken it. Liberal Democrats down 27 points. A swing from Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives of 17 percentage points. Boris Johnson, I think, is joining us from Uxbridge. Mr. Johnson, good evening.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
I'm very well.
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
No, and I can see you. You're looking windblown as ever, even though you're in a nice, calm spot there. I know that. You've ruffled your hair.
How are you?
Especially for us. Congratulations on your victory.
It's been a long and exciting evening, David, and we're obviously very excited by some of the results that are coming through here in London, and obviously sad about others, but overall I think it's been an amazing night for the Conservatives when you consider where we were, what all the polls were saying only a few hours ago. And I think it's a remarkable turnaround and a massive display of the immanent common sense of the British people. They have decided to go forwards with a sensible long-term economic plan for this country. It's perfectly obvious.
You find yourself,
whatever you are, 4:30 in the morning, that Ed Miliband and the Labour Party are completely the losers tonight.
You'll find yourself back in the House of Commons with a Conservative Prime Minister who says he's not going to stay till the end of the Parliament, and presumably, therefore, you are now anticipating running for the leadership in the next 4 years or so?
I'm anticipating serving the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip to the best of my ability and helping my friends in the Conservative government in any way, obviously, that I can. I've got to serve out as Mayor of London for another year, as you know, and there's a huge amount still to be done. We've got to make sure Crossrail 2 is properly embedded. There can be no going back on the river crossings, all the things that we need to do in London. And as you know, whatever happens after that year will be a bonus. But
what about the referendum on Europe and the renegotiation of our relationship with Europe? Are you confident that will now go through? Do you want that to go through? Are you expecting a referendum in 2 years' time?
Yes. I am. I think that the Prime Minister has a very clear mandate to deliver that. The Conservatives, according to your exit polls, which I think are being increasingly validated by events, the Conservatives will emerge as very considerably the largest party, if not actually having a majority. And I think we should go ahead with this. And I think there's absolutely no reason not to. The British people haven't had a vote on this matter for 40 years. Now is the time.
Andrew Marr is sitting beside me and wants to...
The crucial thing, it would be good not just for Britain, but good for the whole of Europe. And there are plenty of people around the table in Brussels who are longing for a British lead on this matter, on getting reform in Europe.
Andrew Marr is sitting beside me here and wants to ask you something.
Andrew Marr of Loretto School here, Boris Johnson.
How are you, Andrew? Nice to see you.
What do you think a new Conservative government ought to do about the SNP? What kind of offer would you like to see them making? Alex Salmond, Nicola Sturgeon, and so forth.
I was listening to your very, very interesting thoughts about this just before I dozed off, unfortunately, a while ago, and I think that you're absolutely right. There has to be some sort of federal offer. Everybody needs to take a deep breath. Think about how we want the United Kingdom to progress, and I think even most people in the SNP, probably in their heart of hearts, most people who voted SNP tonight, in their heart of hearts, do not want to throw away absolutely everything. I'm sure people want to keep the basis of a United Kingdom, the idea of a unified state of one kind or another, whether you keep the monarchy, the passport, unified defence system, whatever it happens to be. I'm sure that there is scope there for moving towards some kind of federal structure. I'm not going to pretend that it's easy or that I can give you a fully elaborated prospectus this morning, but that is what we need to work towards. It's perfectly obvious that people are crying out for that sort of solution. And by the way, what we should also do, we should also have further transfer of powers to local people and to the big cities of England. That is where those are the motors of the UK economy, and they could really do with some proper devolution.
And this new federal structure could involve, you don't know yet, an English Parliament for the English as well? Question mark.
Yeah, I mean, how you work that out, Andrew, is obviously a matter for us all to do a lot of tooth-sucking and think about very, very deeply. We have an English Parliament. It's called Westminster. Whether you want to invent another Parliament, whether you want to create an entirely new cadre of MPs, I'm not certain. There must be another way forward. But that needs to be deliberated upon now. And I'm absolutely certain it can be done. And actually, we'll end up without the United Kingdom splitting up, contrary to some of the gloomy stuff you've been saying this evening.
The thoughts of Boris Johnson at 10 to 5 on Friday morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's join Kamal Ahmed now and find out what's going on in Sheffield Hallam, where Nick Clegg is just arriving for his declaration, we think. Kamal, over to you.
Nick Clegg is expected here in the next few minutes for his declaration. There have been all sorts of rumours this evening that he's possibly lost, he's possibly won with a small majority. I think the latter of those is the most likely. Clearly a desolate night for the Liberal Democrats, for Nick Clegg. He was the person who was claiming only 24 hours ago that he was going to be the surprise package. The Liberal Democrats were going to win more seats than expected. But actually what's happened is they've lost far more than expected. It could be into single figures. That's fewer than 10 seats, which would be such a disaster for them, to be frank, from 56 seats to fewer than 10. Of course, there will be question marks over Nick Clegg's leadership. How will he continue to lead this rump of Lib Dem MPs? He was talking about being the kingmaker, the person who would hold the balance of power. Now he has very little power. Will the MPs that do remain Liberal Democrat MPs maintain their faith in him? That will be unclear for the next few hours, I'm sure. Clearly he has had a real shock this evening, as have the Liberal Democrats. They say that they've been squeezed between two extremes, a sort of nationalist extreme of Scotland and an English extremes of nationalism in England, and that has been the problem for them, that they've been trapped between these two kind of pincer movement. Okay, and I think we're going to get the result right now.
Please now join me for the Hallam constituency. Okay, I, the undersigned.
Well, everybody's shaking hands with Nick Clegg. I think he's won this seat, judging by the way they were greeting him. But let's hear the result.
To hereby give notice,
Could be
number of
wrong.
votes for each candidate is cast as follows. Nick Clegg, 22,215. Stephen Clegg, English Democrats, 167. Oliver Coppard, Labour, 19,862. Peter Garbett, Green Party, 1,772. Joe Jenkins, UKIP, 3,575. Carlton Reeve, Independent, 249. Jim Stop the Fiasco Wild, 97. Ian Walker, Conservative, 7,544. There were 121 rejected votes, and I hereby declare that Nick Clegg has been duly elected. Thank you.
Well, this is an interesting moment. Nick Clegg, who it was thought would be the victim of an attack on the Liberal Democrats and would lose Sheffield Hallam, has in fact held Sheffield Hallam, his majority much reduced from 12,000 last time to 2,000 or so this time. Let's just hear him.
All your work and that of your team and that of all the staff in the polling stations and here at the count as well, and of course to the police and all the emergency services in ensuring that the election has gone so smoothly in Sheffield Hallam. I'd obviously also like to thank all the candidates, all my opponents, perhaps most especially Oliver Coppard, for a very dynamic and vigorous contest which was held in Sheffield Hallam. Though I suspect the residents of Sheffield Hallam will be quite relieved that the torrent of campaign literature is now no longer making its way through their letterboxes. I'd like to thank Andy Sangar, my agent, and my wonderful campaign team. I really couldn't wish for a better team of outstanding campaigners and activists. You believe in what you do, and you do it brilliantly. Thank you very, very much indeed. And of course, I'd like to convey my thanks to Miriam, who is here, and our three little boys who are not. It is not always easy to have a husband and a father in a family where I've been involved for 10 years now in the sometimes brutal front line of British politics. But above all, my thanks goes to the residents of Sheffield Hallam who have once again shown their confidence in me, and I'm very, very grateful and humbled by their confidence in me. I know, of course, that many voters did not support me this time and had done so previously, and my message to them is very simple. It is the greatest honour of my political life to have served this wonderful part of this wonderful city, and I will always work diligently in Westminster on all of their behalves, on behalf of all communities and all families across Sheffield Hallam. Turning to the national picture, it is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats. The election has profound implications for the country. It also obviously has profound implications for the Liberal Democrats. And I will be seeking to make further remarks about the implications of this election, both for the country and for the party that I lead and for my position in the Liberal Democrats, when I make remarks to my colleagues in the Liberal Democrats later this morning when I return to Westminster. Thank you very much.
Interesting that he said that, because only a few weeks ago he was saying, I want to lead the Liberal Democrats into and through the next Parliament in all circumstances. So if he's thinking of standing down, he's changed his view, which he clearly is. I suppose it's a devastating one.
Very, very strong hint. Implications for my own future as the leader of this party.
Yes, he must be on the way out. But well, I suppose with the scale of the Liberal Democrat defeat tonight, it's pretty impossible to hang on. It would look absurd in a way.
It would.
But who will compete to succeed him? Tim Farron is still there, but is there anybody else of any
Well, why do you need a competition? Tim Farron has shaken every single hand of every single Liberal Democrat activist in the country. You'll just walk it.
But if that's the case, and you may well be right, that is part of the profound implications for the Liberal Democrats, because Tim Farron would be a very different kind of leader from Nick Clegg.
And we're assuming at this stage the Tories are going to get so close to 2-3, they don't actually need the Liberal Democrats or anybody else to go into government with again.
We can't yet tell, can we? Let's just sum up where we've got to at the moment. It's just coming up to 5 o'clock. We've had 310 declarations in. We're approaching the halfway point of the 650, 340 to go. And at the moment, Labour are overall down 32 on 128. The Conservatives are up 8. UKIP is up 1. And the SNP, of course, are up 44. The Liberal Democrats are down 21. But do you yet know whether you think we're going to make the 3-2-3 for the Conservatives?
I think it's possible. And let me say this, David, that in England there has been a swing of almost 2% from Conservative to Labour. We've had this string of narrow Tory seats which have not fallen. And I've been looking at the seats the Tories won in 2010, and instead of a 2% swing to Labour, in those seats, and they are the seats Labour was really targeting, there's been a 3% swing to the Conservatives. Yes. These fresher Conservatives have held on to enforce their position, and that's why Labour is doing so badly.
Andrew, you were talking earlier on about the Tories not being able to have a Scottish secretary, but David Mundell held on.
Yes.
Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale, Tweeddale.
Yeah, he's held on. There's been a lot of cross-voting. So we've got 3 now, because one of the Edinburgh seats, Edinburgh South, I think, kept their Labour MP. So it's not quite the yellow wipeout that it looked like earlier in the evening.
Cross-voting people not...
Yes,
rather like there was
helping each other out.
There was cross-voting clearly in Sheffield Hallam too, because the Tory vote fell 10%.
It did, didn't it? Yes, absolutely.
Let's see some more seats, can we?
8 of the ones here that we've picked out, and you can see that mixed Lib Dem fortune here. Sheffield Hallam held by Nick Clegg, Carshalton also held Tom Brake, Lib Dem whip. Southport also held for the Lib Dems, and then you get into the territory that the Conservatives have taken. Sutton and Cheam, a London seat. Cheltenham has also gone Tory. And this is quite an interesting seat. I'm going to take you into Telford. We're in new territory here. When we started the night, we were looking at the kind of seats that Labour would be likely to take from the Conservatives if they were having a good night. Now we've seen this Conservative gain from Labour. It's a majority of just 730, but they'll be very pleased to actually take a seat tonight in the West Midlands, very fertile, marginal territory. And then the flip side of this is Enfield North, where Labour have taken this from the Conservatives, 44% of the share to 41. Joan Ryan is the new winner here. And the pattern of the night that seems to be emerging is that Labour is doing much, much better in London and the closely surrounding seats there than it is in other parts of the country. I mean, forget Scotland, that's something else entirely. But in Wales and the West Midlands, we've seen them really struggle against the Conservatives. London is the one place where they seem to be making those gains.
Thanks very much, Emily. Andrew.
Thank you, David. We're joined by Una King, former Labour MP. Patrick Winter of The Guardian is reporting that Ed Balls has lost his seat. What have you heard?
Well, I mean, we've heard rumours about lots of things. Obviously, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. You have no idea. We don't know at the moment. What we do know is that it's a bad night for Labour. We know that, you know, we've lost seats we expected to hold. What I feel the most, though, is that it's a pretty bad night for Britain. I mean, it looks like we're going to be having an election on the EU. It looks like the union might break up. So I'm feeling not just a bad night for Labour, but for the country.
All right. I think we've got to go back to David. There's another important announcement to be made.
Well, there's an announcement coming from Wirral West. Esther McVeigh, the Conservative MP there since 2010. Here's the result in Wirral West, where Labour was challenging. She's the Employment Minister who attends Cabinet and fought a very difficult campaign, it has to be said, in Wirral West. Everybody piled in against her there.
That the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Greenwood, Margaret, Labour Party, 18,898. James David Glynn, 274. Jones, Hilary Jane, UK Independence Party, 2,772. McVeigh, Esther Louise, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,481. Reisdorf, Peter Timothy Clifford, Liberal Democrats, 1,400.
So now we go to Broxtowe, and this is where Anna Soubry, Junior Defence Minister, is defending her seat for the Conservatives.
63. Dunn, Francis John, known as Frank Dunn, UK Independence Party, 5,674. Heptonstall, Stanley, known as Stan Heptonstall, Liberal Democrats, 2,120. Kirwan, David, Green Party, 1,544. Palmer, Nicholas Douglas, known as Nick Palmer, Labour Party, 19,876. Soubry, Anna Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 24,163. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 90. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 5.
Just had the news that Esther McVeigh, the Conservatives, was defeated in Wirral West. Anna Soubry, one of the most outspoken figures, always seen, when she's not near the front, always seen on the backbenches, grimacing during Prime Minister's questions. Very mobile face, showing her displeasure or pleasure as things go along. Anyway, she has held on to Broxtowe.
Just in another seat that we're hearing a lot of speculation, a lot of rumour, and we still can't say for sure.
Yes.
The Ed Balls race we've mentioned a couple of times seems tantalisingly close and still possible that he may lose it. Now, that would be a story. The Shadow Chancellor, Ed Balls, going tonight, losing his seat.
You still think Ed
potentially.
Balls may have lost?
Yes.
But he
huge
hasn't lost
swell
yet.
of speculation. We do not know yet, but there is just right
who's
now, in
doing
the
the
last couple of
speculating?
minutes, journalists, reporters, people at the counts.
I see. All right. Well, the Shadow Chancellor, if he's out, that's a big loss for Labour.
It'd be a huge loss for Labour, and a very interesting position because Ed Miliband would be under pressure as well. Ed Balls is really the other part of the Labour leadership, so they'd be starting all over again.
One thing, it does make it rather easier for Yvette Cooper to run for the leadership if
yes.
Ed Balls is suddenly not in the House of Commons alongside her.
And we're getting, beginning to get a trickle more of seats that Labour has lost to the Conservatives. They've lost Telford to the Conservatives. They've lost Southampton, Itchen, where John Denham was the MP and has stood down. And so there seems to be hardly any net gains from the Conservatives. Maybe a small number of net gains, but very few.
Let's just let's move gracefully in towards the BBC newsroom in the vast expanses of New Broadcasting House. Just seeing there on the old Broadcasting House the figures of how things stand at the moment, and going past the piazza or the square in front of New Broadcasting House, where this map of the United Kingdom is gradually filling up. Remember, it's misshapen because it's showing each constituency as exactly the same size, so it's giving the political breakdown of the United Kingdom, hence Scotland much smaller than it is geographically, but the Scottish seats up there all held by the SNP. So we'll go through the doors. If we don't get trapped in them, as they famously did on W1A, if you watch that brilliant parody of life at the BBC, and not that inaccurate in many respects, it has to be said. And we go to the news and join Rita Chakrabarti.
Was it?
David, thank you. Well, the results are coming in thick and fast now, and the shape of the election is becoming much clearer. The Conservatives look to have pulled off a famous victory and are set to be the biggest party. The other big winners are the SNP, who are pretty much sweeping the board across Scotland. They've picked up a series of huge Labour scalps, taking the seats of Foreign Affairs spokesman Douglas Alexander, Labour's leader in Scotland, Jim Murphy, and the constituency formerly held by Gordon Brown. It's been a terrible night for the Liberal Democrats, who've sustained heavy losses, including the seat of Business Secretary Vince Cable. But Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg has held his seat, albeit with a reduced majority. Our political correspondent Chris Mason has more.
And the total number...
Labour are being annihilated in Scotland and failing to make many gains in England. First came this moment.
I declare that Mary Black is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency.
Douglas Alexander, the man who could have been Foreign Secretary, the man who was in charge of Labour's election campaign, losing his seat to a 20-year-old from the SNP.
This, of course, has been a very difficult night for Labour. Scotland has chosen to oppose this Conservative government, but not place that trust in the Labour Party. It will be our responsibility to re-win that trust in the months and years ahead.
And then Labour's leader in Scotland lost as well.
Tonight, Scotland has lost so many great members of Parliament from all across the country, and I'd like to pay tribute to each and every one of them. There will be more to say about this and what it means for Scotland in the days to come. But for me personally, and for the Scottish Labour Party, the fight goes on and our cause continues.
Alex Salmond.
Amongst the huge new contingent of SNP MPs, a familiar face.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
20,000.
The picture for Labour in England doesn't look much better. This was Nuneaton in Warwickshire, a marginal seat where the Conservatives extended their lead. Oh, and look who else is back in Parliament.
My friends, the people of Britain, after a long and exhausting campaign, have finally spoken. And I don't think we need any fancy constitutional experts to tell us what they were trying to say. I think they have decisively rejected any attempt to take this country back to the 1970s.
It's been a horrible night for the Liberal Democrats. Amongst the casualties, the Business Secretary, Vince Cable.
This has been a terrible night for our party all over, but I'm absolutely sure that we're going to bounce back both nationally and locally.
David Cameron has arrived at his count in Witney in Oxfordshire. The man who spent the last 5 years as Prime Minister looks set to be heading back to Downing Street. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Well, as we heard, the Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg did manage to hold on to his Sheffield Hallam seat, but he spoke of the disappointment he felt for his party.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats. The election has profound implications for the country. It also obviously has profound implications for the Liberal Democrats.
Douglas Carswell has won UKIP's first seat of the night in Clacton with a margin of just over 3,000 votes. He defected from the Conservatives recently. Back to you now, David.
It's just after 5 o'clock in the morning, and the pattern has now become absolutely clear. We've only had 344. We've got 306 seats to be declared. This is how it's looking at the moment. Conservatives seem to be a little bit far away on that map to me. I don't understand that. 126, 141. Seats declared so far. I'm sorry, I misread it. Seats declared so far shows It doesn't tell you anything, really, because what we want to see is not seats declared so far, but seats taken so far. But anyway, there we are. There are 141 Labour ones in. So, and we have this Norwich South declaration coming in. This is one that the Greens were hoping to take. Let's get this declaration from Norwich South.
Thank you. First up, can I thank all the staff here who've worked so hard tonight into the day, the clerks, the returning officers and the police and security staff for their contribution to tonight's democratic ritual. Your hard work year in, year out is not taken for granted in any way, so thank you very much for all you've done. I'd also like to thank my fellow candidates for what has, in the main, been a good-natured and fair election campaign. I'd also like to thank Simon Wright, the outgoing MP, for his service to our city these past 5 years.
A BBC political reporter in the Eastern region who has won Norwich South, which was a seat that the Greens were after, thought they might have a chance there. But we're joined now by Kirsty Walk, who's in Glasgow. Kirsty, good evening again. Or good morning, I should say.
Good evening. Good morning. I'm in a stadium that is almost empty now, as if something never really happened. But what really happened was an SNP landslide. But Scotland, as we stand right now, is still just a four-party country. Alistair Carmichael hung on in Lerwick with a much reduced majority. David Mundell hung on the borders. Labour hung on in Edinburgh South. But some of the most interesting statistics are that in Douglas Alexander's former constituency, and also in Jim Murphy's, the turnouts, 75% to get rid of Douglas Alexander, 81% of people turned out in Jim Murphy's constituency. That tells you something about the SNP getting that vote out. And the other thing that's happened tonight is the recriminations have started. Ian Davidson, the long-term MP for Glasgow South, who lost, obviously, said that a lot of the blame had to be laid at the door of Jim Murphy. He also seemed to suggest that Jim Murphy and the way the campaign had been conducted in Scotland had let the rest of the UK Labour Party down, which is quite strong stuff, you know, even in the early hours of the morning.
But even in the early hours of the morning, what exactly did he mean? What is the accusation against Jim Murphy?
The accusation is that he didn't run a coherent campaign, that they didn't have a strong message, that they weren't able to counter the SNP, and they didn't have a plan to counter the SNP. He was not more specific than that. But I think that the way that this has been conducted in Scotland is it has just been such a kind of 9 pins going down, one after the other. There was never any doubt when it started to happen in Glasgow that it was going to continue through the night. We've obviously got a lot of seats to come, not least Charlie Kennedy's, but the way it looks tonight is it's definitely SNP all over Scotland.
Could you speculate, as Andrew Marr was and others have been here in the studio, about the consequences of what's happened in Scotland, Kirsty, and what a Conservative government might offer, or what the SNP might find acceptable as an offer in the period immediately after this election, when they find themselves virtually with no representation, I mean, except their MPs, in government in London?
Well, you heard what Boris Johnson said, that there would have to be some kind of new constitutional settlement. He talked about federalism. I was talking very briefly to Nicola Sturgeon, and it's very clear that they'll be pushing for some kind of constitutional change. He's always been very keen during the campaign to say this campaign was not about independence. It was about getting the Tories about it was the end of austerity. But it's impossible to think that there would not be some very fast constitutional movement. I would have thought that David Cameron, if indeed he is forming a minority government or even majority government, who knows, is going to have to move fast, because it's this whole question that keeps coming back again, unspecific, legitimacy, and that is something that Nicola Sturgeon is still going to be pushing.
Is it too late now to save the union, in your view?
I think it is too late to have the union in this form. You know, it's not beyond the wit of man, perhaps, to conceive some federal system. Maybe there'll be another referendum. I don't think that Nicola Sturgeon will want a referendum within the next 5 years, personally. I think that they should be looking for exacting a different price for the SNP at Westminster.
Kirsty, thank you very much indeed.
Like them very briefly.
Jeremy, let's just have a look. I'll come to you in a second, Andrew. Jeremy, we want to look at this battleground, which you had way back, and you were going to tell us whether the exit poll and your projections were right and where they were wrong. And I have a suspicion you're probably more right than wrong, aren't you?
Well, yes, and respect to Professor John Curtis for calling it so brilliantly. But let's just go back and look at those battlegrounds, absolutely. So here we have the map with the result of the 2010 general election on it, and I'll now show you the results we have so far. And I suppose the most dramatic thing that you see is Scotland now covered in SNP yellow, where previously there were only 6 seats. Worth pointing out, a bit of blue there, Dumfriesshire, and also here, Orkney and Shetland, Alistair Carmichael's seat for the Liberal Democrats in orange. Maybe there'll be just one Conservative, one Lib Dem, one Labour in Scotland at the end of the night. If I flash the gains, Scotland will almost totally flash there. Just might point out this very large seat here. In Wales, a Conservative gain from Labour. There we are, the Vale of Clwyd. So what exactly has happened? Here we go. We showed you this at the start of the evening, and this is Labour's battleground. It's their attack list, the seats they wanted to gain, their targets. And we've ordered them by what you might call marginality, how close they were last time. So Warwickshire North, for example, should have been an absolute cinch to take. It was won by the Conservatives in 2010 by only 54 votes. Tiny, tiny margin. You'd think there was no chance the Conservatives could hang on, and look what's happened. And this is one of the images of the night. Labour's #1 target seat stayed Conservative, and the #2 as well, Thurrock. And in fact, this board should have been very easy to cover in red. On any other occasion, the Conservatives on the defensive, Labour the opposition. The polls look good for Labour because they'd improved on last time. But it hasn't happened. It has not happened. They have not covered the board in red. Even the first 32 seats here, their advance is really faltering. We move on to the next Labour battle board, and let's have a look here. So again, we see, yes, they've taken Burnley from the Lib Dems, and we'll see this trend of Lib Dem seats being the ones that fold as we go on. Should point out that where they're greyed, as these ones are, they are still forecasts. Come back to this in a second. I'm going to go to you, David.
OK, we've got Charles Kennedy's declaration coming, and let's just hear
Independence
that.
Party, 814. Ian Blackford, Scottish National Party, 20,119. Ronnie Campbell, 191. Chris Conniff, Scottish Labour Party, 2,043. Charles Peter Kennedy, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 14,995. Lindsay Sarah McCallum, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 2,598. Anne Catherine Thomas, Scottish Green Party, 1,051. Therefore, I give public notice that Ian Blackford is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Ross Skye and Lochaber constituency.
Charles Kennedy, the former leader of the Liberal Democrats, MP since 1983 there, defeated in Scotland, as I think he suspected he was going to be. And now we go swiftly to Doncaster North, Ed Miliband's seat. And we may hear from Ed Miliband about the state of
John Holt,
play for Labour.
being the returning officer at the election of a Member of
Sorry to
Parliament
pass
for
so
the Doncaster
fast
North
over
constituency.
Charles Kennedy's result, and maybe we'll be able to hear what he said a bit later on, and just turn it round so you can hear his words.
At the said election is as follows. Alan David Stewart, English Democrats, putting England first, 448 votes. Baker Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,005 votes. Brick Nick the Flying, The official monster raving loony party, 162 votes. Fletcher Mark Peter, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,235 votes. Jackson Mary, Trade Union and Socialist Coalition, 258 votes. Kennedy Pete, Green Party, 757 votes. Miliband Ed, Labour Party, 20,708 votes. Parkinson Kim, UK Independence Party, 8,928 votes. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Well, it's a cruel old world. There is Ed Miliband on the right-hand side of the platform there, who 12 hours ago must have thought he had a chance of being Prime Minister, if not in the morning after negotiations in a week or two, and now clearly his hopes totally dashed by the results of this election.
He's doing his best now to put on a little smile, but he looks ashen and grey. And Labour, going into this, even just before we came on air, Labour sources were still feeling relatively upbeat. They thought they had a chance if they could hang on until Cameron tried and then failed to get a Queen's speech through. But he must now.
Let's hear him, because of course,
Let's hear if
he's the victor of Doncaster North, so he gets the right to speak first.
He's got to speak.
And maybe he will say something about Labour's position after he's done the traditional thanks to the various officials.
He has what looks like a carefully written out speech of some kind to deliver, so I would expect so.
One of his advisors wrote too.
Of today's count. I also want to thank, above all, the people of Doncaster North for re-electing me as their Member of Parliament. I want to thank my brilliant Labour Party members who are here today. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of the Labour Party members right across our country who have done such an extraordinary job throughout this campaign. Now, the results are still coming in, but this has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party. Now, I want to say to all the dedicated and decent colleagues in Scotland who have lost their seats that I'm deeply sorry for what has happened. And I also want to say that the next government has a huge responsibility. It has a huge responsibility in facing the very difficult task of keeping our country together. Whatever party we come from, if we believe in the United Kingdom, we should stand up for people in every part of our United Kingdom. Because, you know, I believe that what unites us is much, much more than what divides us. Friends, I'm now going to go to London to await the full results to come through. But I just want to reiterate my thanks to the people of Doncaster North. It is a huge privilege to be your Member of Parliament. It is a huge privilege for you to have placed your trust in me. Thank you very much.
Ed Miliband just shaking hands with the other candidates, and then on his way to London to face the music from the Labour Party. Clearly a campaign that, whatever people thought of him as a person and the way he put it across and of the campaign strategy, was clearly a campaign that flopped with the voting public.
Apart from that one stumble as he came off your question time set, David, he didn't really perform badly at all throughout this campaign, despite what everyone has... But that has come as close as I've seen to a concession speech. That is effectively the moment Ed Miliband says, we have lost, it's David Cameron. Is it not?
I think that's right. And I think the likelihood is, too, surely, that there will be... I don't know what you're finding from Labour voters, Laura,
Well,
but I would have thought the likelihood is that he, too, may well
have to
be for the chop.
I suspect that's very likely. In fact, the former Labour MP, Jerry Sutcliffe, who's just stood down as he was the MP for Bradford South, has just said that Ed Miliband will have to consider his position. It is time for somebody else to take over. Now, whatever happens in the next few hours, if Labour HQ is still trying to say there's time to think through, develop what Ed started, I think the reality of it, the brutal reality, as we know, and we've already been hearing, there are going to be people throughout the Labour Party who think they have no choice but for him to go. Interesting there, he left the question of his position open. He didn't give any hints that he would be determined to stay on. He left the possibility of leaving wide
24
open.
hours ago, Labour was talking in terms, confidently, of making 35 net gains from the Conservatives. As of this moment, they have made 5 gains from the Conservatives and lost 5 seats to the Conservatives. So the net picture is 0, where they were confidently expecting 35. That's the measure of that
the great
failure.
Gordon Brown disaster election of 2010.
That's separate from Scotland.
Right, and leaving aside Scotland. Let's join Len Tingle in Leeds, our man in Leeds, who I think has news. I don't know what news it is, maybe about Ed Balls.
Some very, very nervous faces around the table, the aisle here. One of the 8 counts. Morley and Outwood is one of the 8 counts here in Leeds. And we're not expecting a result until after 7. But what the Conservatives are saying, that looking at the way things are going so far, their exact quote was, not a fag paper between the Conservatives and the Shadow Chancellor. Andrea Jenkins, the candidate here, says that she's almost too nervous to speak. It looks as though it's very, very close indeed, but it could be another hour, hour and a half before we get that confirmation.
Well, thank you very much. We heard Yvette Cooper, by the way, in the neighbouring constituency. She held her seat safely. Emily, what more have you got for us now?
I've got what could end up being the most marginal seat in the country. It is certainly the most marginal one we've had in so far, but it's a Conservative gain from Labour. And you can see this majority, a new majority now of 27, just 27 votes in that one. So Byron Davis takes this from Labour. You can see how tight it was at the end. But the interesting thing was, this was not even on our list of expected or looked at races. It shows you the kind of places that are coming up now where the Tories are really doing quite well. This is another one, Hazel Grove, which we thought had a chance of staying Lib Dem until the full results of the Lib Dem difficulties became apparent. You can see here it's a gain for the Conservatives, 41% to 26%. This was 124 on the Conservatives' target list, incredibly low down, and yet they're taking tonight from Labour, they're taking tonight from the Lib Dems. I've got one more to show you, which is quite an interesting one. This used to be incredibly marginal. This was between George Eustice and Julia Goldsworthy. It was a sort of rematch, we thought, with a Conservative majority of just 66. Look what's happened now. Not only has George Eustice increased his majority to some 7,000, but look what he's done to the Lib Dems. So Labour has come into second place, UKIP now in third place in this southwest seat, Cornwall, and the Tories are safely home and dry there. One other one, High Peak. This was number 68 on Labour's target list. They've got nowhere near it. The Conservatives have held it with a 45% share of the vote. And you can see it's actually started to swing to the Conservative. As I say, this is rather new territory. It's not where we thought we would be before that exit poll emerged tonight, David.
Emily, thank you very much. We're joined by Esther McVeigh now, who's just heard she's been defeated in Wirral West. You've been Employment Minister, you've been a kind of controversial figure in many ways, you suffered a lot of attacks. What was your campaign like? I read that you'd had a particularly difficult campaign with everybody piling in against you. Is that true?
Well, it'd be fair to say it was a brutal campaign, but, you know, you've got to get on with things. My team worked incredibly hard. We led a very positive campaign. We were out all the time. I'm pleased to say that despite losing, we increased the Conservative vote by nearly 2,000. So, you know, if you can take anything positive out of losing, that was it. And actually here again, in Wirral West, it was the Lib Dem vote that collapsed from 6,500 right the way down to just about 1,500.
What is it you mean when you say it was a brutal campaign? Perhaps you'll give us an insight into what it's like. We've been watching winners and losers all night long, and I know you did have a particularly tough campaign. In what way was it brutal?
Well, I'd say it. We'd read a lot of it. People like the Labour MP John McDonnell had come up to my constituency and was telling people to lynch me. You'd seen John Prescott come down and was overtly sexist. There had been a sort of a very brutal campaign on the streets as well. You know, graffiti on the walls, the TUC releasing a song on my birthday to sack me, protests in the street. So you did see, you know, the darker side of politics. And yet, despite that, as I said, the Conservative vote went up by 2,000. And look, I'm just proud that I'm part, or was part, I should say now, was part of a government that was helping turn the economy round. Proud of a government and in the department that was making sure 1,000 more people were in a job every day. And, you know, that's what we've got to look forward to. We've got to get the country back on track, because only then can we support vulnerable people, help people have a great public sector. And that's just what I want to see. I want to see everybody from every walk of life, every part of the UK, benefiting from a stronger economy.
All right.
And I know my ex-colleagues in the Conservative Party will do just that, and I cheer them on.
And will you go back to television presenting, Esther McVey?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I won't be looking to do what you're doing. What I want to do is, you know, go back to be a politician, because I want to represent and support and help people in the UK. That's what I want to do. So,
Okay.
you know, I'm coming back. I want to be an MP.
Well, thank you very much. You're looking very cheerful for somebody who's just suffered a rather nasty defeat, but thanks for joining us.
Well,
John
that's
Soap.
politics. You have your ups and downs and you keep going.
Show business too. John Sopel.
We kind of was said early on in the evening that Ed Miliband was either going to deliver a short or a long speech. A short speech if it had gone all terribly wrong, a long speech if he thought he was going to be the next Prime Minister. We got the short speech. We're being told that he'll make fuller remarks later today when he's back in London. But, I mean, talking to his aides about the moment that they heard the exit poll in his house, apparently the place just fell absolutely silent. They could not believe what they were hearing. And I was speaking to one of the people who's been on the road with him these past few weeks, he just said, I feel very, very tired now, and tears started welling up in his eyes, and he just couldn't speak. And I think you kind of felt there the brutality of politics, that you live a dream and it comes crashing down pretty quickly. But we should hear from Ed Miliband later on today with his reflections on the election, what it means for the Labour Party and what it means for him.
There he is on his way down to London. It's dawn outside. It's dark in this studio. Well, it's as light as it's ever been. I didn't know dawn had come. When is dawn nowadays? 5:30 it is. Dawn must be at 4:30. Anyway, there he is on his way down to London, and presumably to address Labour Party workers later today, and to say what, I mean, he'll thank them, but also say what he intends to do. What do you think he'll say?
I would imagine so. I mean, he's got a very, very quick decision to make now. He thought he was going to be Prime Minister not that many hours ago. Now he's wondering whether he's going to stay in politics at all, I would imagine, whether he's going to step down as Labour leader. You know, having fought a much better campaign than most people thought he was going to, he gets a lot of credit for that. He is not the joke figure that a lot of people try to make him. You know, he has kept his chin up, he's spoken well, and at the end of it, he has completely politically fallen flat in his face.
I wonder,
the Labour Party will want somebody else, I think.
I wonder what the brother in New York is thinking as he watches these results come in.
That word bittersweet comes to mind, David.
I fear it may. Had it been me, it would have been different. He couldn't fail to think that, could he?
Yes,
Because
even
everything
if that's
people
wrong.
even if it's wrong, yes.
Yeah,
there's
even if
nothing.
it's wrong.
Well, no, nothing.
I have to say, among the things that are going to change as a result of tonight is all this talk about we are now a country of coalition governments. Really? Who is going to want to go into a coalition after what's happened to the Liberal Democrats?
David, I think there's only once in the last 40 years has a losing main party leader got on to fight the next election. That was Neil Kinnock after 87 in very, very special circumstances. I think that tradition is established.
Let's go to our piazza and see now. It's daylight and the sun is coming up, and Sophie Rayworth is there, having stood throughout the night with her friends around her, building this map. What are they making?
I am building the map, David. I have just laid yet another tile there for the SNP. We've got our solitary Lib Dem seat, Labour, one Conservative. What a transformation on our map of Scotland. And if I walk down into England, Ben Page from Ipsos Mori standing here, and when you look at the rest of England, I mean, the remarkable thing is the absence of Liberal Democrat seats.
Yes, I mean, as the exit poll was predicting, they were going to be wiped out, and it has come to pass. I mean, there's still many seats to declare, but looking across the map, that's one of the most striking things. And, of course, the annihilation of virtually everybody by the SNP in Scotland. This is a dramatically different map, and many big names in British politics now gone, some probably from politics, at least, forever.
And dramatically different, given we had weeks and weeks and weeks of polls saying everyone was, or the Conservatives and Labour neck and neck.
Well, small changes in vote share translate into big changes in seats, and so the post-mortem on all of that, I think, will be to come. But the other thing I'd say, of course, looking at this, a year ago, this was going to be all about UKIP. One seat over there at the moment. You know, so hugely unpredictable and an amazing night.
Well, let's go down here into what is on our map, London. We've got some of our Generation 2015, all first-time voters except one. And if I just point out here, that's the edge of London on our map, and that's the Twickenham seat, Vince Cable's seat, now blue. Just tell us how you all voted.
So I voted Conservative.
I voted Green.
Conservative.
Labour.
And if I start with you, did you think that the Conservatives were going to have a night like they're having?
No, actually, I was quite surprised. I thought Labour was going to win, but I'm quite glad, especially in my constituency, Surbiton, to have taken seat from Lib Dems, which is not surprising, but I don't know why in my constituency that has happened, but I'm quite glad.
Kingston Surbiton right there, in fact, right next to the Twickenham seat. And what a shock when Vince Cable lost his seat.
The result was absolutely astounding. I mean, Vince Cable's been part of the architecture of the Lib Dems, of London politics for as long as I remember, and I think it says something that before tonight we wouldn't have expected the Lib Dem vote to bottom out anywhere near as much as it had done, or the erstwhile Lib Dem vote to break right, or actually the Tory and Labour vote to hold up and increase their majorities in their own strongholds. It's a picture of uncertainty to be expected, but also a picture of polarisation where people like Vince, where people in the centre are ceasing to count.
Absolutely. You're another Conservative voter.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what have you made of this evening?
This
well, morning, even.
Indeed. I think, like quite a lot of people, I voted for the Conservatives based on a vote for security. I want to see a strong government. I want to see our economy made strong and made, working again. And so I think that really for me it wasn't about ideology. I don't really share a lot of the Conservative values. But for me, when Ed Miliband stepped up and said that he didn't accept that they overspent in the 13 years they were in government, at that point I just couldn't trust him on the economy anymore.
And as a Labour voter, what do you think the future is for Ed Miliband?
I think the future for Ed Miliband is obviously in question. There's been a wipeout in Scotland, but if you're a Labour supporter and you believe in values of equality, social justice, diversity, then great that there's been increased voter turnout and engagement, in particular on social media. Get involved in your community.
Okay. Well, obviously lots more results still to come in, but thank you all very much. Back to you, David.
Thanks very much, Sophie. Well, imminent is the declaration from Witney, where the Prime Minister David Cameron is. We've had, by the way, news in from Northern Ireland that Sinn Féin lost Fermanagh and South Tyrone to the Ulster Unionists. And that means, even if you exclude them, you now need 324, not 323, to have an overall majority. One fewer Sinn Féin MPs not there, so to speak. And there seem to be a mass of candidates at the Witney constituency in all sorts of fancy dress. But let's wait till we get the result from Witney, and no doubt we'll then hear from David Cameron.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now in a position to declare the result in the election of a Member of Parliament
for the Witney constituency. Turnout at the election was 73.57%. The total number of rejected ballot papers was 188, and the votes cast for each candidate were as follows. Bex Colin Rowland, Wessex Regionalists, 110. Cameron David William Donald, the Conservative Party candidate, 35,201. That's 35201. Enright Duncan Shaw Thomas, Labour Party, 10,046. Graham Andy, Liberal Democrat, 3,953. That's 3953. Handley Nathan Paul, 12. Jackson Deek, Land Party, 35. MacDonald Stuart Sutherland, Green Party, 2,970, 2970. Pedell Clive, National Health Action Party, 616, 616. Saunders Vivian Inez, Reduce VAT in Sport, 56. Smith Bobby, Stop Emotional Child Abuse, Vote Elmo, 37. Strutt Simon, UKIP, 5,352. That's 5352. Thompson Chris, Independent, 94. And I hereby declare that David William Donald Cameron is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Witney constituency. Thank you.
The Witney Declaration and an easy win for David Cameron.
Well, can I first give my thanks to you, Keith, the returning officer, and to all the staff who've worked so hard here and around the country over this election night. I'd like to thank my agent, Natasha Whitmill, and all those who've worked so hard for me here in West Oxfordshire, but also Conservative campaigners right across the country. Above all, I want to thank the voters of West Oxfordshire who've elected me again. It's a huge honour to serve you in Parliament, to stand up for this beautiful part of our country and to be your Member of Parliament. And I will do everything I can to go on working hard for you. Today is the 70th anniversary of the victory in Europe in 1945. And I think we should start by remembering those who gave such sacrifice and service to save our country, but also to save our democracy, which we've seen in action today. Some people say, in fact, I've often said, that there's only one opinion poll that counts, and that's the one on election day. And I'm not sure that's ever been truer than it is today and tonight. This is clearly a very strong night for the Conservative Party. I think we've had a positive response to a positive campaign about safeguarding our economy, about creating jobs, about a record in government over the last 5 years, but above all, a plan for the next 5 years, and based on clear values of wanting to reward work in our country, that those who put in and do their best should find the system is on their side. As I put it on the steps of Downing Street 5 years ago, those who can should, those who can't, we always help. We published a manifesto that was squarely for working people. That is what we put in our manifesto. That is what I hope we'll be able to implement in government. It is too early to say exactly what sort of result there will be at the end of this night and the end of this election campaign. But to me, this election campaign was always about the difficult decisions we had to take over the last 5 years, the foundation of a stronger economy that we've built for our country. and the chance now to build on that foundation and to say to people that if you want a job, if you want that apprenticeship, if you want a home that you can own of your own, if you want security and dignity in retirement, we are on your side and want to deliver for you. Also, we should never, in politics, duck the big issues, whether it's dealing with our deficit, whether it is holding that referendum which we were right to hold on the future of Scotland in our United Kingdom, or indeed in the future that referendum we must hold to decide Britain's future in Europe. My aim remains simple: to govern on the basis of governing for everyone in our United Kingdom. I want to make sure that our economic recovery reaches every part of our country. I want to make sure as our economy grows that the poorest in our country can benefit from that recovery and have the chance of work and a stronger future. I want to make sure there are good schools for all our children, no matter where they live or what their background. And above all, I want to bring our country together, our United Kingdom together, not least by implementing as fast as we can the devolution that we rightly promised and came together with other parties to agree, both for Wales and for Scotland. In short, I want my party, and I hope a government I would like to lead, to reclaim a mantle that we should never have lost, the mantle of one nation, one United Kingdom. That is how I will govern if I'm fortunate enough to form a government in the coming days. Let me finish where I began by thanking the voters of West Oxfordshire for putting your trust in me again. I will make sure I do not let you down. Thank you.
David Cameron, the Prime Minister there, with quite a long political speech, rehearsing all the reasons that the Tory party deserved to win. I wonder whether he had in his pocket a speech, if things hadn't gone quite so well, it would have struck a rather different tone. But anyway, there he set out and ended very firmly with a commitment to one nation in the light of what has been
very
going on in
interesting.
Scotland.
Very interesting. That was very much the compassionate conservatism with which he started his career as leader and then fell away a bit. Very much an opening out to all the people who voted against him. And I have to say, he said it's too early to tell. We are now looking at a prediction showing the Conservatives on 325 seats or thereabouts over the winning mark. 323 was his stated aim, and he looks like he's going to make it.
Very interesting, though, there, a commitment to press ahead with proposals for more devolution to Scotland under the Smith Commission as soon as possible. And fascinating, he made that promise to bring the UK together, which some people would say he's tried to undermine through his campaign, including, fascinatingly, Lord Ashcroft, of course, a Conservative, former Conservative, well, still a Conservative, but former peer, who's written tonight an excellent night for David Cameron and Nicola Sturgeon. The political point he's making is that the latter appears to have helped the former. So we have Lord Ashcroft, pollster, suggesting that part of this Tories' success is how they played the SNP threat throughout this campaign.
But Laura, is there not a kind of car crash ahead of us, the way things are going? Because Nicola Sturgeon, Alex Salmond are saying the number one thing they want is no austerity in Scotland. The Scots have voted against it. It cannot be imposed on Scotland. Are we really going to see a Conservative government governing from London, not, cutting English budgets but not cutting Scottish budgets? I can't see that.
I wonder, Nicola Sturgeon was wanting to be a player in the new Parliament because the Conservatives wouldn't do so well. Now she will have no power, but she'll be able to say to her fellow Scots, look, we've got 56 seats in Scotland and no power at all. Is that not a better argument long-term for her than playing a role in Westminster?
Leave it. Let's hear from Graham Brady now in Altrincham, the chairman of the 1922 Backbench Committee. Mr. Brady, thank you very much for joining us. Now, what we've been talking... Good evening. What we've been talking about a lot tonight is how and what this government will do to try and bridge or heal, however you like to put it, the clear rift between Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom that's emerged from this election today. What's your view?
Well, I think that is one of the key challenges. I think all of us who are unionists and who believe in our United Kingdom are very concerned to see the way that Scotland has voted. Of course, they voted against independence last year, but the massive gains of the SNP tonight are one of the most striking features, I'm sure, of the election.
Can you suggest ways in which the government can act swiftly to try and staunch the flow of blood between the two nations?
I'm not sure that acting swiftly is necessarily the the best thing to do. I think what we need to do is be very thoughtful about the best way of guaranteeing the future of the United Kingdom. I think we need to work to find the right kind of settlement and accommodation that is fair to all of the parts of the United Kingdom. And that may mean that we have to explore in the longer term some more radical constitutional change. But I think we have to recognise it would be a mistake to rush into any of those very profound, very serious changes. We have to get it right if we want to see the United Kingdom stay for another 300 years.
What is your expectation if David Cameron, as now looks pretty certain, forms a new government and produces a Queen's speech? He'll depend very much on unity from the Conservative Party, because it doesn't look as though he's got many other friends in the House this time round. He's lost the support of the Liberal Democrats, or he's lost the numbers from the Liberal Democrats. What do you think it'll be like in the new House? And do you think that Conservative backbenchers will give him his head?
Well, I think it's important that the party works together. And I think one of the great things we're seeing tonight is a lot of newly elected Conservative MPs here in Greater Manchester. I'm thrilled that I'm going to be a lot less lonely. Not only have we held Bury North, but it looks like we're winning another 3 seats in Greater Manchester. So we're going to have a Greater Manchester group of Conservative MPs. There's going to be a lot more Conservative MPs from across England, at least, and in Wales too, representing all of the country. We have all got a serious job to do in making sure that this Parliament works and that government can be effective. But we have to represent our constituents.
Thank you very much for joining us. We go to Inverness for Danny Alexander's result, or his constituency's result.
Danny Alexander, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 18,029. Donald MacLeod Boyd, Scottish Christian Party, proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 422. Les Durance, UK Independence Party, 1,236. Drew Henry, Scottish National Party, 28,838. Edward Bryan, Stanford Mountain, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,410. Isla Marie O'Reilly, Scottish Green Party, 1,367. Mike Robb, Scottish Labour Party, 4,311. Therefore, I give public notice that Drew Henry is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey constituency. The total number of votes cast...
All right, well, that's the price you pay for being in the quartet at the very heart of the coalition government. Danny Alexander, Chief Secretary of the Treasury, trounced by the SNP with a majority of nearly 11,000. There's the share of the vote going up.
Isn't that interesting? You know, if the government goes to the country with its record, and if you're a Conservative, the country says, yes, well done. If you're a Liberal Democrat, they say, out. It's very strange when you think about it.
And David Laws, who was Danny Alexander's predecessor as Chief Secretary, has lost in Yeovil. It's a real wipeout of all the senior Lib Dem coalition ministerial figures.
Yeah. What I'd like to do now, because we haven't looked for a long time at our forecast, which... Remember, from the moment we do the exit poll, we gradually change it. We have Yeovil. No, we're not going to see Yeovil. David Laws, as Peter said a moment ago, lost Yeovil, and the Conservatives take it with a majority of 5,000 in Yeovil. Let's have a look at the figures there. And the change in Yeovil, this was the seat Paddy Ashdown held, the former Liberal Democrat leader. David Laws was Schools Minister. He briefly was Chief Secretary of the Treasury until he got involved in a row over his expenses and resigned from that. He got a swing of 16% from Liberal Democrats to Conservative in Yeovil. So we heard during the past weeks that the Conservatives are making headway in the west of England, and that's one of the seats that the Conservatives have taken. Now, I was talking about forecasts. We had the original exit poll, and John Curtis, as the evening goes on, just modifies it. He's barely had to modify it, has to be said, because it was so accurate, confounding everybody's kind of first instinctive reaction that this can't be quite right. But it does seem to have been quite right. Do we go to John or do we go to... We'll go to... John, we'll come to you in a moment. Let's just see Jeremy demonstrating your genius, John, to us all. Jeremy.
Certainly not demonstrating mine, yes. Let's just reflect. A few hours ago when we had the exit poll from Professor Curtis, a lot of people thought, oh, gosh, that looks like it overstates the Conservatives and understates Labour. Well, actually, it's pretty much bang on, but if anything, it did the reverse. So here's what we have now. We've got about half the results in, 200 still to go, but our forecast now has the Conservatives slightly higher. And David Cameron there even more confident on the front benches of the government there, because they are so close, so tantalisingly close to the 326 that you need for an overall majority in the House of Commons. They have 325. And in fact, actually, if the Sinn Féin MPs don't turn up, the effective target is 324, so they would have crossed the line there. Let's bring on Labour now. And as I say, just a disastrous result for Labour. How many MPs have they got there? 232, and that is down 26. A lot of that accounted for by the performance in Scotland. And we now see the Scottish Nationalists coming on here with... Let us see. Oh, we'll bring the DUP on the other side. So let's just do this on the government benches first. What we could do here is bring on the DUP just to show that if we add them to the Conservatives, they're well over the line with a majority of 16. So that's something to think about here, that actually the Conservatives could send for the DUP. They might well be amenable to that, and you have an effective majority of 16. OK, back to the opposition benches, and let's bring on the SNP to just remind ourselves of the scale of this and all these new MPs coming down to Westminster. And they have, we predict here, 56. That's an advance of 50 MPs. They only had 6 in 2010. It's no less remarkable, no matter how many times we say it here. And then we bring on the others. So let's just bring the Lib Dems on, reduced from 57 to 12. Disastrous night. And then here we are. Let's just see these other groups here, Plaid Cymru and UKIP and the Greens and the others and so on. So this is the House of Commons, pretty much actually as per our exit poll. It's still partly forecast this because we don't have all the results. But here, just to bring you back to this side, the Conservatives on 325, possibly able to govern alone, so close to that line, but always with the option of sending for or asking for a bit of DUP assistance and the Northern Ireland Party, the DUP, coming over and helping. So, David, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'd like to have a look at the popular vote in a moment. John Curtis, perhaps we just should congratulate you on your exit poll, you and your colleagues.
Well, I should thank my colleagues who are behind me. And of course, we should also thank Ipsos Mori and GFK NOP, whose interviewers stood outside from 7 o'clock yesterday morning to 10 o'clock last night, actually asking people how they had voted. They obviously did a good job as well.
Of course, you're a bit surprised because you wrote about it saying, watch out for a disappointment. A week or two ago.
Yeah, well, the truth is, I'm perfectly well aware as to how potentially difficult this exercise is. And the truth is, we may well discover, you've just seen, we're saying Conservatives at 325. The truth is, we're not quite sure whether they're going to be quite over the line or not. But it might well be true that in the end, we said 316, and maybe they'll end up with 326. And you know what? We didn't quite manage to forecast that they would get an overall majority. And the truth is that relatively small differences between what we forecast and the actual outcome makes a difference to the headline. So that's one of the reasons why I am always very cautious about these things. But the truth is now, leaving aside that technical issue of whether Mr. Cameron does or does not have 324 or 326 seats, it's now perfectly clear that Mr. Cameron will have the MPs to remain in office. Although perhaps we should also bear in mind, given the rebelliousness of MPs these days, it will not necessarily be a comfortable period in office for him, because the truth is, if there's very much in the way of discontent amongst Tory backbenchers in a year or two's time, he may find he begins to have something of a rough ride. But for the time being, at least, he will enjoy, I'm sure, a party who will be rather delighted that he's actually managed, this time at least, to take them to a relatively clear victory.
John, thank you very much indeed. let's just have a look at the share of the vote. This is how we've still got 190 to go, and on the whole, I think those tend later on to be the more conservative seats that come in later. But let's just look at those figures. It is very interesting. The Conservative and Labour both on 34%, which perhaps could explain why the polls showed as they did. Look at UKIP. UKIP on 12%, above the Liberal Democrats on 8%. And the Scottish National Party, for all their talk about the power of Scotland and the thing, of course they've got the MPs in the House of Commons, but if you look at the UK population as a whole, they only have 7% of the vote of those who went to the polls and voted. The 46,000 or so were entitled to vote. The turnout, not quite sure what it came in at, but it was something like 38 or something, 38 million, something like that.
About 30 million.
Yeah, 30 million, I think, something like that. But it is very interesting how close Conservative and Labour are, how UKIP so far has got, what have we got? One seat at the moment, but they're third in line in terms of
David, I would
vote.
absolutely love for the election to stop right there, because those are almost exactly the figures in our YouGov survey a couple of days ago. The trouble is we've got a lot more Conservative than Labour seats to come in, and we'll get a Conservative lead of 6 or 7 percentage points, which none of the polls has got right. And there we go. Can I make one other very small point, which is this? UKIP are going to end up with something like 3.5 million votes and 1 member of Parliament, probably. The SNP will end up with less than 1.5 million votes and 56 members of Parliament. Now, let's just say that is, at the very least, a debating point about how Britain goes forward.
And we heard Douglas Carswell use his acceptance speech to say this is an unfair voting system, and we're about to campaign for it changing.
But the real irony of this is we may have that long-term question and the long-term question of independence back on the agenda, and the public's been consulted on both of those things in the last few years and chose the status quo both times.
Can we catch up in a moment on there? We've got David Cameron's car, because he's also in daylight, leaving Witney, and I suspect on his way back to London. And if he does come back to London and remains Prime Minister, he doesn't have to go to Buckingham Palace. He is Prime Minister now. There's no change in him remaining Prime Minister. He doesn't have to go and kiss hands or do any of that. Ed Miliband would have been hoping that later today or tomorrow he would have gone, David Cameron, to the palace and proffered his resignation, and Ed Miliband would have gone to take his place. But as it is, the status quo continues. Let's just catch up with some seats, can we, before we go on any further, Emily?
Yeah, without wanting to rub salt into the Lib Dem wounds, this gives you a sense of just what a rough night they're having. They've lost 37 seats. They have made no gains so far. And as you can see from this spread, there is no geographical particularity to where they're losing or to whom. They're losing Cambridge, Manchester, Withington, Birmingham, Yardley to Labour. They're losing Yeovil, Solihull, Colchester, Cornwall North to the Conservatives. Gordon is still in white. That's the seat that Alex Salmond is hoping to take for the SNP. Sure. We'll have a look at that. Let's just go into a couple of these and see the kind of results we're getting. Don't forget, at the moment, Labour is in many places losing to the Conservatives. The Lib Dems are losing to the Conservatives and to Labour. This sort of pecking order has been established with the SNP right at the top. So who have we got here? Manchester Withington has got Jeff Smith now as the new MP, 54% share of the vote. The Lib Dems on 24. If I show you the kind of pattern that we're seeing overnight, a drop of 21 percentage points for the Lib Dems here. Let's give you one more. Birmingham Yardley, you might remember John Hemming. He made a name for himself breaking that embargo over a super injunction by bringing it into the House of Commons. It's been a Labour gain from the Lib Dems, pushing them into second place. You can have a look again at just what sort of act the share is here. The Lib Dem down 14%. And as we've seen, it's really not confined to places where incumbents weren't standing. It's big names. It's Danny Alexander, it's Joe Swinson, it's Charles Kennedy, it's Simon Hughes. Everyone really has been affected from the top to the bottom of that party.
Thanks very much. I think we can go to Bradford, because I hope we have In Bradford West, the declaration will discover whether George Galloway did indeed hold on to that seat he took in a by-election 2 or 3 years ago. There he is, standing behind the returning officer, as always in that very recognisable hat. George Galloway, born in Dundee, fought in Scotland over the referendum campaign on behalf of the No campaign.
Harry Booter,
Here are the figures.
UK Independence Party, 3,140. George Galloway, Respect George Galloway, 8,557. George Grant, Conservative Party, 6,160. Alan Griffiths, Liberal Democrats, 1,173. Celia Hickson, Green Party, 1,085. Theresa Hurst, English Democrats Putting England First, 98. James Kirkcaldy, Independent, 100. Nazim Shah, Labour Party, 19,977. And I do hereby declare that Nazim Shah is duly elected.
So Gorgeous George, who was the Respect MP for Bethnal Green and Bow, a former Labour MP in Glasgow, remembered by many for appearing on Big Brother as a cat, a very controversial, very lively, very outspoken, very fluent Member of Parliament, not often though in the House of Commons itself speaking there, has been defeated in Bradford West and trounced, I think is the word again to use, a majority for Labour of 12,420.
Was not even selected as Labour's first choice for this seat. Labour had a complete selection mess, and she started off as a total outsider. The local party didn't want her, or many of them didn't want her. So to end up with a victory like that, a swing there of 7%, is an extremely good result. Not just for the Labour Party, but for her as an individual, because it started in chaos.
And without overexciting the lawyers, it was a spectacularly dirty campaign.
And without overexciting the nerds watching, the swing we're showing, of course, was from 2010, not from the by-election, which is why it shows a small swing, well, quite a big swing, to Respect, because Respect wasn't there at all in 2010, and suddenly they were at the by-election after the death of the previous Labour candidate.
David, I think I found Labour's best result of the evening, which was George Galloway's previous seat in Bethnal Green and Bow. He won off Una King in 2005. It went back to Labour in 2010. Rushnar Ali, who won it then, has an 18-point jump in her share of the vote to 61%. Now, that's where there's going to be a new election for a new mayor, and George Galloway's thinking of standing. Well, it looks to me as if Labour's got that Tower Hamlets back.
It doesn't take away, though, from the main story of the night, which Ed Miliband himself has just said on Twitter. This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. To every member and supporter, I want to say thank you. Now, whether that's him or one of his team sitting in his car as they hurtle down the A1, pressing the buttons on his phone, that's the message they want to use for now. By middle of tomorrow morning, by lunchtime, it may feel very different indeed. Even if we say goodbye.
Thank you very much. It's coming up to 6:10, and I think it's time for the news now, just to catch up, because we haven't had news for some time. And as ever, we're looking down on the piazza at New Broadcasting House, gradually filling up with the political shape of Britain, the new political shape after this general election. We'll be back to talk more about that in a bit, but first let's have the news now. And we join Rita Chakrabarti.
David, thank you. It's a new day and Britain is waking up to a familiar face in Downing Street. David Cameron looks increasingly certain to return as Prime Minister after the Conservatives enjoyed a great election night. The latest forecast suggests they'll win 325 seats, just one seat short of an overall majority. In the last few minutes, Mr Cameron said he wanted to bring the United Kingdom together. The Tories' coalition partners, the Liberal Democrats, have lost dozens of seats, although party leader Nick Clegg has held on. And it's all changed in Scotland, with the SNP pretty much sweeping the board. The other big loser was Labour. The party's leader, Ed Miliband, said it had been a very difficult and disappointing night. I should warn you, there's some flash photography in this report by Chris Mason.
Were as follows.
In the last few minutes, David Cameron's won in Oxfordshire and set out his stall for how he hopes to continue to govern as Prime Minister.
It is too early to say exactly what sort of result there will be at the end of this night and the end of this election campaign. But to me, this election campaign was always about the difficult decisions we had to take over the last 5 years, the foundation of a stronger economy that we've built for our country, and the chance now to build on that foundation and to say to people that if you want a job, if you want that apprenticeship, if you want a home that you can own of your own, if you want security and dignity in retirement, we are on your side.
Miliband Ed. The Labour leader Ed Miliband hasn't quite conceded defeat, but take a look at this. He almost has.
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party.
It's been a horrible night for the Liberal Democrats, but leader Nick Clegg has survived.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
Alex Salmond.
Amongst the huge new contingent of SNP MPs, a familiar face.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
We don't yet know whether UKIP's Nigel Farage will become an MP, but we do know who will be our Prime Minister. This man, David Cameron. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Well, as we heard, the Liberal Democrats have lost a large number of seats in an election which the leader Nick Clegg called cruel and punishing. Within the last few minutes, Danny Alexander, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, lost his seat. Long-standing MP Charles Kennedy was also toppled by the SNP. And the veteran Lib Dem Simon Hughes, who's been the MP for Bermondsey in London since 1983, has been ousted by Labour. Business Secretary Vince Cable said the Lib Dems would recover from what he described as a terrible night, but the upset was visible on his face.
I just want to say for myself that it's been a marvellous experience and a great honour being an MP for this constituency. Unfortunately, this has been a terrible night for our party all over. But I'm absolutely sure that we're going to bounce back both nationally and locally. Thanks to everybody who's supported me through these years. Thank you.
Douglas Carswell has won UKIP's first seat of the night in Clacton with a margin of just over 3,000 votes. He defected from the Conservatives, which prompted a by-election last year. In his victory speech, the newly re-elected MP criticised the country's dysfunctional political system.
Here in our part of Essex, people voted for UKIP and they got UKIP. Yet across the country, about 5 million people will have either voted for UKIP or for the Green Party. Those 5 million people will be lucky to get a tiny handful of MPs in the House of Commons.
Let's cross over to Carol now for a quick look at the weather. Carol.
Good morning, Rita. Good morning to you as well. Well, many of us will be seeing clouds rather like this one yesterday taken in Marlow in Buckinghamshire, because we do have rain on the way. For some, it's already in the southwest, and through the day it's going to be spreading steadily northwards. You can see it quite nicely here in the radar picture. It's making pretty good progress northwards, and ahead of it we have got some scattered showers. So across Scotland this morning, some scattered showers in the north and the west. It's a cold start, -4 in Dalwhinnie, quite unusual actually for this time of the year, but a lot of sunshine around. However, the cloud will build later. Looking at showers on and off across Northern Ireland, catch a few too this morning across Northern England, where there's also a fair bit of cloud. Then we run into this rain coming into the southwest. We could see some splashes of that getting in towards the southeast. But in southern areas, it's not such a cold start to the day. So through the day, that rain continues to advance steadily northwards. You can see the cloud building just ahead of it as well. So we're hanging on to a bit more sunshine across the far north of Scotland, or at least sunny spells. Now, temperatures today, a cool 9 in Aberdeen to a relatively pleasant 19 as we slip down towards London. Then as we move through the evening and overnight, the rain continues to edge northeastwards, pushing off eventually into the North Sea. There'll be murky conditions associated with this, leading us into a cloudy start for Saturday with some showers and some sunshine, as some of the showers will be heavy, particularly so in eastern areas. Will tend to ease off a touch in the west. And in between them, we're looking at bright spells, meaning there'll be a fair bit of cloud at times, or indeed some sunny spells. Temperatures between about 10 and 19. Then, as we move on into Sunday, well, a lot of dry weather to start with. Again, a fair bit of cloud coming in from the west. We're also going to see some wet and windy conditions marching in here through the course of the day. And Rita, we could see highs up to 22 in London.
Well, that sounds very nice, Carol, but a bit of a mixed bag anyway. Thank you very much. Well, that's all from me for the moment. And now it's time to go back to David at the Election Centre. David.
And welcome back to our election coverage, and we're looking at the sun on the House of Commons, daylight having come, and here is the forecast result now. We still haven't got all the seats in, of course. The Conservatives 325, with 326 being the figure that we're still saying it is we have to get to win. There could be a little bit less than that. Labour on 232, well away from that winning post. Conservatives, the largest party, David Cameron pretty well certain to form the next government. That's how things stand at 6:15. We've had 470 seats declared. We've got 162 still to go. And here are the figures. The Conservatives on 210, up 17. Labour on 195, down 29. Look at the SNP, 55. They're up 49 at the moment in Scotland. The DUP in Northern Ireland on 8. The Liberal Democrats crashing out. 6 seats only at the moment. 38 lost. That's the story. And here is the share of the vote to put against those seats. It shows the discrepancy between seats and votes. The Conservatives on 35%, Labour on 33%, UKIP on 12%, the Liberal Democrats on 8%, the SNP on 7%. And we're joined now by James Landale from number 10, outside number 10. Good morning, James. What are you expecting to happen there today?
Good morning, David.
What's going to happen
today?
today?
I think it's actually going to be far more straightforward. I think it's far more straightforward than we had anticipated. At some time, the Prime Minister will return to London. My expectation is that if it is clear that he remains Prime Minister, he will still go to Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace. She is at Windsor at present. She will return to London as she was expected to do anyway because of the VE Day celebration commemorations. And the expectation is that if the Prime Minister remains Prime Minister, he will see the Queen this morning and then come to Downing Street and make a statement. And that statement will then set the tone of how he sees the next phase of his premiership.
I rather thought he didn't have to go to Buckingham Palace because he continues as Prime Minister. But you would know because you're in on all this.
David, you're actually right. He doesn't have to go to Buckingham Palace because he remains the Prime Minister. However, the option is open for him to do that if he wants to do it. And my understanding is the Prime Minister will choose to do that so that he can see her later on. But you're correct. He technically does not have to do it.
What's your view about how he will continue to govern and how he will continue to command the House of Commons when he hasn't quite got, or maybe only just has, a majority there?
I think it's going to be a very, very different Parliament. He's going to need a very, very different whipping system. If you remember, for much of the last Parliament, the coalition had a healthy majority of 70 to 80 MPs. It made, effectively, the government that we've had over the last 5 years very similar to a majority government. That is now going to be less likely. What has happened as a result of this is that huge sections of the Conservative backbenchers have now been empowered. Those of us who can remember, I was a young reporter back in the early 90s cutting our teeth in John Major's government. We were standing there night after night wondering, what's Bill Cash going to do tonight and all that. That is what we're going to enter again. The question, though, is this, how will David Cameron pull in his horns? How will he limit the amount of legislation that he introduces to cut his cloth accordingly, because he is going to be running effectively a minority or a small majority parliament? The problem is this, though. He's committed to certain legislation. He's committed to a referendum on Britain's membership of the European Union. He has committed that in the first year of this Parliament, if he's re-elected, he will bring forward the legislation to start the process of setting that referendum up. That will be a hard sell for a minority or a small majority party. He's also, remember, got to implement all of those plans for greater devolution for Scotland and Wales that he spoke about in his speech after the declaration in his count. He has to introduce that legislation. He has to push it through Parliament. He'll have a substantial number of Scottish National Party MPs who do not think that he's going far enough. That is going to be a massive battle in the weeks and months ahead.
Are you expecting some sort of really fundamental English votes for English laws?
Well, I mean, David, it's a fascinating question. That rumour has been circulating around Conservative circles for a number of days now. This suggestion that somehow David Cameron would come out and announce essentially a new federal state for Britain, setting up, turning the House of Lords into the sort of the Parliament of the whole United Kingdom, turning the House of Commons into an English Parliament, many more powers to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. All Conservative sources at very high levels of the party have told me that's going too far at the moment. Boris Johnson has called for it. So my expectation is that later today, when the Prime Minister comes here, what he will do is he will talk about delivering on the promises that have already been made as a result, all that were made in the immediate aftermath and during the referendum last year.
It'll be a very intriguing period. I'm going to leave you for a moment because I think we're joined by Danny Alexander, the former Chief Secretary of the Treasury who lost his seat in Inverness. Danny Alexander, good morning. First of all, commiserations. You're not looking cheerful. I wouldn't expect you to. What are you going to do now?
I'm not, David.
No. What are you going to do?
I don't know. I'm going to go home and have a good night's sleep, and then, or a good morning sleep perhaps, and then I'll work that out. I haven't got any plans, but you know, I've lost an election. That's democracy. There are worse things, much worse things that can happen to people, and I'm sure that I will find some useful way to occupy my time in the weeks to come.
Were you expecting this?
Well, look, it had been widely forecast. We fought a very good campaign locally based on what I've been doing in government for the country and for the Highlands. But whilst I got a very similar number of votes to that which I received last time, it wasn't enough to win. And of course, we've seen this, you know, SNP wave across Scotland, which has swept away a lot of MPs, and I think I've fallen victim to that more than anything else.
You, of course, are closer probably than anyone to the leader of the party, to Nick Clegg, because, you know, you and he virtually stood for the Liberal Democrats inside the coalition. What do you think his future is?
Well, I think that's for him to say. He and I are very close friends. We've worked very closely together for many, many years. But he said in his, I think you broadcast his speech at his own count, and he said he's going to make some further comments later this morning about the future. And I think I'd rather let him speak for himself rather than try to prejudge that in any way.
He implied that he was going to stand down. He said he'd talk about his own future, which is different from what he originally said. He'd like to lead the party come what may. But have you actually spoken to him today?
Yes, I've spoken to him several times in the last few hours, look, but for that reason, I want to allow him to be heard for himself rather than me prejudging that.
When you went into the coalition 5 years ago, did you expect this to be the outcome? Did you think this could be the price that the Liberal Democrats would pay?
I think I thought that it would potentially cost us seats in some places, including here in Scotland, where you know, for many people, the fact that we were in government with the Tories is something that they were not keen on. I didn't expect results as bad as those tonight, to be honest with you. And whilst I don't know what the sort of latest figures are, clearly the party and those who have been elected to Parliament, who now have the lead in keeping the flame of liberalism burning and getting it burning brighter in future, there's a lot of thinking to do about how best to achieve that. That's not something that I'll be part of, not having been elected, but it's a very important task because I think that liberalism has never been more needed in our country than now, with, you know, forces of nationalism in Scotland and anti-Europeanism in England proving popular in this election. I think that the kind of openness in society that we stand for is really under threat.
But you say never more
needed. There's a big responsibility.
Never more needed, but never less wanted.
Well, that appears to be the conclusion that many people have reached. I'm still very proud of what we've done in the last 5 years. I think that we've ensured that we've had a stable government, that we've dealt effectively with the country's economic problems, that we've ensured a degree of balance. If the Conservatives end up governing by themselves, I think people will see much more clearly the restraining hand, the short leash that Liberal Democrats have had on the Conservative Party over the last 5 years. But you know, we obviously have a lot of thinking to do for ourselves, and you know, our MPs, those who've been elected, have the main responsibility for that.
You're a lover of the union. What do you think? What do you think David Cameron should do now, given the extraordinary results in Scotland and the SNP virtually wiping everybody out except for 3 seats, I think it is? What do you think David Cameron should do?
I think firstly he should show a lot more care and attention and responsibility towards the United Kingdom than he has during this election campaign. I think he's been cavalier with the United Kingdom. The way that he has talked up the threat of the SNP may well have helped him win some constituencies in England, but it's also spurred on nationalists here in Scotland and led to a campaign which is very divisive. And so I think that, you know, unlike after the referendum when David Cameron leapt first to sort of trying to take the English issue forward, I think that there just needs to be a bit of careful thought. We've all agreed to deliver on the recommendations of the Smith Commission. That's important. But I think that whoever's in government needs to think further about, is there more that needs to be done in that space? But I think that, you know, making it a kind of politically divisive thing within the United Kingdom, as David Cameron has done personally over the course of this election campaign, has been very damaging and opened up wounds that need to be healed.
Danny Alexander, thank you very much indeed for joining us. More to come from our election centre in just a moment, including comments on what he's just said. But first, let's go back to Broadcasting House. Talk again to Sophie Rayworth with her giant map down there. Sophie.
My giant map, my giant jigsaw that we're still putting together, but take a look at how the balance of power is really shifting across the United Kingdom. Scotland, obviously, being the big story of the night. We can show you, though, how we've been putting it together through the night. Our team of helpers here who have laid the map, relayed the map, and it does show you how much the balance of power is changing in the United Kingdom. Here I am on the southwest point of England, a Lib Dem stronghold. It has been. We're waiting for results there, but all we have at the moment are blue tiles, Conservative tiles. This is London, Ben Page. If I just walk around the edge of it, just to show people exactly where London is, but it is huge, isn't it? The 73 constituencies.
Yeah.
And it's very red.
London has bucked the national trend. It's different to the rest of Britain, and in the same way that Scotland has gone SNP, London has actually added about another 7 Labour MPs to its total, and it's going to be very much a Labour city, which is, you know, completely contrary to the trend everywhere else. And it's, in a way, it's slightly in the same way that Scotland being so different is going to be a stark fact of the night. London being different is going to, I think, also going to play into our politics in future.
Well, I'm going to whiz up to the other side of the country now, because a lot of talk about the polls in the last few weeks, just how close they were, neck and neck, and maybe the fact that it is so different is because of the undecideds. We have a few undecideds here. You ended up voting for Labour.
I did, Sophie, yes. I'm a healthcare professional. I worry about healthcare. I worry about nurses, my colleagues. So it came down to a simple tweet in the end. I sent a tweet to 2 parties, and the person that tweeted back got my vote.
It was as difficult as that for you to make up your mind. What about you?
I voted for Labour in the end. I found them really difficult to support on the economy, but in the end I couldn't support a party that was going to make £12 billion in further welfare cuts, because that will really hurt people.
And Joanna, you were an undecided voter as well. Who did you vote for?
I don't want to tell you. I'm a politics and economics teacher. It would be a little bit awkward. But it was a very interesting marginal constituency, and a lot of people felt a conflict between local and national issues, and a lot of people that we spoke to were undecided and struggling to vote.
But a politics teacher, and you still couldn't make your mind up?
Yeah, I think it was a local-national conflict that I found really, really difficult. So
now, one person who really didn't have any trouble making her mind up, Annam, if I can just make a little bit of way here, because look at Scotland. You are an SNP voter.
Yeah.
You were Labour. You've changed to SNP, but what a night you have had.
It's been absolutely amazing. You can tell by my voice that I'm losing it, because I've literally just been screaming the whole night when the results come through. Like, there's been massive names, you know, Danny Alexander, Douglas Alexander, Margaret Curran, Anas Sarwar, all losing their seats. Jim Murphy, the leader of Scottish Labour Party. It's absolutely crazy how Labour have lost so much support in Scotland.
What is it going to mean for Scotland now, do you think?
It'll be really, really interesting. Obviously, we've got now a large voice in Westminster, but it'll be really interesting to see how Labour recover. You know, will they need to have new leadership elections in both, you know, the National Party and the Regional Party? I just don't know how they're going to recover.
But we saw at the referendum just how politically engaged people got. It was particularly a lot of young people, and it's happened again. The turnout's been amazing.
Absolutely amazing. You know, there's some constituencies where there's turnout of over 80% of people. It's absolutely fantastic, and I do credit it to the referendum. People just became so politically engaged, and as you say, especially young people.
Okay, well, I think you're going to have no voice left after this evening. Anyway, thank you very much. So we have a few gaps left in our map. There's quite a long time to go before we can actually fill the map up completely. But you really can see the political power balance changing across the United Kingdom.
And good morning from the election centre. We've had a story running about Ed Balls and whether he's in danger. Ed Balls, of course, the Shadow Chancellor, the Labour Shadow Chancellor, whether he's in danger in his seat up in Leeds. And Len Tingle is up there watching for us. Len, do you have more news, if he's there?
Well, we just about to have the third of the 8 seats declared here in Leeds. Rachel Reeves, Leeds West, she has just been returned with a substantial majority. We saw Hilary Benn returned with a substantial majority. We saw the Leeds East seat returned with a substantial majority. But the real key, the real one that we're waiting for, is Morley and Outwood. And that is not expected for another hour and a half or so. That's where Ed Balls is defending an 1,100 majority. And we are told that it is so tight, the words that were used by the Conservatives looking on, where there's not a fag paper between him and his Conservative rival. But at the moment, we're still waiting for that result, and it could be, as I say, at least another hour.
Len, thank you very much. It's interesting people still talk about fag papers when we're all meant to have stopped smoking fags. But I'll come to you in a second. I just want to get, for viewers who've just joined us, a picture, Jeremy, of the state of the parties and the story, indeed, of the night so far, or the day now it is so far.
Indeed, we'll come into our virtual Downing Street, and we started this whole election process, seems like a very long time ago, by asking which party would build a path towards the door of number 10, where we have this line, 326 MPs required for an overall majority, and at that point, the party that reaches it sends their leader through that door. So, we've seen very clearly what has happened tonight. Let's bring on the seats that have been won by the Conservatives, as well as some of the ones that are still in our forecast, because they've not been called yet. And as you can see, we are forecasting 325 seats for the Conservatives. So just look how close they are to the line, right up against the line of 326. So close. How have they done it? Well, bear in mind these are still forecast. The ones that are slightly greyed, not coloured in bold yet, we're still forecasting. But you see as you go down Lib Dem seats that have fallen to the Conservatives. And you can see here, for example, St Ives there, or Cheadle, which have gone from the Lib Dems to the Conservatives, and also the Conservatives holding seats that maybe you wouldn't have expected them to hold. Seats like Brighton Kemp Town, Simon Kirby was the MP there, Pudsey as well, Stuart Andrew, Bedford, Richard Fuller, the MP there, people who were maybe thinking that they would be out of the House of Commons and are not. So this is a remarkable result for the Conservatives, if that is indeed the result. And I have to say this as an important rider. Right at the end of our line here, the forecast is really tight. It's almost 50-50 with some of these seats. And it'll be dependent on whether it goes slightly over or under for these seats and some others, whether Mr Cameron gets his party across the line and gets the overall majority that he wants. As for Labour, let me bring on their seats, and you'll see just how far back they are with their 232. They were really not making much more progress than Gordon Brown did. In fact, 26 seats behind where Mr Brown was. If we have a look at the ones right at the end of their line, we heard Len Tingle there in Leeds talking about Morley and Outwood, Ed Balls' seat. That's there. It's forecast Labour under our forecast, but it's almost 49%, 51%, that one. We can't call it. Gedling goes backwards and forwards. We've attributed it to Labour. We're not sure. Bridgend, another seat which we think will be Labour's. We're not sure. Dewsbury, we think, is a gain from the Conservatives. So there are some gains from Labour, but precious few in England. They've even lost seats to the Conservatives in England and Wales. And, of course, they've been completely devastated in Scotland by the SNP, which is why they just haven't made up the seats they lost in Scotland with seats gained in England. That's the basic problem for Labour, and that's why the Conservatives, with their gains against the Liberal Democrats, have built that path right to the door of number 10. David.
Jeremy, thank you very much. That very clear exposition of how things are. Now, we had the Home Secretary, Theresa May, here in the studio last night, just as we started the programme, and she now joins us from her county in Maidenhead, which, congratulations on winning it. I don't suppose there was much doubt that you would win it. When you were here, Theresa May, you talked about, you were not drawn about what kind of government it would be. What kind of government do you think you will now have, given that it looks as though you're going to be able to govern alone? How will it be different from the coalition government? What is it that you'd like to see done that you haven't been able to do over the past 5 years?
Well, David, I have to say, I think that you're right. When I was in the studio earlier, I said that we needed to wait until all the results were in to see the shape of the seats, and then we'd be able to see the shape of the government. And I think it was absolutely right to do that, because as the results have been coming in, of course, we've seen more and more seats forecast for the Conservatives and us taking seats from the Liberal Democrats, and, of course, some seats from Labour as well. So, as I'm going to say again that we need to wait until we absolutely have the results in to know exactly how many seats we have. But of course this has been a better night for the Conservatives, a good night for the Conservatives, better than had been predicted, and it's very good to see those gains that we've been making.
But the assumption is, presumably, and you must be making it, that you won't need a coalition or a deal as you had for the last 5 years.
Well, I think I heard Jeremy Vine say just then that there was indeed that possibility that that particular figure could be reached that we were looking for that ability to govern in an overall majority. But as I say, we still haven't had all the votes counted. We still haven't had all the seats declared. So until we have that, it's not possible to say what the shape of the government's going to be. But I think very clearly, as we came up to the election, people were focusing on the choice that they had to make, the choice between going forwards with the Conservatives building on the economic recovery, building that strong economy, yes, securing people's future, or the danger of falling back into economic chaos under Labour.
Let's just assume for a moment that you are free, but let's not ask you to speculate ahead. In what way have you been held back by the coalition with the Liberal Democrats? What are the things you would like to have done that you weren't able to do because you were in coalition?
Well, if you look in my area, I'll give you one very key example. David Cameron has already said, and I've said, that a Conservative government would be giving the security agencies and law enforcement agencies the powers that they need to ensure that they're keeping up to date as people communicate with communications data. We were prevented from bringing that legislation into Parliament in the last government because of the coalition with the Liberal Democrats, and we are determined to bring that through because we believe it is what is necessary to maintain the capabilities for our law enforcement agencies such that they can continue to do the excellent job they do day in and day out of keeping us safe and secure.
What accommodation would you like to see made with Scotland, if any?
Well, there are going to be changes in terms of the relationship with Scotland. Those have already been agreed. Commitments were given at the time of the referendum. That has already been discussed, and proposals put forward for legislation to be taken forward by the new government. And of course, there are also going to be changes in relation to the relationship with Wales. And as a Conservative Party, of course, we put forward proposals for English votes on English issues. So there's a number of ways in which those relationships will change. But fundamentally, crucially, we retain the United Kingdom together.
You've been Home Secretary for a long time. In fact, I think you're the longest serving Home Secretary for something like 50 years. You want to go on being Home Secretary?
Well, I take a very simple view in politics and in life, which is that if I'm asked to do a job, then I will do that job to the best of my ability. I've enjoyed being Home Secretary. A lot of changes have gone through in my time as Home Secretary, both in terms of ensuring that our law enforcement agencies have the powers they need, creating the new National Crime Agency to fight organised crime, but also key decisions such as setting up the Child Sexual Abuse Inquiry, bringing forward the Modern Slavery Act, and reforming Stop and Search. These will make a real difference.
You say you're You take a simple view. You must be one of the few politicians who takes a simple view of anything, Home Secretary.
Well, I just get on with the job, David. That's been the way that I've approached all of these things. But as I say, I think that the government, the last government, has achieved a great deal across many areas, including the Home Office.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us. It's 20 to 7. I'm sure you want to leave the count, which is already deserted, but thank you for being with us. Emily.
Let's give you some latest results. We haven't had any figures in for Rochester and Stroud. That's why it's not being coloured up at the moment. But we are hearing that this has been retaken, if you like, for the Conservatives, with some sharp words from the Conservative candidates to Mark Reckless, who was standing there for UKIP. We'll bring you those figures as soon as we get them in. Meanwhile, let me show you some of UKIP's other fortunes. This is Boston and Skegness in the East Midlands. This was a strong UKIP target, and you can see a very, very good performance from the party here. They're on 34%, but it's only second place for them. Matt Warman has held it for the Conservatives. They haven't managed to take it. There'll be some disappointment that none of those UKIP share gains have really materialised into another seat. What about Kingswood? A very, very tight key marginal just outside Bristol between the Conservatives and the Labour Party. We were expecting Labour to be able to take this kind of seat if their progress was moving forwards. As it is, the Conservatives have held it. And when you see what's happened in terms of the changes overnight, they are making the gains here. Also UKIP, interestingly enough, but Labour and the Lib Dems are taking the hit. One more, Portsmouth South. You might remember the scandal hit Lib Dem Mike Hancock, who stepped down as the MP, and then he re-stood as an independent. He comes up in the pink. The Conservatives need a 6.3% swing. They have taken it easily, 35% share of the vote. Let's just have a look and see what swing they actually got. 13% swing against their partners in coalition. I bet that coalition has never looked like a better idea now to the Conservatives.
13% swing. Right. The Prime Minister, meantime, is wending his way down to London. And we're following, just in case his car breaks down. And you've got a police escort there. Andy Marr, he's sitting there thinking, no doubt, pondering what he's going to do and how different this government will be. How different will it be for him, do you think?
It'll be very different indeed. Entire swathes of Scandinavian forest have been pulped, and hundreds of hours of broadcasting time have been used up speculating about red lines, who will do a deal with who, what kind of coalition government or other arrangement we might see. All of that is now redundant. On these figures, I'm quite sure that David Cameron will form an old-fashioned single-party government with a slim majority, so he will have to be very careful of his own backbenchers. But most of what he wants to get through, he will get through at least in the first stages, because he will have the authority of this victory. And so when it comes to things like the European referendum, he'll have the DUP and others helping him from the outside, but he will be able to govern for the first time as a Conservative leader of a Conservative-only government. And I think nobody else after tonight will ever want to go into a coalition with the Conservatives or anybody else for a very long time.
Is there anything that will be a sticking point for the House of Commons, where he might have to move
We've not discussed tonight, really, the economy over the last 5 years. It's been difficult. Most people's living standards have stayed static.
Liberal Democrats,
Just interrupt you a second. This is the
1,365
Brighton Kemp Town result.
votes. Davy Jones, Green Party, 3,187 votes. Simon Kirby, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,428 votes. Nancy Platt, the Labour Party, 17,738 votes. Jacqueline Schodecker, the Socialist Party of Great Britain, 73 votes, and Matt Taylor, Independent, 69 votes. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Town is a seat, Simon Kirby
Voting for
there,
more
which
than
it was
number,
well in
45.
Labour's sights. It was 25th on their list of desirable takes, ones they thought they could take. And of course, with the trend of tonight, they've not taken it. The other Brighton seat they were waiting for is Brighton Pavilion, where the Green Party hold the seat. Caroline Lucas, we haven't heard that. That'll be declared from the same place in a moment.
In terms of Caroline Lucas, we still don't know. It's been a very closely voted thing. She has had a good last 5 years. She's been popular, she's made a mark for herself, she's made a name for herself. And in the election campaign, certainly, there were many people that looked at Natalie Bennett, the Green Party leader, and thought perhaps we might have done rather better if Caroline Lucas had still had that job. But we wait to see what her result will actually be.
Didn't win her seat. But we did predict, didn't we, the exit poll said there'd be 2 Green seats. We've only had 1 Green victory at the moment. Have we got another one in your sight?
Well, I think the other was Norwich South and Bristol West with the 2.
Which they
Labour
didn't
took
get.
Norwich South.
Let's it's just one predicted now. We're coming up towards 7 o'clock. Let's just have a look, Emily, for people who've got up rather than been up all night like you, and like all of us, and look at the state of play on the UK seats at the moment and ones that have come through.
If you've just joined us, then the story in Scotland is absolutely jaw-dropping tonight. You'll see lots of familiar places here, and that means lots of names, scalps, if you like, people who've lost their seats. Renfrewshire East, Jim Murphy, the Labour leader in Scotland, has lost his seat to the SNP. Kirsten Oswald, let's have a look and see what kind of result that was. A swing of 24%. The SNP needed 21% here. They did it and more. Let me take you on to Douglas Alexander's seat. Not only the shadow foreign secretary for Labour, but also the man who masterminded their campaign as a whole. He's been pushed out by Murray Black, a student at 20 years old who made a very passionate speech thanking her mum and dad, and she is now the MP for Paisley and Renfrewshire South. Let me take you on to some of the others. It wasn't just Labour that was hit here. Of course, in Inverness, it was Danny Alexander, Chief Secretary to the Treasury. He's been pushed out by the SNP. Drew Hendry takes that. Let me just start to show you some of these swings now. 20% swing from the Lib Dems to the SNP. Charles Kennedy's seat in Ross. Now, that was quite a big moment. He's been the MP here since 1983. It was a very tough fight. He had a majority of 13,000. Can you imagine what kind of movement and momentum the SNP had to overturn that and get 48% share of the vote? Let's just have a look at the swing that took. Another 25% swing. We've been getting used to these swings, but if I remind you that the swing that removed Portillo in 1997 was 17%, then you start to understand just how monumental these are. Glasgow North East, then the last one I'm going to show you, the SNP on 58% share of the vote. Glasgow, one of those 4 places that said yes to independence in the referendum. And this is the swing of the night, not just the swing of the night, it's one of the most extraordinary shapes that we've ever seen. A 39% swing from Labour to the SNP. It's a pretty victorious night if you're an SNP member right now.
Thanks, Emily. We're going to talk to Kirsten Walker in a moment, but just we were talking about the Greens. The Greens, we are now predicting, will just have 1 seat. And that one seat is meant to serve very nearly 1 million Green voters. 900,000 Green voters are there at the moment. And UKIP in a similar position. We're predicting one. We haven't heard about Nigel Farage yet. And they've stacked up 3 million votes for one seat. But anyway, let's go back to the Scottish story. Kirsty.
Well, the country is waking up, and it seems a very different country this morning. We are waiting for just one final result. That's Berwick, Roxburgh and Selkirk. Michael Moore's seat, Liberal Democrat, was Secretary of State for Scotland. On the forecast, that is also going to go to the SNP, which will mean that all but 3 seats in Scotland will be with the SNP. Now, what has happened during the campaign is there's the kind of trite phrase that we hear quite a lot, which is, we have not left Labour, Labour has left us. And that was repeated a lot during the campaign. And certainly, it does feel like a very different country. It feels like a country that David Cameron's going to have a good look at and see how he initially can talk to Nicola Sturgeon, not obviously in terms of coalition or deals or anything like that, but in a way to have a fairer divvy of power. Also, if you think about it, the turnout, the percentage that the Tories have in Scotland is 14.5%. 400,000 people in Scotland voted Conservative. You know, that another interesting thing. We hear more from the story about Ian Davidson being critical of Jim Murphy. He said that Jim Murphy ought to resign, and when was asked whether Ed Miliband should resign, said, well, actually, Ed Miliband didn't oversee what happened in Scotland. It was Jim Murphy. So I think the knives are out in Labour. And you've got to think about a lot of these MPs that thought they were in sinecures for life are now out on their ear looking for jobs. It's quite a big prospect.
Thank you very much, Kirsty. Let's go back, shall we, for a moment, for people who've joined us and haven't seen your lovely swingometer, which appears to be in the middle of the Elizabeth Tower. With the faces of Big Ben.
Do you doubt it?
Virtual reality is reality for you, I know.
Almost, within an inch. OK, well, let me take you inside the Elizabeth Tower here at Western. And it's because it gave us 4 different clock faces here. You can see the machinery in the roof, Big Ben machinery. We're able to have 4 different swingometers because of the different terrains in this election. That's what we thought we should do, and it's turned out to make what's happened in this election much clearer. So here's the main one. Still remember, in a general election in the UK, most battles are still Conservative Labour, and Labour really needed a swing against the Conservatives of something like 3 or 4% to be in with a shout here. Let's see what they've actually done. It's feeble. It's between 1 and 2%. And of course, as the arrow moves, seats that were blue are coloured red, but not nearly enough. Now, if I click once more, you'll see what's actually happened. Obviously, once swing does not apply evenly, this is the average swing, and you can see that there are some outlying seats, but still, Labour's performance has been very patchy. And I think what's happened particularly is that this swing, in some of the marginals, the seats they really needed to win, their swing has actually been less than their average swing. There are exceptions. There's one outlier up there, Ilford North, where the swing was almost 6% to Labour. But there's a couple on the other side as well. In Wales, Vale of Clwyd and Gower, these 2 blue dots, Conservatives won against the odds. So that tells the story. The move towards Labour has been feeble, and in seats where it counted, they simply didn't have it. OK, I've turned around the clock faces of Big Ben, because this is the really dramatic swingometer for you. This is the SNP Labour swingometer. We've never had one of these before. We were ready because of the polls to recalibrate it. We thought with 30% headroom, we couldn't have a problem. And as the results came in, one of them, Glasgow North East, 39%, we thought this could be a problem, because if the arrow goes into the ceiling, goodness only knows what happens. Now, let's see what we've seen throughout the night. And here's the average. Incredible swing from Labour to the SNP, swing against Labour, between 24 and 27%, 25, 26%. Absolutely extraordinary. Because what that's done is it's just simply lacerated these red seats here and turned them all yellow for the SNP. And you can see 38 seats there, the number of gains. And obviously you've got to add in, there we are, 37. And you add in Liberal Democrat gains as well, and it's basically a total wipeout for the SNP in Scotland, and quite extraordinary. And this is a very dramatic image, this swingometer, surely the image of the night. OK, 2 more for you, because we want to tell the whole story here. And the other The other big story is what's happened to the Lib Dems. Now, part of the reason the Conservatives have done so well tonight is that they've gone into Lib Dem areas in England and they've simply blown them away. So have a look at this. What's been the swing against the Liberal Democrats? And the answer is the Conservatives have pushed back 8 to 9% against the Lib Democrats. So every 100 voters, 8 or 9 have switched from the Lib Dems to the Conservatives and turned those Lib Dem seats blue. So the Conservatives have made gains and offset their very minor losses against Labour. One more for you. It's even more dramatic as far as the Lib Dems are concerned. Now, they're lucky, the Lib Dems, in one respect here. There aren't that many seats for them to lose if Labour advance, because they're not placed second. Labour are not placed second in many Lib Dem seats. Could have been even more trouble for them if they were, because watch this. Labour have really powered through in one area, which is against the Lib Dems. But there weren't enough seats for it to make a big difference for them. So nearly, again, this is a swingometer that nearly broke, because it's nearly 10% swing against the Lib Dems by Labour. But it didn't really do Labour any good at all, because the seats weren't there for the taking. What a night, David, what a night.
And Jeremy, what a wonderful coincidence, or indeed it's a manufactured coincidence, that watching you do that swing is the man who brought swing to British elections, Sir David Butler, who's sitting here. And back in the 50s, he popularised swing. When I first did my first election, he was there with his slide rule talking about swing. Did you ever expect, David, to see 4 swingometers to cover the United Kingdom? And does it work still?
Well, I think it worked. I enjoyed watching Jeremy doing those things, but I think sometimes we get over-enthused with the graphics. But it was great fun. I first did the first big thing with a swing in 1959, when the second of the 3 times I sat beside your father in an election. I think I sat beside you twice before I moved to other things in the 1980s.
And you preferred it when it was just paint and cardboard?
On the whole, yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, do you know, David, you'll love this. Every time we discuss what we should do for a general election, somebody says, why don't we just have a wooden arrow on a nail? And one year we will go back to that, I promise, for sure.
David, we don't want to just talk about that. What about this election? Were you astonished by it and confused by the difference between the polling and the final exit poll?
Oh, yes, I'm quite as much as anybody else was. I certainly... I only can claim that I expected the unexpected. An amazing number of elections have been significantly different from the consensus of the polls. I mean, 1992 was the extreme case, but this is as extreme a case of people all getting it wrong. The pollsters are terribly glad, and they're all in the mess together, and doing almost equally wrong.
You've got a point for us, Laura.
I just wanted to, on a complete contrast, show you what may become the image of the morning, if not the whole image of the night. David Cameron has written on Twitter, "Here's to a brighter future for everyone." However, the key thing here is he's posted a photograph of himself squeezing his wife, Samantha, very, very tightly, huge grin on her face. He looks exhausted, relieved, almost. Well, I suppose he's got his eyes closed. We can't exactly see how he feels, but clearly it has been so far his night, and he wants everybody to know it.
That's modern politics for you, David.
Exactly. I thought I couldn't resist temptation to bring it in.
And
the last word about this campaign.
The next thing that happens is we get a new Conservative government, and he has to decide what's he going to do with Boris Johnson. Is he going to leave Theresa May as Home Secretary? What about Ian Duncan-Smith, only wanted to do the welfare job? Does he stay? He has to refresh the government. It has to feel and look new and exciting. And he's got a few hours to do it, so lots of people sitting by their phones.
And the only commitment he's made so far is to keep Osborne as Chancellor, nothing else.
That's not a surprise, yeah, absolutely.
Let's have one more look with Emily at the latest information.
Yes, when we're talking about the Conservatives being possibly the largest party, if not having an overall majority, you can see in the southwest a snapshot of the fortunes that they've seen overnight. Conservatives on 32, Labour on 4. These are very dark because there are no seats here. The Lib Dems have no seats in the southwest as things stand. Let me show you what that actually looks like when we put up the seats. No. Yeovil, Devon North, Bath, Cornwall North, Chippenham, Somerton and Frome, Thornbury and Yate, Torbay. They were all Lib Dem seats, some of them with very big ministerial names. David Laws, for example, in Yeovil. They have all turned blue tonight. That has been a really, really bad area and a bad night for the Lib Dems.
David, I'd like to leave a last word to you.
Well, one of the interesting things is the election is going to be over very soon, instead of what we thought might have a week or two of tense negotiations with several parties. It's obviously the situation we can have a minority government that is actually de facto a majority government.
Thank you very much. Well, it's been a quite extraordinary evening. We began expecting to tell a quite different story from the one we ended up telling. We began, like everybody else, thinking this was going to be a hung parliament. There'd been negotiations going on. That's what the polls said. Out came our exit poll. Everything began to change. Nobody quite believed it. Then suddenly they did believe it. And now it seems all to have come true. So it's been a quite astonishing roller coaster ride, this election of 2015. My thanks to everybody here in the studio. Thanks to you. I know you'll be carrying on. It's coming up to 7 o'clock when we'll have a news with Louise Minchin. Hugh Edwards is going to be carrying on our coverage for the rest of Friday, which will incidentally include the big VE Day celebrations. Speaking for myself, I'm back with a special edition of Question Time, giving our Question Time audience a chance to air their views this evening at 8:30 on BBC One. So that will be the first time that the public, well, apart from the ones who were with Sophie Rayworth, have had a chance to talk about that. In the meantime, from this BBC election studio, good morning.